Good morning. I'm calling this meeting to order. This is the Amador County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Would you please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, thank you. The board met in closed session this morning. They met on item 1, Conference of Labor Negotiators. A direction was given. Also, confidential minutes were approved. And item 2, I believe County Council will report out on that item.
Yes, on item 2, Supervisor Oneto recused himself, and that was update given.
All right, thank you. Moving on, public matters not on the agenda. Is there any members of the public that would like to address this board on any item that's not on our agenda?
Brian, do you want to announce about Pat attending via Zoom?
Oh, yes, I will. Also, for the record, Supervisor Cruz had a health matter, so he will be Zooming in this morning.
Chairman Oneto, actually, so the board does have to approve his appearance, his remote
The Zoom?
appearance. Yeah, based on the emergency circumstances of his medical issue.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second. A motion was by Axe, second was by Brown. All in favor? Roll call vote.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. May.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm wondering, has the board taken any steps through their to Chuck Beatty or anybody else to get on the case of the Reed Quarry for transporting pipe way over the limit, the weight limit, down through Martin Lane, on up through Jackson Valley Road, and to the quarry plant? Gross violation, again, of the weight limits. They need to be reprimanded or issued a citation, in my opinion.
Was it, what, 2 truckloads, I think, Bill?
2 truckloads, huge loads of pipe, way, way over the limit, weight limit.
Yeah, I mean, I did talk to George Reed about that, but I don't believe it's like a haul route. I think somebody's off route, and those things can happen sometimes. You have people coming in and they don't always follow directions. If they were doing it continuous, it'd be a problem.
Brian, that doesn't excuse Reed. It happened. They should be cited. There should be some recognition that they can't continue to violate the law, which is exactly what they do, and you guys always cave in and say, oh, poor babies.
I don't think there's any violation of the law, because I don't think we have anything on the books to prohibit the weight, do we?
What?
If there's a weight limit in county code, then it could be a violation.
If there is, so we could check with Public Works Director Vila.
Yes.
Okay.
But you don't know what they weigh neither. I mean, it's realistically.
You and I couldn't pick one up. We couldn't even pick up one of the pipes, let alone the damn trucks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are you on here under public comment or, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ty Pulskamp. I'm a resident of Jackson, and
And I'm Trixie Smith.
we are here to invite you to join us Sunday and Monday at Amador County's 5th Annual Homeless Resource Fair. The event is modeled after what the veterans call a stand down, and that's a camp out where the resources come to the population that they serve. So we open with breakfast on Sunday and we close with dinner on Monday. You're most welcome to come by for any period of time. I know Frank has been there. This is our 5th year, so we did it 2 times before the pandemic, and then we pivoted for 2 years and distributed gear in under a different model while we could not convene. And then this has been the 3rd time we'll do it since we've been able to convene again. We're excited to get back to work. We have some great sponsors this year, and I just wanted to recognize them. Anthem, as well as Small Change for Big, Sierra Wind, Operation Care, the American Legion, St. Vincent de Paul, a dozen local churches. So if your church is not involved, you want to get in on this for next year. The VA, and a number of other local individuals, agencies, and whatnot. So we're excited to get back to work. Would you like to share something?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's a really fun atmosphere. If you could pop in, that would be great. It's just a wonderful way to connect with our unhoused neighbors in the community, for our providers to connect with each other, as well as our officials to make those personal contacts.
What are the hours?
We open at 9 a.m. on Sunday with breakfast, and then the event closes with our final dinner being served at 4 p.m. on Monday evening, and you're welcome to join us for either of those. The event has served an average of 70 people each year, 70 people who are unhoused, and then we've had about 28 agencies and churches represented. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ty, Trixie.
Any other members of the public? No Zoomers. Seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Looking for a motion?
How about a regular agenda?
Oh,
I'll make a
Pardon me.
motion to approve the regular agenda.
Second.
motion by Axe, second by Forster. All in favor?
Aye.
You got to call for the vote.
Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Hi, and Jennifer, my video is blocked by the host.
Thank you. Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Carries unanimous. Okay. We have looking for a motion to consent agenda.
So move.
Second?
Oh, you know, there's one thing, forgive me. Item 5A, I'd like to pull that for a little bit of discussion. That would be the, All Public Works has a letter of support, or a letter to go to the USDA to apply for a grant.
5A, you said, or?
AA, 5AA.
Oh,
And since that was put in the packet, there's been a little bit of a change. What we thought would apply would basically apply for their grant. They need to be changed. They don't allow equipment unless it can be used to repair damage from the disaster or it got damaged during the disaster. So we want to make a change on that letter. We're going to be sending an application to where we're asking for snow plow or snow blower. We want to remove the snow blower and put in one of the plows, Sanders, got wrecked up there during the big snows we had about a year and a half ago. And so I'd like to put that in place of the snow blower. So if that's okay with the board to make those changes?
so it's a plow instead of a snow blower?
Yeah, be a plow sander truck. One of those got
Okay,
wrecked up in
so
Shake
like a big
Ridge.
dump truck with a plow on it? and-
Yeah, one got wrecked up in Shake Ridge during the big storms. So if that's okay with the
Is that what's
board,
in the Public Works budget?
it's a USDA grant.
Oh. Because there's $800,000 in that for
Correct.
heavy equipment.
Right. Well, this is an application for a grant, so this would be above and beyond that.
Okay, so, all right.
They've got a lot of pretty old equipment up there, so we need all the help we can get.
Okay.
And so with those modifications, I'd be looking for a approval of consent agenda.
We already had the motion.
I'll, just my second.
Okay, motion by Forster, second by Brown. A roll call.
Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe?
Aye.
Supervisor Forster?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Carries unanimous. Moving on to the regular agenda, item 4A. We have a resolution proclaiming May as Mental Health Matters Month. Morning.
Hello, it's James Burke again from the Behavioral Health Department. So as you all know, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. I hold that dear to my heart, that it's a time to be aware, not only just time of year, but also year round. But anyways, I have struggled with mental health, as you know, and actually I don't struggle with it anymore. I'm actually like pretty good. And anyways, I just want to let you guys know that there's green ribbons and hope banners around town, and that's to signify the awareness month.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Deborah Kempker, and I work over at Sierra Wind now, today. But that's due mainly because when I was seeing counselors over at Behavioral Health, they referred me over to the Amador College Connect program that they scholarship. And then I was able to learn about my mental health that way, and that helped me personally more than counseling. And I started volunteering in the community and then was eventually offered a job at Sierra Wind. And if it wasn't for that, I don't know what I would have done. I've dealt with suicide ideation since I was maybe 10, and I don't have those anymore. And I'm able to help other people now.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, James.
Good morning, Melissa Cranfield, Behavioral Health Director. And I just wanted to come as, to acknowledge Mental Health Awareness Month, and we have a resolution proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. And I also wanted to introduce you, she's in the back, Melissa Ausilio. She is our new non-clinical programs coordinator, which is taking the position of the MHSA coordinator with her departure in December. So I just wanted you to see her face, and you'll be seeing more of her in the upcoming months.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
I have a friend who's struggling with severe depression right now, and it's debilitating for her, so very difficult to watch somebody go through that.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but there's help out there. Yeah.
There is, but you have to ask for it.
Right.
Person has medication, but they haven't taken the next step, so. Thank you.
It's harder for some than others, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Is there any members of the public like to comment on this item?
Good morning again. My name is Ty Pulskamp. I am appointed by your board as on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, yes, as a community member. And I appreciate your recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month. As you know, many people who are impacted with homelessness are driven there as a result of mental health. You might be interested to look into data that reflects that the decline of the mind physiologically is also linked to that experience of homelessness. So a couple of weeks living on the street actually changes the composure of the brain structure, leading to severe mental illness and continued compounding challenges. So that's an interesting sort of science aspect. As regards to mental health, I think one of the strange silver linings of the pandemic was that it brought to all our awareness the danger of isolation and the importance of caring for not just our own individual mental health, but collectively as a community, making sure that people in our community have opportunities like the senior center lunch, like lunch at Sierra Wind, like opportunities for fellowship in our churches and playgrounds, and all of that stuff is so important because I think that wasn't as obvious before because only the people like us who have struggled with mental health were aware, or maybe their family members, a close friend. If you hadn't been impacted by isolation and depression prior to the pandemic, that might have been a new thing for you. And I think that is sort of the silver lining logistically, because now more people understand that risk and that press. And so more people can be sort of moved to act in accordance with our greater mental health goals for a whole healthy, happy, and sustainable Amador County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Well, seeing none, we have a resolution here and looking for a motion on the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Axe, second by Forster. Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
You know, at this time, I'd like to read the resolution, then I'll present it to you if that works. This is Amador County Board of Supervisors resolution recognizing May 2024 as Mental Health Matters Month in Amador County to enhance public awareness of mental health and dispel the stigma surrounding it. Whereas all children deserve to grow up in a safe and nurturing environment to ensure they reach their full potential, and child abuse and neglect is a serious problem affecting every segment of our community, and finding solutions requires input and action from everyone. And whereas child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse, and our children are the most valuable resources and will shape the future of Amador County. And whereas protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and developmental well-being of children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the partnerships created between child welfare professionals, education, health, community, and faith-based organizations, businesses, law enforcement, agencies, and families. And whereas communities must make every effort to promote programs, activities, and policies that create strong and thriving children and families, and whereas we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. And whereas prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, now therefore it be resolved by Amador County Board of Supervisors, recognizing May 2024 as Mental Health Matters Month to enhance public awareness of mental health to help end the stigma. This was passed unanimous, May 14th, 2024. Oh, moving on to item 4B, this is engineering and traffic surveys on county roads. Mr. Vila.
Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
Morning.
This item is pertaining to some traffic studies that we did on some of our roads. Some of these road segments were chosen for a couple of reasons. One, there were a traffic study was done back in 2015 on some of these roads, and that the limitations of the effectiveness of that study has lapsed. So we really wanted to go ahead and and re-up that so that it can be, continue to be enforced. And also, there were some concerns that were conveyed to residents that you brought to me of certain road segments that needed to be looked at for speed limits. So the list that's on my memorandum is the road segments that were studied. And on the second page, there's the recommendations from that study. There's a table showing each of those roads and the road segment, what the existing speed limit is. There's a couple of them in these segments that were not posted, and that's noted on there. And then the proposed speed limit, and then the final column on the right is the net change, or if it wasn't posted before, we would go ahead and post the speed limit. Our consultant, traffic engineering consultant, Wildan Engineering, performed the work for us. There is Nicole Spann from Wildan, who's managed the project for them, is on the Zoom call, so if there's questions with regards to some technicalities with their work, or any questions on some of these, on how these were obtained or whatever, she is available to answer questions. And so what we're looking to do in order for us to implement these changes is to provide staff of direction, and we go ahead and work with county council and modify ordinances to establish the modified or new speed limits on these road segments.
What are the implications if the board decides not to go with some of the recommendations?
Well, if on the roads that have existing speed limits, they would remain in place. However, there would be problems with enforcement because, especially now that the study has been done, it's shown where the posted limit should be. And if we're posting a limit that's not supported by an engineering study, there's problems with enforcement. The Highway Patrol does our enforcement. They could issue a ticket, but someone could contest the ticket and it'd get thrown out. So,
So like in the past, we've had the CHP tell us that if we put a speed limit that doesn't match up with what the speed survey says, they won't enforce them. They can't, legally, they kind of can't enforce them. The
right.
judge will throw
If they
it
issue a
out.
ticket and if it's not challenged, then the ticket goes through. But we got some savvy residents or travelers, they understand, some of them understand that you need to have this backup in order to substantiate the enforcement of your speed limits.
Unfortunately, there's little enforcement right now on county roads. Willow Creek Road, I've never seen a highway patrol on there. And I think it's very wrong to increase the speed on there, especially, I don't know if our consultant can address this. There are so many intersections on that road, and they want to take it from 45 to 50 now. It's hard enough for people to pull out on that road. So I wholly disagree with that recommendation.
Okay. The issue with enforcement, I can't address those resources, obviously, Highway Patrol, but I know they have limited resources. And they're, even though that's part of their job, obviously their focus is going to be on the state highway system, but they do have limited resources.
Can we just tell them that there's no valid speed study for that and not to necessarily do enforcement on those roads?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we would have to let them know. And so
Okay.
even though it's something that's posted, they can't enforce it.
Right. Well, the section of Ridge Road from Dapple to 88, we've had a lot of problems there, and I can't support going to 40. I think a lot of that is due to traffic that just passes through, and they're all in a hurry. I drive that road all the time. They pass me on the turn lane in front of the church, and I know down by Bowman, which is a bad intersection, going to 40 miles an hour, coming up that hill around a blind curve. You know, that's just gonna increase, make it more difficult for those residents that are trying to pull out, plus the neighborhood up by the other end of the road. And, you know, even though the speed study's expired and this one doesn't support the 35 zone, I think leaving it there is probably still the better, you know, the better outcome.
You know, I agree with you in a way, Frank, but the only problem is if we don't have something that's backed up by a speed survey that's legally enforceable, CHP is not gonna be out there at all.
These speed surveys are pretty.
And they have been there a fair,
ridiculous.
what's that?
Speed surveys are pretty ridiculous. I mean, they put the strips out there, and I can tell you on Willow Creek, most people are going 55, 60 miles an hour, so that necessitates them to raise it 5 miles per hour.
That's the catch-22 with these speed studies, because there's an accepted method to establish these speed limits, and they take the 85th percentile of the traffic that's using the road, and using their speed as the benchmark for setting the speed limit, and that's a nationally accepted practice. But as Supervisor Forster is saying, it can perpetuate a higher speed limit if everyone's traveling faster.
You're rewarding people for breaking the law already.
Basically. With regards to Dapple Drive, that stretch from Dapple Drive to 88 on Ridge Road, the actual numbers support an even higher speed limit, and I asked the consultant, I don't want to ratchet it. It was going to go up 10 miles per hour. I said, we can't have that. We can have go to 5. And again, if there's, you know, if you want to have, again, our consultant to address some of these things, she's here to, or at least on the Zoom, to, you know, answer some of the technical questions.
Well, you know, we had a speed study back in, when I first came on the board, so it was like 2017, and maybe 2018. And, you know, initially up by the Dollar General, it was arbitrarily set at 25 miles an hour, which was a little too low. But these are places that really need to remain calm down by Bowman. And, you know, then you'd have to really look at putting a stop sign at Bowman. Seriously. I just assume leave it as is and just tell CHP, you know, don't enforce it.
Yeah, but then we're defaulting to people doing 55 on all county roads.
No, they just have to know the ones where there's no valid speed study. All I know is this, is the residents are all gonna flip out, okay?
You know, and I get it, because it's one of the streets.
I'll be voting no. That's it.
You know, that one of the streets is my own street of Meadow, you know, so they're running from 25 to 35, so I understand it. But if we don't have anything sitting out there, then we have no laws.
We have no laws right now because people are going over the speed limit. That's why these are being increased. CHP is not enforcing. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying.
They can't.
Resource issue.
They can't enforce it. I've had them sitting on Meadow. And one of the people that complaining to me was one of the people that CHP pulled over. But the only thing they could do is just give her a warning. They couldn't write a ticket, couldn't write anything else.
I don't see them on Willow Creek. I do see them out in Bellis Drive once in a while.
I called them there. They will respond.
And I know for a while, the CHP was pretty heavy on the Ridge Road, actually, so they were enforcing that.
I saw them there. They haven't been there recently, but, you know, I think it's just gonna encourage even faster traffic. You know, I think that's the real negative that's going to occur as a result of this. People are now gonna go 45 to 50. And a lot of those people are people going from Stockton to Tahoe. You know, they're not locals. And everybody, you know, we put in radar signs between the church, the call church, and just the other side of Bowman to calm the traffic, and all of that's just gonna go out the window.
Well, it's still all gonna go out the window. You know, again, I've
We
gotta
had
go
a
to some
valid
of my
speed
local.
study, why does it expire, you know? Just because people wanna drive faster,
Yeah,
and their GPS takes them that way.
well,
There's after 7 years is when the speed study.
Yeah.
yeah, the thing is though, is that there's other roads that are not, you know, I understand Ridge Road, I understand what you're saying. But again, I have local roads that I had done on this survey, and so it's all the neighbors. It is our local people. Nobody takes Meadow, nobody takes Silver just to drive to Kirkwood. So these are all our local folks. So if we don't do anything, we're just giving carte blanche to anybody to do anything they want.
And one thing I wanted to note, I know as part of their package, there's their report, and there's a table on in the report, on their page 10 of their report, which is a summary of the recommendations. And if you peruse that table, you will note that the recommended speed limit, a lot of times has been adjusted down 5 miles per hour from where the 85th percentile was suggested to be. So we have the ability to adjust down 5 miles per hour from what the testing and the monitoring suggests. That's what the state statute will allow us to do. And for the vast majority of these recommendations, that's been taken into account either by taking into account, say, a lot of hidden driveways along the road. That was done, for example, on the Ridge Road project, on that segment, because the 85th percentile was 46 miles per hour. And so that would suggest a 45 miles per hour speed limit. And so we can't jump that up 10
Well, you know,
miles.
the people backing out of their driveways, you know, in front of the Dollar General, they just get honked at, and that was back, you know, I
Yeah.
was hearing all that back when it was set at 25. And,
So I guess what I'm saying is what's presented has been adjusted as much as we can adjust, or what the law will allow us to adjust based off the data that was collected.
There are already unenforceable areas. If you remember, Mr. Chair, it was a 4-to-1 vote to approve the Hamrick's grade and to keep it artificially low. I voted against that because I said it's not enforceable. Well, I guess I've thrown the towel in. I'm not going to approve a speed limit I think is even more dangerous, even if it is unenforceable.
yeah, I think Hamrick's grade should be 45. You know, people don't realize, you go down that hill, you pick up a lot of speed. Back when it was 55, and then you'd have to make that turn at the bottom.
What I'm saying is the board approved something that was against the consultant's recommendation.
Yeah, I remember that, Richard. One thing I will say is, I don't know if it made much difference lowering the speed limit.
No, it doesn't make any difference.
And so the only thing is, if it doesn't make much difference putting a lower speed limit.
If you remember, we had Highway Patrol here representing to go with
Yeah,
the
no,
recommendation.
I remember that.
And the board went against it.
But the finish, so if you're gonna make a lower speed limit that can't be enforced, and people are gonna drive the same speed faster like they were, probably better off having something we can at least enforce so somebody's going, can get a ticket. So I'd almost say, quite honestly, I've changed my mind. So you changed your mind, I've changed my mind, so there it is. Anyway,
How about Supervisor Cruz?
any member of, yes, Pat?
Can't hear you, Pat.
Sorry, I got muted again. It's a thorny problem because you almost need a neighborhood speed limit and the passer-through speed limit, as Frank was saying. I would like to see them do a speed study on Willow Creek with a highway patrol car parked at each end. I think we'd get a more accurate speed count pretty fast.
We asked about that in the past, they couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it, yeah, I know. So if you look at the nationwide studies of that, a lot of states play with the percentile. The rural states don't want 40-mile-an-hour speed limits when there's, 80 miles of road between places. And the urban areas want all the traffic to slow down. So having some kind of enforcement is better than none, in a nutshell to me. That you can write a ticket and somebody would have to pay it.
All right, thank you, Pat. Any members of the public like to comment on this issue? Young lady in the back.
Hello, I'm Ann Keller-Tinian. I'm the Vice Mayor of Amador City, and one of the segments that's part of the speed study is Old 49 between Sutter Creek and Amador City. Amador City has been working for the last 3 years to try to reduce the speed in our small Main Street. Probably many of you know how short that is and that there's 2 curves at the end of the town. So we requested that Supervisor Axe put our segment into the speed study, and we are pleased that the top speed limit of 55 miles an hour at the top of the hill coming from Sutter Creek into Amador City has been reduced by 5 miles an hour, according to the speed study. So for Amador City, this would be an important part of our attempting to lessen the speed of people driving through town. We have also put up the radar speed signs. We're working on changing the lanes, the width of the roadway coming into town. But as long as people are coming 55 miles an hour or more off the top of the hill basically from the mine down, it's pretty hard to get them down to a safe speed once they're in Main Street in Amador City. So, thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff Redmond?
Morning, gentlemen. Sheriff Gary Redmond. I wholeheartedly agree with Supervisor Frank Axe. I've been intimately involved with the Ridge Road and Climax issue. Extremely complaint-driven as far as those areas based on the number of speeders. And I've worked with CHP, and CHP has actually done a tremendous job of enforcement in that area. But however, they are really based on where they concentrate their resources is based on accidents. That's where they deploy the majority of their resources. That Ridge Road, Willow Creek, et cetera, are not the accident-prone areas, so you're not going to see a heavy concentration. So that may explain why you don't see a heavy presence there. Although I don't want to see the speed raised to 40 miles an hour with the massive amount of complaints that my office has received and CHP, I would caution the board on not adopting the speed survey based on the fact that you really would tie law enforcement's hands. There would be no teeth in any type of enforcement. I'd rather see enforcement for that 40 miles an hour rather than not have a survey and not be able to enforce that. Even though our primary job is non-enforcement, our deputies do have the ability to write traffic citations.
My only argument with what you're saying is like you said, there's very little enforcement on Willow Creek. At least if you had it posted at a lower rate, most of the people are going to abide by that. The ones that are flagrant abusers abuse it on every road.
And I agree with you. I do. Like I said, I don't want to see it raised. However, that is what the survey is, and it was lessened by 5 miles. I would just caution the board on not adopting it.
Yeah, and there's a couple areas on Willow Creek that have severe curves in them. Raising that speed limit is going to possibly lead to more accidents there.
Potentially, yes.
The problem I see is, if you have an airborne ranger out there doing 90 miles an hour, the CHP is not going to write that ticket.
Well, actually, they are. Anything over 55 there is an intersection. It doesn't have to fall within that 35 mile an hour. So if it isn't adopted, as far as the 40 mile an hour.
That's true, you're over the max, okay.
There is the max speed. There's always unsafe for conditions. That also applies. That is enforceable. But riding for a 37, in a 35, probably gonna, well, it will get thrown out.
But like I said before, is that now we're adopting 55 for most of our county roads.
Correct.
Which is probably good because most people in Willow Creek, the abusers, are going 55 plus. So CHP can get them if they ever travel on that road. But they got to be there at 7:30 in the morning to catch the people going to work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Board? I think we're probably about done. No more discussion. We're probably done with anything. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll do a motion to approve the engineering and traffic survey for the 14 county roads.
All in
I'll
favor?
second that.
So motion by Brown, second by Crew. Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew,
Aye.
Supervisor Axe,
Nay.
Supervisor Forster,
Hey,
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Carries 3-2. Oh, thank you, Richard.
Okay. Thank you.
Next item is 4C, is continued discussion of the district attorney's budgets.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Morning.
We were here on a couple Wednesdays ago for the budget workshop. Mr. Chair, I believe, had some questions regarding our budget, specifically related to citizen letter writers' comparison to several counties, Lake County, Calaveras County, San Benito County, and Siskiyou County. And the information we had at the time was the best that we could get that was available in the short period of time that we had access to the letter. We have had more time now. I have tasked my chief investigator, Brandon Cohn, to get the latest and greatest up-to-date information from these counties, to take a look at what was available online for the 23-24 budget, but also to talk to the people responsible for the budget. And so we can give to the board an operational cost comparison for these counties vis-a-vis Amador County and the unique impacts that our county has that none of the other counties have. So in front of you, you have a packet of information. Without further ado, I will turn the floor over to Chief Investigator Cohn to talk about his study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman, board members. As the district attorney said, I was tasked with kind of formalizing our operational comparison of these 5 counties. We stuck with the counties that the letter writer had compared, although I think there are a couple of counties that are more similar to Amador County, Lake and San Benito not being as comparable as the other 2, Calaveras and Siskiyou. However, I kept the comparison and focused it mostly on the 3 topics that the letter writer had: total revenue, total goods and services and supplies as an expenditure, and the net cost, which is the hit to the county's general fund for operational costs. For Amador County, the biggest point that I think the letter writer's comparison fell short on was the amount of revenue that the district attorney in Amador County creates for the department. You'll see under total revenue, that green bar on page 1, we're actually out earning for revenue to support our operations by more than twice of the other 4 counties combined. We use those costs to supplement staff, both investigative staff and attorney staff, and then the support services to run the programs that you see down under DA programs, about 2/3 of the way down on the left side. Amador County participates in victim witness, which all 5 counties do. But then you'll see the other programs that we also support, the prison crimes program, workers' comp, auto fraud, and welfare fraud. All of these programs are funded either partially or completely by the named entity there, and totals approximately $2,049,006. The other comparison that I wanted to bring out was not really covered in the letter writers survey, was the unfunded liability. If you see down about midway on the first page there, I'm not arguing whether or not the unfunded liability for PERS employees should be included in the departmental budget or not, just that I want to make sure that we recognize that the last 3 counties, Siskiyou, Lake, and San Benito, their unfunded liability is covered by the general fund and not an expenditure to the department itself. Whereas in our county, our department, the district attorney's office, is including that, the unfunded liability of $503,591, which comes out of our DA general fund. So it's just a comparison. If we're comparing apples to apples, I think we should either eliminate that cost from the net sum or attribute what the county's general fund and those other 3 counties does contribute. Total goods and services, if you look on the far right of that same page, I averaged the total revenue, the total goods and services, and the net cost of the whole operation. That's the blue sum there on the far right. We're just a little bit above Calaveras, and some of the other counties are either higher or lower. Lake County it's a little bit of a misrepresentation because their county population is almost 30,000 more than us. It's a little hard to truthfully compare them. But that being the case, I did talk with the district attorney in San Benito and the the county auditor in Calaveras. There's some important pieces to that puzzle. One, San Benito went outside of their budget, the 23-24 cycle, and has hired a couple of staff, one being a DDA4, the highest level district attorney, short of the district attorney himself and the assistant. They also hired a support staff. I apologize, I didn't catch the name of it. It was something that we don't use, but they told me it was about a $40 an hour job, PERS benefits. So you're probably looking in the 24-25 budget of San Benito raising their budget just for salaries and benefits by about $400,000 to $500,000 to cover those costs. Calaveras has been approved for 24-25 for a district attorney investigator chief, also a district attorney, and also another support staff, which I believe they call, it's on the page 6, it's a specialist of some kind, again at about $35 to $40 an hour. So their budget will increase likely with salaries and benefits alone to about $600,000 above what it is now. Moving down to the end of the first page, I wanted to point out the number of employees that the general fund pays for is down in the bottom. It's 3rd from the very bottom above total staff. The district attorney's office here has 19 employees that are general funded. The revenue that we create, we pick up 8.86 more. I have heard that there's some concerns of being investigator heavy. That was a term I heard and I wanted to explain. Conventional law enforcement forwards their reports and their referrals to this office. The standard for making the arrest and forwarding the case over for prosecution is probable cause. In a lot of cases, depending on how complex that case is, the investigations division of those agencies may work further after forwarding the referral to try and graduate to that level of beyond a reasonable doubt. But in some of our referral agencies, they don't have an investigative unit. The district attorney's investigators are who investigate those crimes a little bit further to try and get the district attorneys that are prosecuting the case the information to get beyond a reasonable doubt. Without that, we wouldn't be able to get a successful prosecution in many cases. The district attorneys themselves are bound by rules of court. They can't interact with victims and witnesses without becoming a witness themselves. If they do that by mistake, they're incapable of prosecuting that case. With the limited numbers of attorneys that we have, that becomes quickly an elimination process that would keep us kind of stuck in the water. If I could, I'd like to forward you, the district attorney is going to talk about a few pages, but if I could forward you to the second page, the graphs. The top graph is pretty simple. It's just showing the revenue that the 5 counties generate for their departments outside of the general fund. So you can see, as I said before, we're generating revenue at more than 2 times what the other 4 counties combined are generating for theirs. And again, this isn't strictly off the internet. This is from talking to multiple sources within each one of these agencies. The second graph is the programs that are supported by the individual DA's offices of those 5 counties. As you can see, Amador's in brown. We're supporting a certain number of programs that other counties either can't afford or aren't doing because they haven't gone out and got the grants. One of those is the prison system, or the prison crimes program that we have. We get about, well, the district attorney will talk about the referrals. But the reason that's so important to our county is kind of threefold. One, these crimes that are being committed inside the prison, where a lot of our county, or your county constituents work. There's quite a bit of prison guards and staff that are actual county residents. We're going after the crimes that are being committed on them. The second thing is the crimes that are being prosecuted by the district attorney's office are imported in this county by inmates that are actually performing in criminal enterprises while they're incarcerated. We're trying to follow that source back to their conspirators outside of county and try to slow or eliminate the flow of crime into the county via Mule Creek. The last point with the prison crimes program is if we don't investigate these crimes that are being referred to us, a lot of the inmates within Mule Creek will go for parole, and their parole will look squeaky clean. They won't have any hits other than some minor details sometimes inside the house. I would like for them to be, for it to be shown what kind of crimes they're committing while they're incarcerated, so that when the parole board looks at them, it's not easy for them to release them back into our population. If you look to that first page, that's just the prison crimes. The workers' comp and auto fraud grant that we work off of, that supplies 1 full-time investigator, 30% of Ezra Peckinpah, my supervisor, and it also employs a DDA-4 who's the program manager, and lastly, a legal secretary to do some of the support staff issues that's necessary to bring those cases to bear. This is just an example of some of the programs that we're running that others aren't. And again, most, if not all of the staff for those assignments is provided by the agency represented. The prisons, the Department of Insurance controls the auto fraud and work comp, and then welfare. We have 1 investigator assigned to that, and he works on the welfare fraud cases, which I'm sure you've seen in the news. The state is losing about $15 million a month in fraudulent claims. What he does is investigate the fraudulent claims referred to him by the welfare department that are occurring in the county of Amador. Lastly, if I could refer you to page 5. Page 5 is the actual human sources that I contacted in each one of the counties to confirm the numbers. There was a question brought out on Siskiyou about the revenue base, and it was brought to my attention that my number was a little high. I did call back and talk to the auditor controller, and the number that is reported there, $414,500, is an adjusted revenue. They brought in more revenue after their adopted budget was confirmed, so they have a little bit more revenue than they originally reported. Page 6 is the source of the internet information. These are all adopted budgets for the 5 counties for 23-24. I believe the 23-24 rather than the 22-23 model that was brought to your attention is probably a better model for estimating what 24-25 should look like. The unfortunate part for the writer was that some of these budgets weren't posted even though they were supposed to be by law. Because of the inquiry, 2 of them are now posted online, but those are the links should you care to go back to the information that's been supplied. Aside from that, are there any questions of me before I turn it back over to the district attorney?
So I guess if I look at your first table, you're saying that really the difference between Amador and a lot of the other counties is Amador has all these other programs that are funded through grants that amount for 8.8 additional employees. And I guess a significant number of those are investigators. Based on this table here, which I'm certain you've seen.
I'm not sure from here. I'm
Okay.
not sure what table that is.
All right, that, yeah, you have more investigators than normal, but I'm assuming that, you know, it says your general fund employees are, you know, on par with the other counties. Is that the correct take home?
I would say our general fund employees are definitely on par, if not a little bit below, but we mitigate that with the revenue that we receive to try and increase our ability to effectively either investigate or prosecute the crimes that are brought through in these different programs. The number of investigators, when I first came over from my previous job, I was pretty excited because we did have a good number of investigators. The thing that's difficult to see from the outside is that a lot of these investigators are paid for, fully funded by someone else. Yes, they're providing a service to the citizens of the county by researching, investigating, and helping prosecute these crimes, but I can't then task them for other details within Amador County without either cutting back the funding that we're receiving, which is actually supporting their benefits and salaries, or running the risk of you're double dipping essentially.
Yeah, no,
So
I get that.
we actually have 2 general crimes investigators that are dedicated to the district attorney's office and just the needs of the district attorney's office. We have 1 part-time investigator that's the same, and then the supervisor and myself. Both myself and the supervisor are partially funded by different grants.
So the employees that are funded through revenue sources, the 8.86 FTEs or whatever, how many of those could be labeled as investigators?
Well, let me just run through them real quick. The welfare fraud investigation group is 1 part-time investigator. He's actually here in the audience. The prison crimes investigation, there is 2 full-time, 1 part-time, 1 legal secretary. 50% of the district attorney's salary is derived from that. 50% of a DDA 2 is derived from that. That's all for prisons. The last one is work comp, auto fraud, and that's, the money is derived from the Department of Insurance. We have 1 full-time investigator, 1 30% paid investigator, that's the supervisor, Ezra Peckinpah, and 1 DDA 4, which is, again, the highest level of district attorney short of the assistant and the DA. She is the program manager for a program that work comp and auto fraud. We service 5 counties. It's Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Stanislaus, and Mariposa. Those 5 counties either have chosen not to participate in the program or couldn't afford it without jumping in as a collective. And lastly, I'm sorry, there was 1 legal secretary attached to work comp and auto fraud. So that is all of the employees that are.
So it's about 4 or 5 investigators, roughly.
5, I believe.
2 part-time and 3 full-time. So 5 bodies, yes.
Okay, good.
And Supervisor Axe, in response to your question, Amador, the only county in the operational comparison that has less general fund employees is San Benito, and they're going to go from 15 to 17. We're at 19.
You know, one thing I wish I'd brought up earlier, I think it would have been good if we looked at Tuolumne County, because, you know, you're looking at apples to apples or, you know, apples to elephants. Tuolumne County has a prison very similar to our prison.
Not even close. We have 5 yards. We have 5 yards.
Number-wise.
That's a work camp. It's not a prison. I know it's within CDCR, but the number of inmates that they have in that whole facility are less than what we would have in one of the 5 yards at Mule Creek. there's no comparison.
Okay, well, they have a prison there. They also have 2 casinos.
It's a work camp.
Okay, you're calling it a work camp, prison, whatever you want to call it. But it's, their population's a little higher than ours, they're about 54,000. But their numbers are, as far as, a fair bit lower than ours substantially.
If I may just real quickly address the prison issue. In talking with Tuolumne, the issue or the distinction between the 2 prisons is Mule Creek is a maximum offense prison, right? There are people up to and including capital offenses. It's also a mental health, one of the biggest mental health prisons, so a lot of the mental health violators are incarcerated there. The camp in Tuolumne is, like the district attorney said, a work camp, so they're going there for vocational education. They're also a lower class of, I guess, danger to the public.
Minimum security.
Minimum security.
That means it's easier for them to escape then, basically.
I would say that would depend on the facility, but certainly there are areas where people, they don't even escape, they just walk away. I don't know that Tuolumne is one of them.
Yeah, and I looked at the numbers of what basically Tuolumne gets from basically crimes they prosecute in the, I guess you want to call it the work camp, i.e. prison, whatever it is. It's like around 100,000. I think you get about 500,000 back from the reimbursement cost of prison. Is that about right for Mule Creek, roughly?
Plus or minus, it depends on their budget, on the state budget, because they'll suspend payments until their budget's all worked out, and then it may come in the next year. So on average, it's in that ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, so say you got maybe a $400,000 difference, but your budgets are off a lot more than that, and we have about 42,000 people in Amador, and they have 54, so, I mean, I think the number's a little bit high, that's all.
Well, Supervisor.
Our costs are high.
We responded to the counties that were compared by the letter writer, the questions that came from yourself and from the other members of the board that were directed to these 4 counties. We took a lot of time, put aside a lot of other things that we could have been doing, probably should have been doing, to prepare this. And so we did not consider Tuolumne County. The reason why is because it was not in the letter writer's comparison, and it wasn't the subject of any questions by the board at the budget workshop. We have, I think, addressed the concerns of the board regarding those 4 comparison counties, and I am not inclined to look at other counties and put that much more of a drain on our resources than we've already expended. I know that the board has its own staff, and feel free to look into that and have them do that analysis, but I think that we have done our best to address the chair's concerns and any other member of the board.
The grants that you apply for, are those fully funded?
Yes, the Department of Insurance, which is auto fraud and also workers' comp insurance fraud, historically, these have been funded every year. They're ever since I've been district attorney. My predecessor was the one who applied for the grant and got it, Steve Seleni. This is about the 27th year that we have been funded by the Department of Insurance for auto insurance fraud and workers' compensation insurance fraud. We're one of the few counties this last year that did not receive a cut from the Department of Insurance because they're happy with our work product, they're happy with our program. It's the model that they are looking forward to emulate, which is counties that are good producing counties, that are working the cases, that are charging these cases, that are getting the reimbursement and restitution coming back. Those are the counties that they want to regionalize the effort, as opposed to pouring money down a hole where some of the counties don't give it the attention that it deserves, given the amount of fraud that goes on in these areas.
We could ask you to not apply for those grants, and that would lower your total DA staff.
Yes.
But then those areas would not be looked at. On the other hand, there's nothing you can do about the Mule Creek State Prison. You have to have staff to support the investigations there.
Yes, and particularly given the dynamics of prison crimes, which I know a lot about. I've been both in Madera as a defense attorney, and then as a defense attorney in Amador County, and then as district attorney. I have had my finger in prosecuting those cases, in conducting or coordinating investigation of those cases. I teach in that area for the California District Attorneys Association and for CDCR, so I know quite a bit about it. Given the dynamics of that behemoth institution, you have to know where the evidence is. There's a host of issues you have to deal with, ethical issues. And the investigators are instrumental in taking cases that may not look the best when you receive them and putting them in a position where we can charge them. And as Chief Investigator Cohn was talking about, I do a lot of the lifer hearings for the Amador County District Attorney's Office. If the parole board only looks at results, if a DA's office if they passed on prosecuting a crime that was committed in an institution in their jurisdiction, the parole board just looks at that as an administrative issue. They don't look at it, wasn't even prosecuted. They'll say this, and that wasn't even prosecuted, was it? No, it wasn't. I'm not going to have somebody who is a public safety risk who in a custodial setting has seen fit to commit crimes against staff, to bring in drugs, which we know all of our counties are facing right now, is the drugs in our jails, the drugs in our prisons. I've been before public safety. I know it's a big issue with public safety at the state, the Public Safety Committee. They want to stop the flow of drugs or reduce the flow of drugs into the institution. There's violence associated, there's overdose deaths associated with it, and we are a leader in that at Mule Creek. You can talk to Warden Covello. I wish he was here. He brags about us all the time. And we have a very good working relationship with Warden Covello and the management staff at Mule Creek State Prison, always have been since I've been here. But if we could go on, unless there's any other questions for Chief Investigator Cohn. I would like to take a look at page.
Chair, I have one.
Yeah.
On that, you mentioned the Supervisor Crew. You mentioned that the help in the cities, as an example, you have to have investigators polish off or do some extra work. Did I hear that right, Mr. Cohn?
Yes, sir. You can take, most recent example is the heinous crime in Ione. Ione reached out to us because they had neither the staff nor in some particular portions of the investigation the expertise to handle that. Are there other options out there? Yes, they could have reached out to the FBI or even the Department of Justice for California. The problem with that is the expansive time that it would have taken to get either DOJ or the FBI out here for what tragically they would consider less of a priority than some of the other things they're working on would probably have been an extreme detriment to the case itself. So we assisted with that, but it goes on and on. We had 2 investigators out at Mule Creek 2 days ago for a unreported homicide, and I say unreported because it was believed to be an overdose. The investigators went out there and captured video footage of the person who is in a coma right now and expected to die, being hit in the head by another inmate. So now we're tasked with helping the prison investigate a homicide. The other things that the investigators do are extraditions and also detainers out of state. The sheriff's office isn't going to want to run and grab detainers all over the states, and they aren't required to do so. On top of that, we do a lot of, like I said, our own extraditions for cases such as these programs. Some of the crimes would not graduate to a level that the sheriff's office is going to want to go out of state to pick them up, but because we're fully funded and the state departments in those particular groups want the prosecution, we do go out and get them. I hope that answered your
That's
question.
okay. Well, actually, I was more concerned about, let's take that Ione case. Does Ione investigate? Does the city of Ione have an investigator? Do we get compensated for helping them?
No, I think the part of that the district attorney has charged my bureau with is going out to assist in any way we can and help guide them toward a successful, enough evidence gathering, statements, collecting and investigating the case to a satisfactory manner to where we get a successful prosecution of the suspect. In some cases, they do not have an investigator. I believe, I don't know their staffing numbers, but I know for a fact they don't have an investigator. And that's not uncommon with some of the smaller cities' agencies. It's not a fault, it's just a simple fact, so we make ourselves available to them whenever we can to better affect the outcome of the prosecution that's gonna happen one way or the other.
Which is a very important part of the case. I'm not denigrating that, but you're not being compensated for them not having an investigator and you doing the work.
Not right now. We did have.
That's something that needs to change.
Yeah, we did have a model very early in my tenure in the early 2000s where a couple of the counties, Ione was one of them, I believe the other one was Sutter Creek, we're paying a small portion of money reimbursing the district attorney's office for our help in preparation of search warrants and serious complicated investigations, matters of that sort that we're, how should we say it, taxing given their limited resources. That went the way of the dodo bird in 2008, and it hasn't come back since. So yes, there is an impact, but as a district attorney, a case of that magnitude and other cases, maybe not as serious and dramatic as that, but serious cases, sexual assault cases, what have you, I would be remiss as the district attorney, knowing that they're strapped for resources to not assist when we have the ability to do so, because that case is going to come knocking on my door. And when it does, I want it to be in the best possible posture for successful prosecution and not sit by and watch it fail. I can't do that. I won't do that.
I'm not questioning that, sir.
Yeah, I know you're not.
But if the cities don't have to pay, they're not going to. It needs to be a conversation with them that, hey, you're getting figured out, $100,000 a year. We need some help. We're as strapped as the cities from a fiscal standpoint.
I totally appreciate your concern. It's why we started the program years ago. We haven't gone back, but I certainly can begin those, initiating those talks in the future. We'll see where they go. Perhaps, Supervisor, you could join me in that.
Well, that discussion,
Sure.
that discussion could be for DA's office, could be for animal control, could be for mitigation
That's right.
fees, mitigation fees for the
Could
jail.
be for dispatch, could be for a lot of things where county services are used by cities.
And Todd or DA Reby, I'm questioning all of those people. I'm not picking on you guys.
Oh, I know. I know. And I didn't take it that you were Supervisor Crew.
Okay, thank you.
If I could address the board to page 3, it's impact considerations per county. With these 4 operational comparison counties of Siskiyou, Lake, Calaveras, and San Benito, we stand alone as the only one with a state prison. Mule Creek has got 5 yards. They added 2 yards, the D&E yard. All of them are full. 2 of the yards are special needs, specifically mental health issues, and it really changed the dynamic of what goes on in that institution. I think right now we're balancing 4 active homicides, maybe 5, with the gentleman that's fighting for his life right now that have come from Mule Creek. Casinos, we have 2 that are up and operational. We have a 3rd that's been approved and will be operational next year. The only other county that was in the letter writer's comparison that has a similar number is Lake. They have 3. Siskiyou has 1, Calaveras 0, San Benito 0. And then criminal referral agencies. Amador County has 8. And I judge that by the threshold of generating 30-plus cases per law enforcement agency annually. And if you take a look at the last page, you will see the breakdown by agency since 2019. Amador County Sheriff's Office by far has the most, with 3,352 in that 5-year span. CHP, 1,414. Mule Creek State Prison, 1,258. Ione Police Department, 831. Jackson Police Department, 1,269. Sutter Creek Police Department, 694. DOI and other grants, 176. And then ACNET, the Amador County Combined Narcotics Enforcement Team, CHP personnel, DA personnel, sheriff's personnel, very effective organization. Very proud of that organization. 271. So
You know,
all of
you know
those
how many
agencies-
incorporated cities Lake has?
What's that?
Lake County, how many incorporated cities?
I believe they have Clear Lake and they have Lakeport. And they're the 2 police departments that they have there. Then they have CHP and they have the sheriff. And then Siskiyou, the same thing. Actually, Siskiyou has 1 police department, Wairika. They have a, similar to ACNET, they have a lot of marijuana that's grown there. So they have their own narcotics enforcement team, CHP and sheriff. And then San Benito, only 3, Calaveras 4. So we have 8. So when you have these law enforcement agencies, they're generating reports. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're patrolling, they're looking for crime, they're writing reports, and all those reports come home to the district attorney's office for review and possible prosecution. So we are disproportionately affected by our unique impacts. And what I've tried to do since I've been the district attorney is address those impacts through mitigation. If I didn't, we would have all the impact and none of the mitigation.
You know, you have your, your graph, which has impact considerations per county.
Yes.
Was that a compilation of a certain span of years, or 1 year you picked out, or?
No, we took a look at what we.
It doesn't say, you know, kind of what it's.
It's just current.
Yeah.
I didn't go back any number of years.
The last 5 years, you can go back and take a look at those agency breakdowns of where we receive our cases. All of the 8 that I mentioned are 30-plus on average every year. And we expect that to continue in the future. ACNET's not going to close up shop and cease operation. That'd be devastating for the county. Mule Creek, unless the governor closes it and empties it out, is going to still be operational. I didn't include certain things, Mr. Chair, because, for instance, we have the Pine Grove Youth Camp. Or it's not a youth camp anymore, it's a CDCR facility for adults. We don't get 30-plus cases coming out of there, so I really didn't include that. These are agencies.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure, it's, you know, you got like a 0 to 9, is that like 100 or percent, or can't be percent, I wouldn't think. Trying to figure out how to read that.
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
Impact considerations per county, page 3.
Each level is an agency. As we go up to 8, if you look at the red there, we're at 8. We have 8 agencies in our county, law enforcement agencies, that submit 30-plus cases or more for referral to us every year.
So this is agencies in?
Yes, the red is agencies, the blue is casinos, and the yellow is number of prisons.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, just looking at it. 'Cause you think that's like maybe, you know, look at impact considerations per county, and like, wow, it's a lot of impact. But when you say it's criminal referral agencies, not really how many cases you're getting.
Right.
No, the
No.
district attorney has those numbers later on, but
Yeah.
that was the part that I was tasked with.
Thank you.
And if we go on to page 4 in your packet, it talks about funding of staff. The light blue is the number of general fund employees. Amador County is at 19. Again, the only of the comparison counties that the letter writer mentioned and that the board question is on at the budget workshop is San Benito at 15. But as Chief Investigator Cohn said, they are adding to this budget go-around. We've had a zero growth budget or no increased budget for 10 years that we've met. San Benito, even in the midst of this budget deficit that keeps growing, it might be 7 billion more now for the state. They're adding 2 positions, so they'll go from 15 to 17. Calaveras is adding 3 positions. They already have more general funded positions than Amador. They're going to add 3 more, so they'll be up to 23. And then Siskiyou, and of course, Lake. Siskiyou has more general funded positions. Calaveras has more general funded positions, and so does Lake. The yellow represents employees that are funded through revenue sources. Not surprisingly, given the amount of revenue that our office brings in annually, Amador has 8.86, which is more than any of the other comparison counties. And then for total staff, which is in red for fiscal year 23-24, we are at 27.86. Again, that is behind Siskiyou, it's behind Lake, and Calaveras is inching closer. But keep in mind, Calaveras doesn't have our unique impacts. They don't have a casino, they don't have a prison, much less 3, and Mule Creek State Prison, which is a significantly sized prison in the state. So looking at, the other thing I want to bring your attention to is page 7. The pandemic affected law enforcement agencies, including prosecutors across the state. The amount of crime that we historically had, the amount of referrals that we've been receiving every year were sort of suppressed. Law enforcement is sort of coming back, bouncing back after that. If you take a look at referrals, even though our total criminal referrals for 2023 were down, take a look at our criminal cases filed, higher than any year in the last 5, 1,139. Casino-related referrals, that's a little difficult to gauge right now because we haven't been having to submit that data for Harris at all right now. But for the Jackson Rancheria either, they don't demand it anymore. So because they don't, it's not marked. And for Sheriff's Office or from the other police departments, they're just not capturing that data. So it is suppressed. I recognize that it's artificially suppressed. You can see from 2019 and 2020 what it had been. I think it's the numbers in actuality are very similar to probably that, but our ability to capture them because we're not keeping track, the law enforcement agencies aren't keeping track of that information has led to that suppression, not because there's not crime that's coming from associated with casino operations, which we're very thankful that the Jackson Rancheria recognizes and mitigates for our office. With that, I'm done with the presentation from my part of it. I would open myself up to any questions from Mr. Chair or any member of the board.
I was waiting for you to say I rest my case.
Yeah, I have a question. What do you have on page 4, funding of staff, you have a chart. You have the blues, number of general fund employees, yellows, employees through revenue sources, and then you have total staff.
Right.
What do you consider revenue sources? Like, would it be like, what are some of the main ones?
Revenue source, Mule Creek, Jackson Rancheria, Harris when they were paying, mitigation.
Would that be like Prop 172? Would that be a revenue source?
That's a revenue source. It's a small revenue source for us, but it's a revenue source. It's a revenue source that all the county district attorney's offices get, and that's why you see the revenue in those other counties. They're taking the low-lying fruit. They're taking what would come to their lap if they did nothing.
Would CCP be a revenue source?
CCP.
Community Corrections Partners, I
Oh,
think,
yeah.
wouldn't it be?
In some counties, Mr. Chair, it would be, and in our county not. We don't receive money from the CCP. I believe there was one occasion where there was some money that Chief Bonini did share with the DA's office and the Public Defender's office, and that was on go. I have not
Okay.
asked the CCP for money, although that does, some counties, the DA does get money from the CCP.
The reason why I ask is Calaveras' budget is a little bit hinky, but they have like highlights and recommendations. It shows 34,600 revenue, but you start looking through their details, they've got almost 64,000 from CCP for a half-time senior department analyst, 83,000 for somebody. Then there's also 79,000 from HHSA for a DAA investigator. And on your chart over here, as far as employees or revenue sources in Calaveras, you've got 0. And it just, I mean, it makes me wonder about all the charts and graphs and numbers a little bit.
Well, Supervisor, if you can take a look at page 1 under Calaveras, it's not quite true that we say there's 0. We show revenue at 34,600 for Calaveras.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
But your chart shows no employees, and I just read off a whole bunch of revenues in Calaveras' details.
I'm not sure what you're referencing. I was referencing the adopted budget. I'm not sure if is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, I'm looking at 2023, 2024 final budget, page 254 of the Calaveras budget.
Okay. So what I attempted to do was to reach out to each one of, various budget-related personnel at fairly high levels and confirm the numbers. Not working for Calaveras or some of these other counties, there are always going to be differences in the way people and agencies term things.
And that's the problem, it really is.
It is a problem, but I
agree.
don't know really, short of, going and interning with each one of these 4 counties, that I'd ever be able to get intimately involved enough to know exactly. That's why it's a comparison. I think it was more thorough than what you were presented with in the first place, and it was an attempt to.
It was much better, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
And you look good in a suit today.
How did I know that was coming?
Because I saw that, there's a few places that showed programs that you did, other counties didn't. I ran across a few here and there, it appeared like they did, and that was, I sympathize with your efforts, because it's kind of like, it's a spaghetti mess.
Just to speak to that.
Not just saying your budget or their budget, just in general.
Right. When I was looking at San Benito, the first 4 counties all run a very similar program with their budget, so it's familiar when you're looking through it. When you look at San Benito's, it's a whole different program altogether, and what's interesting is they actually title certain things under the district attorney, such as child support. They also count the conflict schedule for the attorneys under the district attorney's office. So when I talked to their CAO, and I also talked to their district attorney himself, they said they have no idea why the county labels those under the district attorney's office, because they don't see any revenue, nor do they manage those programs. So I can't speak to why sometimes they label things. And like I said, it's an attempt to show some light on the subject, but without embedding myself in those 4 counties, I don't know that I would ever be an expert in their budgets.
For instance, child support was taken away from all the district attorneys in all the counties in 2001, I believe. So it's not anything that any district attorney's office in the state of California is involved in.
Okay. I had one more thing, and probably the real meat of the whole issue, I think, is, our staff did do some comparisons, which I think they did a lot of work, and I appreciate that. For example, Amador's, say 40,000 is the population. Calaveras is 45,000, just round them off a little bit. So they have 3 DA investigators. We have 9.38. They have a total staff of 20. And your office has a total staff 27.86. And moving on down, El Dorado is roughly 4.5 times the population of Amador. And the total DA staff is only about 3 times as big, or well, no, about 2.5 times as big as Amador. So, I mean, it seemed like we have a lot of people with the size for, a lot of DA staff the size of our county. Lake County is 50% bigger, and they have a total of 35 total staff versus basically 27.86 for Amador County. Nevada County really stood out a lot. They are 100,000 people, so that's like 2.5 times bigger than Amador, and they've got a total of 5 investigators versus 3 for Amador, or 9.3, excuse me. And they're like 2.5 times bigger. And they got a total DA staff of 27, and that's for a county of 100,000 people. Tuolumne has 3 investigators versus the 9.3 for Amador, and they have a total DA staff of 17.5 compared to 27.86. And I guess part of my concern is we've only got so much money in the county. And I look at our roads, and we got roads that are they're a mess. And my question is, I'd like to know, is there some room where you could dial back your budget some? And I'm not asking to shock your budget. I don't want to do that. But if there's a way to take a little bit this year and maybe looking at it down the road in the next few successive years where you could maybe dial your numbers back a little bit and help our general fund.
For 10 years, we've given this county what it asked for, a 0 increased budget. For 10 years. We did so this year. With all due respect, Supervisor Oneto, the staff we have are what are necessary to be able to mitigate the impact that our county disproportionately has from all those counties that you just mentioned, including the counties that were addressed at the budget workshop. So I appreciate the chair's concern about cutting money everywhere. Maybe the same kind of scrutiny can be had for every department in this county.
A lot of departments have cut a lot.
I appreciate that, but there's not a lot of agencies within this county, and certainly other law enforcement agencies, specifically district attorney's offices, that have less of a general fund impact because of the money that they brought in to mitigate additional impacts that the general fund cannot address. Even including, take a look at El Dorado, that same stat sheet that you're looking at, I believe, for fiscal year 23-24, Amador's net percentage of the general fund from revenue is 7.49%, whereas El Dorado's 3.61%.
No, I think that's the net percent of general fund. I think that's what it costs the county.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Actually, I'm glad you brought those numbers up.
Yeah.
So the net cost, I'll read off. So the net cost of general fund by county, Amador's, it's the highest out of like about a dozen. It's 7.5%. Calaveras is 3.6. Lakes, or El Dorado's almost 2.8. Lake's 4.10. Lassen's 3.6. I'm going to skip some because Mariposa doesn't really. Nevada's 4.5. San Benito's 2.3. Siskiyou is, must be something wrong there.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful about making those comparisons because all general funds are not created the same. You know, I think ours is kind of low. And as a result, the percentage of the DA's portion of the general fund seems artificially high. I mean, you look at Calaveras, which has, you know, a little bit more than us, and their general fund is significantly more than ours. And that might be due to the fact they only have 1 incorporated city and we have 5. You look at like Plumas, which is less than half of ours, yet their general fund is bigger than ours, and there's not a lot going on in Plumas County. You know, I'm no knock on Plumas, but they're, you know, other than trees are growing there. So I don't know if that's a good metric to compare. Also,
Well, look at the employee numbers. I mean,
well,
that's something.
you look at the Brandon's, analysis here, about 8 of those, almost 9, are paid for from these other grants. Moreover, about 5 of those are investigators.
It's hard to
So-
go apples to apples. I mean, Nevada County has 3 incorporated cities. El Dorado has 2.
Yeah,
But if you take out the revenue they bring in of the grants, from the expenditures, that's your net cost to general fund. So that's acknowledging that revenue as far as the DA's cost to a county. I mean, I think there's an issue there. And I'd like to see it looked at. I mean.
Whereas I appreciate your concern, Supervisor Neto, I would say that if we were to go for the basement number of all of those net sums, I don't know that wouldn't be creating more issues than what we have now. I think the overall goal is to have your department running as efficiently as possible to provide for the needs of the county that it sits in. I think that should be the issue. Are we performing efficiently enough under the circumstances that this county uniquely throws at us? And I would say if there's a 10-year-long history of us not asking for growth and the budget being approved as such, that we're operating fairly efficiently. We're not wastefully adding positions. Our goods and services that we consume for operation are well within the average. I understand your concerns. I live on Shake Ridge Road. I would like for my suspension not to drop out every 2 years because I'm running over potholes. I completely understand that, amongst many other needs of the county that I'm sure the 5 of you are considering every day. Our needs as the district attorney's office are to provide the service which is fairly important in this county, which is to prosecute the criminal offenders in this county. And I think we're doing that as efficiently as we possibly can. Could we do the same things with half the staff? Probably not. And what concerns or constituency issues would that bring?
Yeah, I hear that. It's always a matter of what metrics or to what level you're going to accomplish something. And I'm not looking to have the DA's office in the basement compared to other counties. I'd like to be about in the middle somewhere and be happy.
Exactly where we are.
Also, I think our road crews, we're probably about 50% of what it used to be. I mean, so that's, I'm looking at that and going, oh boy. And Chuck, do you happen to know what percent of the general fund public safety takes that? Is it about 65%?
It was last year, but yeah, I haven't run that number lately.
So roughly, that'd be like what, probation, sheriff, DA?
Yeah, and and public defenders in there too.
Okay, so that's like 65% of the general fund. So I mean, it's kind of like, if you're looking for road money, where's the money at? I mean, sorry, but you guys are kind of part of, stand out.
Is that percentage different in other counties? I would assume that public safety is going to be one of the most expensive items in any county budget.
Oh, yeah, no, it is.
So.
Understandably so, it's just.
As we spoke of, I bought a truck last year. I hate the fact that I spent as much as I did on that truck. But I wanted that truck, so I went and bought it, knowing that I'm not gonna get a better deal in this climate. The cost of things these days is what the cost is. If you want that service, you have to pay for it at the going rate of what it's actually drawing that year in specific time. I would think it's probably very similar in other counties, and in some counties, probably even higher.
I just found that the numbers in here, the comparisons alarmed me.
Well, Supervisor, Mr. Chair, we compared against, again, Calaveras, Siskiyou, Lake, and San Benito. That was what the letter writer had. That was what the board's concerns were and what we were expected to address. That's what we believe we have addressed. If you take a look, you said you would like to be about average. If you add the 3 positions that Calaveras is adding this year, and San Benito's 2 positions, and for Siskiyou, Lake, and San Benito, you add the PERS unfunded liability. The average is actually, instead of $3,348,000, the average is about $3.7 million, which is exactly where we're at.
Not ready to take public
Mr.
comment?
Chair,
Move
could I
on.
ask a detailed question?
Yes, please do, Pat.
All right, thank you. Trying to be a little more specific, gentlemen, could you tell me in the attorneys how they rate, what do you start with, DA, DDA 1 through 4? What the head count is in each, like, is there 4 D4s and 3 3s, or?
Well, we're short of position right now. When we're fully staffed, we would have a district attorney, a chief assistant district attorney, and we would have 7 DDAs, varying from DDA 1 through DDA 4. One of the DDAs is actually a program manager for the Department of Insurance program, which is insurance, workers' comp, insurance fraud, and auto insurance fraud. She also does asset forfeiture, primarily from our drug cases.
So how many DDA 4s do we have?
Right now, 2.
And the 3s are,
Not sure it's gone through, so I believe we have, believe 1, and then we have 2 2s.
okay, so, and this new position is gonna be at the 4 level also?
The new position,
Or the one you need to fill is a 4?
that would be a 4. That individual's in background now, so that background hasn't been completed, and of course, the appointment's contingent upon passing background. We have every expectation that she will pass. And she has the experience level and the type of experience that will greatly aid our office.
Well, I remember a couple, 3 years back, it might have been right on the pandemic, DA Reba, you were having trouble keeping people, and you came to us, and we had compaction issues between the 1 through 4. So we raised the 4 up because you said you needed a person who can go to court, very experienced, sound like this gal you're trying to hire. But now you've got more 4s than the others, and you said that wasn't going to happen.
But we have 2 4s, and we'll have another one.
Great.
We lifted the cap on 4s. That doesn't mean that everybody's going to be a 4. This individual coming in and the individuals I have deserve to be 4s by the metrics that have been created and adopted by the county as to how to judge them. As it stands right now, it's very difficult for all the rural counties, and we're not any different to try to keep folks. We had a gentleman came in from LA. We loved him. He and his wife had done the research. They loved our county. It was the #1 one they wanted to live in and move to. All this homicide experience, it was overwhelming, really. But we lost him to Placer County. And that seems to be where we lose most of our folks, is Placer and El Dorado. I can't tell you how many times that's happened for experienced attorneys that we've interviewed and been very satisfied with. The other issue that we have is we bring in attorneys, they get the experience, we train them, and they get the on-the-job experience, and then they leave for greener pastures. And that is an issue up and down the state, even with some of the larger counties. But for the rural counties in general, it's been very difficult. That's why I came to the board, and thankfully the board agreed for signing bonuses to try to give ourselves an edge versus our competitors, and that's what they are. They're competitors, even in the rural county, to try to get them attracted to come to Amador County and stay in Amador County, as opposed to leaving. There is a cost when it's a resource drain in training these attorneys and paying for their training, the personal time that you take to make sure that they're being nurtured and they're growing and doing what you expect them to be able to do, and professionally. And then to just have them up and leave, it's very difficult. It's that rolling stone, the only one in my office that just seems to keep rolling. Support staff and investigative crew are fairly stable, but the DDAs are not, sadly. But I'm not alone in that. That's shared by almost all the counties in the state.
Okay, well, I was just looking, maybe there's a chance to address Chairman Oneto's, maybe there's a chance to get an up-and-coming 3 who you could nurture into where he has the force talent, and you wouldn't have to pay him for the first 4 or 5 years at the 4 level. If you just hire them all at 4s.
Yeah.
And I realize that fire's got the same problem. The police department, you're not alone. It just, you're pretty, I know you need those 4s to help prosecute the cases, but that seems like a disproportionate number of 4s for, 7 attorneys?
Right, when we're fully staffed, yeah.
So could you leave that one out, would help your budget this year?
This 4 coming in with the skill set, this 4 coming in with the skill set that she has would be a very direct hit to our operations. There are things that she does, for instance, if she passes background, I have every expectation that she does. We pay supervisor crew for training where we go to other cities. Sometimes the training is online, but there's a cost to training. She is someone that has been able to go through MCLE, that is the training branch of the California State Bar, and get accreditation and teach her staff, teach the staff that she's a member of in the county that she resides in and works in, and provides that for free. And that is a tremendous benefit to the newer attorneys, and that's going to cut money right there. Her specific skill set is exactly what is required right now.
If I may, Supervisor Crew, also, we'll have 2 DDA 4s if this new person that's in background comes through. The third is a program manager for the Department of Insurance's 2 programs, work comp and auto fraud. They don't actually prosecute cases on a criminal level. As the referrals are coming in, they're dedicated completely to that program, and their salary is funded by the revenue source. So we'd have 2 overall.
Okay. All right, thank you for that information.
And also, if I could, there's been a lot of salary savings, as I said. The rolling stone that just seemed to keep rolling is staffing the prosecutors for any appreciable period of time. It's certainly at the lower steps, the 1 and the 2. And so there's salary savings because we have not had full staffing, as there are, and I know a number of other law enforcement agencies. We're not alone in that.
All right, thank you for the clarification. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I just wanted to add on to all this is, as Supervisor Crew had brought into it, and I just did the calculation, is Ione, Jackson, and Sutter Creek, they take up 30% of the cases as on average. So I thought that's kind of an interesting number in that aspect as the impact to the DA.
Yeah, well, Calaveras has 1 town.
I understand, but this, those 3, not counting Plymouth, because, that's just they contract with the sheriff, but they're not contracting with the DA. So there's going to be other aspects in that, that we've got to take a look at too.
I'm about wound down. One thing I just look at the numbers that were really interesting. Your attorneys don't seem to be too far out of whack, and it's kind of up and down, maybe a little bit high, but not horrible. Your investigators seem to be really pretty high. I think if there's any room there anywhere, no offense, Mr. Cohn.
I can't explain it any further than I have. We have 4 that are dedicated to the needs of the Amador County District Attorney's Office. The other investigators are both paid for by revenue sources and dedicated 100% or a significant percentage of their time to those tasks. If we were to task them with the needs of the office, we'd be committing fraud. We're funded for those positions, therefore they're doing those positions.
So 5.38 are towards doing like, basically grant work as far as investigations?
It's 5. We talked about that with Supervisor Axe. Let me go back to the numbers here. There is 1 in welfare. There are 2 full-time in prisons, 1 part-time. There is 1 full-time in work comp, and there is a 30% delineation, I guess. 30% of Supervisor Ezra Peckinpah's salary is derived from the Department of Insurance. So if we cut those positions, sure, but we'd be cutting them out of the revenue sources that we create. It's a zero sum there. If you're talking about how many investigators we have that work for the needs of this county specifically, it's 4. 2 general crimes, actually, I'm sorry, 2 general crimes and 1 part-time person, so 2.5, and then a supervisor and myself.
Yeah, I was just looking, okay. And I don't know how many they have, but there's at least, it looks like they have a welfare fraud investigator in Calaveras. They have a victim witness grants investigator, excuse me, welfare fraud investigator, and they've got a total of 3 investigators. So I mean, probably, you know.
But if you were to ask them, how well are they maintaining with that? Are they keeping their heads above water? I know the insider information on that, but I'm not going to spill their dirty laundry in a public forum here. Again, it's are they able to keep up with the referrals that they have and the investigation numbers that they have with the staff that they have? I think you would find a resounding no if you asked the employees that work in that building. I can't compare myself to them. I wouldn't want to. We're being able to accommodate the needs of this county with the staffing levels that we have. I wouldn't want to go backwards and not be able to accommodate the needs and the impacts of this county to simply say that we cut positions. And if we cut positions, we'd lose the revenue that are paying for those positions.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm not asking to cut those. I'm just looking, you know, what, 4 to 3, but 3 of those are in welfare fraud, other things that are grant funded, so maybe down to 2 in Calaveras. But anyway, I think we probably beat it deaf, but I think you're where you're at and I'm where I'm at. But I do appreciate your information. Is there any members of the public that'd like to comment on this item?
Sherry Curtis. I come from the population of senior citizens on fixed income. I would like to suggest that you really tighten up on the amount of services the county does for cities. We are, as personal, small counties, at the backs and now of what we can afford to do to benefit others. We've got to look at where the loose ends are and tighten them up. If cities are using our services, we can't keep raising our taxes to pay for that. The cities should be paying for that. They wanted to become a city. They have that responsibility to take care of their own. That's all I would suggest. Unfortunately, we keep forgetting we are a small county. And I would like to know what the percentage of the people that live here are retired. Does anybody have that?
It's pretty high. I remember seeing that. I can't tell you, but it's
Yeah,
high.
it's pretty high. So we don't have high commercial up 88 like Calaveras does. They have a lot more commercial than we do. We've kept our county small and not allowed commercial to come in. So you can't put it on the backs of retired people. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
About 40% of our population is above 60 and above, so. It is, yeah.
Any other members of the public? Seeing none. Chuck will probably bring this back some other time as far as the budget?
Well, the budget will come back first meeting in June for the recommended. The next item on the agenda is the remainder of the budget. but
Yeah,
we
so
will
I mean, I don't see the board really giving, it's just,
Okay, well,
it's an update from the DA, so.
just to recap, the DA met his target, and there were no increases that were not out of line.
Yeah, I'd like to see a decrease, but that's up to the DA and the board, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Want to take a little break now? How's the board feeling? Want to continue on? Want to go? Okay. Next up is 4D, this is discussion of possible action regarding review of Budget Unit 3000. This is Public Works. Possible discussion on any possible changes to recommended budget.
Just a reminder, currently, we still have a $290,000 deficit. So this item is.
Appreciate that.
This item is Public Works and any other changes. There were some questions, requests from the ACT as well, as far as their contribution from the county. And that, I don't know if the board wanted to revisit that or not, but this is the time to do it.
Well, we got to find the money somewhere, is the bottom line.
Yeah,
Mr. Vila.
Everybody wants more money, so do I. But as far as our budgets, what was being proposed, I don't want to get in a lot, I mean, I can get in a lot of details if you want. Some items go up, some go down from year to year. I think the biggest change that's being recommended or being proposed is adding 2 staff. And I understand what Mr. Riley just said, that you're looking at a deficit, so it's probably not the best time to offer this up. However, I feel it's a need that's probably been neglected over a lot of years. Our staff has decreased significantly over the last 12 years. And, you know, and I hear it brought up, it's almost at every item about our roads. And we've got deteriorating roads. I've got less people to work on them than I did 10 years ago. And so, to me, you know, we've got to move forward. If that's an item that we need to have more emphasis on, then that's what, you know, that we need to take some action to do that. I mean, it's tough to maintain the road system, and as everyone agrees, we could be doing a better job. It needs to be improved, but that takes resources. And you know, we're down 5 or 6 people than we were back in 2012. But
previous to that, there was even more, probably about double at one time.
You know,
There's a reason for that, though, is the board decided years ago to start going out for contract work and get things done. And that way, we would have less employees we would have to pay unfunded liabilities
Sure.
on.
Understood. And you know, you would know that history. I don't have all that history. All I know is what I'm looking at right now as far as what we need to be doing and what we have to do it. And, you know, yes, we have a certain number of crew members. Typically have about a dozen. You know, for example, this last year through March, which have been 3/4 of the year, we had, you know, with leave time and such, we had the equivalent of two people, or 4,000 man-hours that were not used, either on leave, vacation, sick leave, extended leave due to injury, or what have you. And you could say, well, that's not a normal year. Well, what is a normal year? Every year something's going to happen. And so, yeah, we have 12 guys. Well, we really only have 10 and at any given time. And one of the struggles that we have is we run 2 crews, and anytime we want to try to do a project out there with a crew, by the time you put together your traffic control and, you know, if you have somebody running materials in and someone running equipment or whatever, it takes all those people. And when you've got people missing, that certainly hampers our ability to get work done. Other than just the routine stuff where you can send 1 or 2 guys out patching or whatever, that's usually the fallback. But anytime you want to have anything of significance taken care of, it takes a full crew, and rarely do we have a full crew. And so, given that information, I felt that if nothing else, that request should be made. I understand the board has challenges in trying to get the budget to balance and such. But again, I'm not going to move forward if I don't ask to move forward. And so, this is the first shot on that. A couple of numbers I found interesting is typically in our budget, there's an items called maintenance of effort, excuse me, yeah. Maintenance of effort, and that number is $822,000. And it's been constant for the last 6-7 years. When I compare that number to the amount of property taxes that is expected to come in or is budgeted to come in as revenue, which is a little over $28 million. So that $822,000 is about 2.93% of their tax revenue. And, if we're all comfortable of how much or little the property taxes are helping fund the road system, that's a number I found to be interesting. I mean, I understand most of our funding comes from gas tax and from that standpoint. But the people, because I hear this all the time from constituents, well, I pay my taxes, why aren't my roads fixed? Well, this 2.9% doesn't go very far. From that standpoint, for that $822,000, when I compare it to our salaries and benefits for our department employees, it funds about 28% of that. So, I don't know if people really understand that, and I get it that, we rely on outside sources for a majority of our funding. But in that regard, we also don't have control of that funding either.
One problem I see too, Mr. Vila, is generally the crew's about 5 people, would you say? Maybe 6?
6.
Okay.
Typically.
So if you've got 2 people flagging, that means you only got 4 people working, and somebody's sick or vacation, that means you got 3 people working. So if you're adding a person to that crew, you're getting a lot more bang for your buck because that person's working. They're not flagging.
True, and typically, depending what we're doing, if we're hauling materials, you got somebody running either 1 or 2 vehicles running materials to your job. You have an operator. There's all your people, and you usually need more people to take, there's something else that needs to be done, and we don't have that extra body.
That's why I think it's really critical.
Contracting those type of jobs out. Did you run any comparisons with Calaveras Lake, San Benito, and Siskiyou on how many public works employees they have?
I have not. All I'm doing is comparing to what we used to have.
So we have no data to compare it to, but.
True.
That's probably not a bad idea. We should do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. All I know is our road mileage has stayed the same, and we have less people to maintain it.
I'm in favor of approving your budget, but without the 2 maintenance workers. That would go a long way to solving our structural deficit.
I understand that. I can tell you, though, that I'll be back here next year. with the same request.
I won't be, but I'll be here probably speaking against, I'll be speaking against it.
You'll be sitting behind me, right?
I'm sorry, our guys are good at some things, ditching, brush control, but I think we should leave the big jobs like that to contract work.
That there could be some benefits with that. You know, I've also heard comparisons now, you know, this last year, the Fire Safe Council secured a grant to help do vegetation management on our county roads. And have done a great job. It's been a great asset for the county to have that work completed. And they hired three different contractors to do work. They've treated up to date around 73 to 74 miles of road at a cost of about $691,000. And so that's if you want to, well, what does that cost per mile? Well, it's about $9,300 a mile. So it kind of gives you a feel for what that cost is. But I've heard comparisons, well, geez, one of those crews, man, they got so much work done, they run circles around our county crews. Well, one of those crews had 12 people on it and all sorts of equipment to go with it. And yeah, they
Some pretty high dollar equipment.
well, exactly. And yes, they're going to run circles around a six-man crew, which two of them aren't even performing the task. They're out doing traffic control. There's other work crews that I would say are very comparable to what we could do that are working right now under that program. So it all depends which contractor you saw out there that you want to compare to our county crews. And so I just want to make that point because I don't think that was necessarily a fair comparison unless you take into account everything that is going on.
I've seen our crews doing work on a lot of projects, and I can tell you those types of road projects are better suited for contract work. They're more experienced with it. They do it every day, and they can come in and get it done very quickly. That's another aspect that the outside contractors come in, and in 3 days, they can be in and out.
So then are you supporting putting that 200,000 towards contract work then?
I'm sure we can find it someplace. That's why we apply for grants, too.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Crew.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Forster, I thought you were done.
I am. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Later on, there's a funding source for highways coming up, and I know you worked on that with Supervisor Axe. Is that funding, could we use that for these personnel? Has that been defined yet, what the parameters are going to be?
I'm not sure which item you're referring to.
A half or three-quarters and sales tax.
Yeah, well, it could be used for roads, it could be used,
Could it be used for personnel, Supervisor Axe?
I don't see why not, if it's for roads, if it's
Well-
specifically for roads.
We should, I don't agree, I do agree that there's a shortage there, but I don't want to, I can't see myself spending out of the contingencies. But if there's money if we pass the road tax, which all these people who are complaining about the roads, and the money goes specifically to the roads, and that includes personnel, then I would be for adding to, but not at this time.
All right, well, thank you. Any members of, pardon me, any members of the public like to address this issue? And if you would, please state your name and for the record and sign in.
Richard Rose, resident of Plymouth. I live off of Shenandoah Valley Road and Shenandoah School Road. And with the rain we've had these last few winters and the increased logging going up and down that part of the country, I would say it's been a pretty rough time for asphalt and travel. Looking forward in the future, if the Heritage program goes through, expect more traffic. And I would say a lot of roads in Amador County are built on granite rocks
And clay.
and clay, and very susceptible to weather, let alone heavy trucks. So one day, about 2 years ago, I set out by the edge of my property, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, not a weekend visit the winery type thing, but in 20 minutes I counted 80 vehicles go past Shandor Valley Road across from my ranch. Whether it was a motorcycle, a big truck, a pickup, or whatever, just something on wheels. So with the population growing in Amador County, when I grew up in Jackson, there was 1,200 people. Now it's 4,000. Plymouth is growing. From what I hear, the whole county is growing. So in response to Mr. Vila, I guess defending his need, traffic's getting bigger, vehicles are getting bigger, and loads are getting heavier. And the roads are on the same base that they've been on for 100 years. So something's got to give if you want to continue quality roads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? I think you're pretty much done there, Richard.
Yeah, unless there's other questions. I mean, he does make a point from the standpoint of providing a quality service for the county. And I think we have a hard time doing that right now with the resources we have. And that's just keeping up with trying to keep patching and some of the more routine items that may or may not lend themselves for contract work. But I guess you say, well, if you contract some other stuff, it leaves you more time to do the more routine stuff. So I can see that, but I would say that the one benefit we would have with more folks is that we'd be able to maintain more constant level given on a week-to-week basis. So when we have vacations, we have sick leave, we have people out for maternity leave, bonding of babies or whatever, this stuff happens. I've had 2 employees do that over the last 2 years. There's a number of reasons why people are going to be off, plus the fact that when we ask our employees to go out and work overtime on the winter, a lot of times they take comp time earned, and so that's time that's taken other times of the year. And so if we have more bodies, we can absorb the hit when those people are off on leave that they do deserve to have. Otherwise,
I will agree on that point.
Yeah.
Because with the laws the way they are now, people get time off for maternity leave like they never used to get. But we're not going to get any more roads paved. We might have a few more bodies to go out and throw cold patch in the holes.
well, and I think that there's people out there who would appreciate if we did that more often.
Well,
I'm not arguing with that, I'm just saying, I hear it from people, and every one of you up here on the board, I'm sure hears about potholes and such on the roads. The gentleman from the district attorney's office was complaining about driving on Shake Ridge Road. It comes up in almost every discussion, and so I just throw this out there as a way to try to combat that. I don't have a big dog and pony show to give you on that, but I think that the effort and the request kind of stands on its own merits. And so I appreciate the consideration, And I understand the different viewpoints, so, but again, it's, if nothing else, we have the discussion. And
Yeah, and, you know, it's kind of where I'm at, is I understand you really want to be very hesitant about taking money out of contingencies, but I think if you put it in the budget, it will be there, and that will give us a little bit of impetus to, for other departments, maybe to scoot over a little bit, because one thing I've learned, if you don't put something in the budget, doesn't matter how sorely needed it is, it never happens. It's just, well, we'll do that down the road, and it doesn't happen. So that's, as far as the contract work, yeah, on especially big jobs, we can't compete with them. We don't have the equipment they have, and they're specialized. I get that. I agree with you, Richard. But as far as just generic maintenance, yeah, county road crew is pretty important.
Well, generic maintenance is fine, but I can't tell you how many times I've had to take my pickup and shovel and go out and clean out ditches because the water was running out on the road. Now, if our crews aren't gonna do that, I'm gonna get in my pickup and go do it. I'll put my flashers on and do it.
I hear what you're saying, and I was a little bit, not to be beating on Richard here, I think you're new and you're doing better, but we put some money towards cleaning ditches, didn't get spent. I was real unhappy about that, so part of it was trying to address that concern, but I think it will be spent this year, correct?
yes, we're in that process. Some of it has been spent. We're just
Okay.
doing it in increments.
25% was spent out of,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think you need to have a training exercise on how to use a shovel, though.
Yeah, that's true.
You ready for a motion?
Yep.
All right, this is just direction. I'd like to direct staff to move forward without the inclusion of the 2 maintenance workers in the budget.
I'll second that motion.
Well, it's just direction, so.
Okay.
I don't agree with that direction, but
Consensus, I guess.
So I see
Richard
two.
for right now.
okay, well,
That's 3.
that's 3.
And Pat?
Well, Pat, where you at?
I just can't touch the contingencies. I know we need it, it's desperate. I'm hoping we get behind the sales tax 150% and get it passed for the roads, and then we could do it.
I agree.
I
Well,
can't,
no, this time.
I don't disagree, I don't agree with you, but that doesn't mean I disagree with your position, so, but anyway, I disagree. Okay, thank you, Richard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else we wanted to address on the budget before we will start closing things up and getting ready to present, recommended on the first meeting in June?
You know, one thing, Pat, Supervisor Crew?
Chuck, you mentioned ACTC, and I'm sure the chamber was in the same conversation. They're in the budget at their levels from last year, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we're still 90,000 out,
About 70,000 out at this point.
70,000 out.
You meant ACT, Pat, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, did I add
Okay.
extra C? Sorry.
Yeah.
So if we got rid of one
70,000 is
supervisor,
not too much.
I think we can close that for now, with one-time money, but it would come back out. Likely sales tax, or not sales tax, property tax will come in a little bit higher than where we have it, would close that gap. We won't know until we actually get the numbers. So we could, for now, use one-time money and then use the actuals for final budget.
Would we have those numbers, Chuck, by final budget?
By final, we will. We won't have it by recommended.
Okay.
You know, one thing I'm kind of toying with my mind a little bit as far as on the chamber. They've been working pretty hard, and I wonder if on a one-time basis, we want to reward them for their efforts, maybe 15, 20,000 for ongoing and future projects they might work on.
Well, yeah, when we get to the,
Mr. Chair, I think after they've seen the budget discussions, they would be tickled to death if they got what they got last year.
Well, I'm fine with that
Now,
then.
they did say, they did volunteer to help us work on this sales tax measure. And if they help us get it passed, then maybe we could reward them in the next budget cycle. That make sense?
That's probably even better. I can go for that.
well, and that makes sense. I'm not going to say
I don't say,
reward
I'd
them,
say
but
rewarded, but
I think we should look at possibly, if we have funds remaining, putting some funds aside for education if the board decides to move forward on the sales tax issue. We can't support it any other ways, but we can put money into education.
And possibly steer that to the chamber, if they're gonna do the educating.
Possibly.
Another good idea.
on other items, the DA has what, 2 positions that are vacant right now? Oh, it's now 1?
They've got the one position that they've made the offer on, and they have a position that's vacant, that's funded through victim witness, and I don't think that would say.
Okay, so yeah, it's a grant-funded position, okay. Well, then, I have no other issues.
Let's go.
And you think you probably, with an increase in,
Yeah, I can
Tax.
close at 70,000.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, I'm good with that. Board, you ready to move on?
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Anybody want a break, or you doing good?
Let's go.
Item 4E, this is a PG&E presentation regarding a myriad of issues of concern to the public, including the PSP updates, tree removal rate changes, and the status of undergrounding projects.
Good morning,
Good
board,
morning.
Morning, Eric.
members of the public. I believe we had a PowerPoint.
And what was your name?
My name is Eric Alvarez. I'm going to get to that. Local Government Affairs Representative for Pacific Gas and Electric Company, PG&E.
We never got a PowerPoint from you over here.
Received a PowerPoint?
We never got one, yeah. So,
I think we'll
if
be
you
able to do
can
this
get it to me
without it.
quickly, we can get it up there, but,
Can you forward it from your cell phone?
If not, we can maybe push his presentation back and do the sales tax.
Send
do
it to
that first.
C. Eiley.
yeah, see, there was the email that got that said it was coming, but when it never came through, we never got anything.
Okay.
What's an email you'd like me to send it to now?
To mine, CILEY, at amadorgov.org. Mr. Chairman, you want to take a break, or?
Not unless, I'm fine, the board seems to be fine, so unless somebody over on your side wants a break.
Well, why don't we just take a 5-minute break, seeing that it's probably going to take that long to tee up the, that's okay, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back, at 11:30. Meeting back to order.
All righty. Thank you, Board, County Council, members of the public for your patience. My name is Eric Alvarez. I'm a local government affairs representative for PG&E. At PG&E, we encourage our coworkers and our customers to prepare for any natural disaster or emergency. We recommend building a disaster supply kit for you and your family and/or your businesses, which include food, water, medication, flashlights, first aid kits, and a list of emergency contacts. Our Safety Action Center is a great resource for our customers to find information on how to prepare for an emergency and build a supply kit, among other things. That site can be found at safetyactioncenter.pgne.com. Now that we're off to a safe start, we can discuss our agenda for today. The topics for today's discussion are shown here. We will touch on how we are identifying and reducing wildfire risk through our layers of wildfire protection. Then we will discuss our enhanced power line safety settings, public safety power shutoff programs, and resources available to customers. And finally, we will leave time for a little bit of discussion and Q&A. I have my colleagues there in the back in case we have some questions from the audience. In this section, we will discuss how we identify and reduce wildfire risk through our layers of wildfire safety protection. So wildfire risks in your community. Using advanced machine learning-based risk modeling and technology, we have expanded upon the California Public Utilities Commission, or CPUC's, High Fire Threat District map to create our High Fire Risk Area map. This map provides us with a more tailored overview of risk. It relies on the same tools used by the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, and local fire departments across 4 different states. Mapping our high fire risk areas helps us identify areas and communities with the highest wildfire risk and where to pinpoint our mitigation work so we can have the greatest impact. And this map here identifies the high fire risk in the orange. As conditions continue to evolve, so will the tools we use to identify and reduce wildfire risk. Layers of wildfire protection. As we continue to build our layers of wildfire protection, we have reduced wildfire risk from our electric system by more than 94%. That's 94%. We have accomplished this through a combination of ongoing safety programs, long-term improvements, and new situational awareness tools. Each layer works together to reduce wildfire risk and keep communities safe, as you can see here on this slide. I'll leave that up for a moment. That's a lot going on there. I'll also provide the board with this presentation when we're complete. Advanced situational awareness tools. The ability to see the high fire risk areas we serve is critical to reducing wildfire risk. To gain this visibility, we've installed weather stations and high-definition cameras, which make up the largest utility-owned weather monitoring network in the country. This network allows us to improve our forecasting capabilities and better predict and respond to severe weather around the clock. As part of the Alert Wildfire program, all our high-definition cameras now use artificial intelligence, or AI, to detect fires and share that information in real time with CAL FIRE, dispatch centers, and our hazard awareness and warning centers, otherwise known as HAWK. With this technology, our cameras can help mobilize suppression resources within minutes of detection. In Amador County, we installed 26 weather stations and 13 high-definition cameras through the end of 2023. Customers can view the outputs of these weather stations and high-definition cameras in their community and beyond by visiting pgne.com/weather or by visiting alertcalifornia.org to access a 360-degree live camera feed. In this section, we will discuss undergrounding, overhead system hardening, and line removal. Here's a map of completed and planned undergrounding work in your community. Between 2021, when our 10,000-mile undergrounding program began. And at the end of 2023, we undergrounded here in this community 1 mile of power line. There are currently 19 undergrounding miles forecast through the duration of this year. Additionally, we have 43 miles of undergrounding forecasted in 2025 and 2026. Maps of undergrounding work throughout our service area and more program information can be found at pgne.com/undergrounding. And I'm happy to also share this with the community and the members of the public that are here today as well. Overhead hardening in your community. Along with undergrounding, another way we are reducing wildfire risk in your community is by strengthening poles and covering power lines. We call this overhead system hardening. 20 line miles were hardened from 2018 through the end of 2023. There's approximately 1 line mile planned for overhead hardening in 2024 in your community. Additionally, we have 3 miles of overhead hardening forecast in 25-26. This work will occur over several years across thousands of distribution lines in the highest fire threat areas and will help reduce the risk of wildfire, enhance long-term safety, improve reliability during winter weather, and reduce public safety power shutoffs impacts in certain cases. Lastly, we are reducing wildfire risk in your community by removing overhead power lines that are no longer needed in some areas. In some cases, this includes areas that receive power from a remote grid. It also includes lines that are being taken out of service because they are no longer needed. This helps keep the power on and prevents wildfires. Approximately 1 line mile was removed in 2018 through the end of 2023. There are currently 2 miles of removal planned in 2024. Preparing our 10-year undergrounding plan. We have 1,230 miles of undergrounding planned through 2026. Later this year, we plan to submit our 10-year undergrounding plan to the California Office of Emergency Infrastructure Safety, OEIS, with additional details on our work for 2027 and beyond. Following approval from OEIS, we will share a plan to recover costs from the California Public Utilities Commission, otherwise known as CPUC. Long-term, this plan will allow us to position the work stream for innovation, reduce costs, and improve coordination with other agencies, vendors, customers, and stakeholders alike. Exact timing is subject to change pending.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
I thought that was me. Exact timing is subject to change pending final timelines from regulators, but we expect to file phase 1 of the plan with the OEIS mid-year this year, so in a couple of months. The first phase of the review process by OEIS focuses on approval of the plan related to site selection, risk reduction, and public safety. Following approval from OEIS, we will then submit phase 2 of the plan to the CPUC. Phase 2 focuses on the financial elements of the plan. The review process of the plan by both regulators will take approximately 2 years. Between the time we submit the plan and the time it is expected to be approved. 2 years, approximately. We have information about our undergrounding work plans across our service area available in a few different locations. One of these locations is the undergrounding data sharing portal. We update the portal quarterly to include individual PDF city and county maps and interactive KMZ map and a work plan spreadsheet with the project-specific details. The materials in the portal currently align with the work plan information shared today. Please note that you must register an account to access the undergrounding data sharing portal. If you have not yet accessed the portal, please reach out to undergrounding@pgne.com for help setting up your account. Updated PDF maps are also available at pgne.com/undergrounding. This clicker stopped working. There it goes. All right, and in this section, we'll share some information about our ongoing vegetation management work. and I'll introduce my colleague, Matt Leedy, to take these slides.
Chairman, Supervisors, thank you again. My name is Matt Leedy. I'm a colleague of Eric's. I'm also on the Government Affairs team, but assigned specifically to veg management. Does anybody else hear an echo? Am I too close to the mic or, all right. Okay, very good. Okay, as you all know, we work with our customers, with communities, counties, cities, everything in between to manage trees and other vegetation located near our power lines for very obvious reasons. When trees fall, when limbs fall, they could cause power outages and even worse, wildfires. To prevent this from happening, we inspect approximately 100,000 miles of overhead power lines and perform additional inspections and tree pruning in areas with an increased wildfire risk. We're obviously in an area where there's increased wildfire risk. And again, the 100,000 miles is throughout our service territory. I have slides coming up that speak specifically to Amador County. We also trim or cut down more than 1 million trees each year that are unsafe distance from the lines, our lines, along with addressing dead, diseased, dying, hazardous trees. Typically, when trees are cut down, there's stumps and roots remain in place to help prevent soil erosion. During the course of this work, tree branches that are less than 4 inches thick will be hauled away or cut in smaller pieces and scattered if that is the wish of the property owner. Larger wood remains in place in a safe position because that wood does not belong to us, it belongs to the property owner. We are continuing to prioritize additional work in the highest wildfire risk locations in 2024 and beyond. We are reviewing trees and cutting down any that pose a safety concern. We are very much in the inspection phase now. And inspections are particularly intense and multiple in high fire risk areas and near circuits with an increased risk of vegetation outages or, heaven forbid, wildfires. And we continue to trim additional trees near circuits that have historically experienced a high volume of power outages due to vegetation contacting the power lines. We're going to talk about EPSS later on in this presentation, but it is a preview to that. And to say that, what I mean is lines where we do see a lot of EPSS outages, we pay particularly close attention to those trees to prune and to trim to ensure that they don't impact those lines and cause outages. In 2023, here we are, we completed work on trees in Amador County that were too close to power lines to reduce the risk of wildfires. This includes pruning and cutting down approximately 23,200 trees. And then this year, we plan to address approximately 2,200 miles and 4,100 trees in this community. This map shows where we're going to be doing that. And the reason why we have an estimate on miles for 2024 as opposed to trims and removals looking back to last year is there is such an emphasis on inspecting and making sure we're doing the right work in the right place and impacting the trees that we need to keep this community and our system safe. So what can customers expect while this work is just going on? Advance notice. You will see inspectors on potential power lines for safety reasons, obviously, that I talked about already. There will be trimming, pruning, and we will cut down some trees, and we will know for certain how many and where once those inspections are complete. As I mentioned, chipping and hollowaying of small debris, and that's 4 inches or smaller in diameter, and placing larger wood on a safe location in sight. Conducting safety and quality checks through follow-up inspections. One note on the advanced notifications, this is performed in a variety of ways. Phone calls, emails, text messages, next door, a variety of forms of communication and technology. We try to utilize it all. Shifting gears just a little bit. Right Tree, Right Place is an initiative that we're really emphasizing this year. It is connected. While we do have trees that are dead, diseased, and dying, trees that are not in places that we want them to be in terms of relation to our power lines, a cousin to that is making sure that we do not have trees that are planted in areas that can impact our facilities further on down the line. So again, it's practicing safe planting near overhead and underground utilities, so both gas and electric. Before planting, we always encourage folks to call 811 so they could get things marked out, not just for our utilities, but for all of them. And then leaving vegetation work near power lines to a qualified line specialist. I certainly wouldn't want to be doing it myself, and I work for PG&E. These are some of our customer resources. pgne.com/trees. And then I particularly refer you to the 1-800 number, 1-800-564-5080, and then treesafety@pge.com. I will also leave my email and contact information here as well. That is vegetation management.
Mr. Chair, may I question him? Now, your statement there was a complete lie as tree management. Now, the reason I'm saying this, I'm the upcountry supervisor, and your first thing you're saying is you put it in a safe location. Your previous Mario's wood trimmer just dumped them everywhere. They dumped trees away from your power lines, nowhere close to power lines. We had a tree dumped in the middle of a park in the upcountry. It was 60 feet away from where the power lines were. Now, I still have those trees. You can go up Pioneer Creek Road, and you can see where every tree was dropped right off the line. They're not in a safe location. They're not properly taken care of. I have highly been advising my constituents to not allow you on the property unless you take the material with you, as in the whole tree. I understand that it's the owner's property, then the owner can say, leave it standing, and you just trim around it. Because I have so many retirees, they have no access or equipment to handle any of this stuff. We don't even have the infrastructure in the county to take care of the logs if they wanted to. You set them up so they're 6-foot lengths. What do you do with a 6-foot length of log that you don't want to burn, that you can't burn? So you're making an unsafe condition at all times as you're doing your management. And that is totally improper. And I have been having this conversation with PG&E for the last 2 years. I've been seeing John Costa down at the RCRC building, having this quarterly meeting with everybody. And so it's a big thing to sit there and not speak the truth on everything. You do have logging programs for over 6 inches to haul the material away. Those programs are out there. You're not explaining that to anybody in this room. True?
We do have some programs where we could haul away wood for our past enhanced vegetation management program, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And some of that carryover from past programs, correct, for wood that is over 4 inches in diameter. And also to follow up on one of your comments, Mario's is no longer one of our contractors.
Very much so, because they've threatened me personally. You know, I have control of certain property in upcountry. I was threatened by Mario's and ACTC. I think that's the proper.
ACRT.
ACRT, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So those are we're running off of this. And now you're undergrounding along Shake Ridge Road right now, which, you know, we have a lot of the trees that are marked for the undergrounding in neighboring neighborhoods, but people don't understand what's going on, what they're going to have to deal with when some of this wood comes down. And so for this undergrounding and everything else, there's a lot of unknown conditions that people want to know. And you know, like I say, you know, you have a utility access into the corridor under your lines, but away from the lines, you don't. And that's where I'm asking people not to allow you to go onto their property to trim it. Yeah, you can trim it all you want, but not to cut the logs down because the people can't handle them. They don't have the capability to deal with the logs. You know, I'm very lucky as personally, I bought a tractor. So I can pick up, you know, cut down a tree but 99% of the people up in the upcountry do not have tractors or any type of capability to do that. So that is a problem. And we have elderly up here. As we say in this county, Supervisor Axe just said we're about 40% over 60. Now, part of this is you have to think about, as we have to deal with wood management, if you fell a tree down in Modesto, in a city, you're not leaving that log there. You're taking it away. Why in the upcountry are you not taking that log away? But that's my axe to grind. Sorry for the pun.
Yeah, if I could just add something to that, maybe a slight tangent to it, but I guess I've understood that PG&E has purchased the old Cedar Mill property in the upcountry. And at one time, you know, that had some kind of biomass capability there. It might be good to kind of reconstitute something along those lines to dispose of a lot of this waste in that area. And maybe working in partnership with other entities to be determined, but you have a nice piece of property that a segment of that could be used for some kind of facility like that, and the whole community could benefit from it. And this would be a place where you could dispose of some of this. You could kind of triage the logs, chip them up, use those chips in a biomass facility, and you know, utilize the char that comes out of it. So, and then make sure that the power generated has an appropriate subsidy, so that it can be cost effective, because I think that's one of the issues with biomass. It's not considered renewable, and I think that needs to occur. And that might be, you know, a good way to work with the community to kind of, and I think PG&E would be a beneficiary of that as well, because this vegetation management is here to stay, I'm assuming, from here on out, because it just keeps growing back.
Well, we should have been doing vegetation management like 25 years ago. My feeling is PG&E is being rewarded for bad behavior by the CPUC with the continual rate increases. And people can't afford it anymore. You guys read Facebook? I mean, you should look at some of the comments from people. Here's a couple of them. PG&E are punishing the poor because of their bad policies, breaking the backs of low-income people in this already outlandish economy. No mystery, our bill went up $1,000 from the previous year. I'm not going to read some of these comments because they're too caustic. My bill last month was $700 and my HVAC was broken for 2.5 weeks. I have a second job just to pay PG&E. I'm a single mom with a small house and don't qualify for any assistance. It's ridiculous. I hate PG&E. Well, that was a predominant comment that came through there. Your CEO makes $53 million a year, and she was begging the CPUC for rate increases. And she's going to go back and beg
much
them
you say,
again
Richard?
for another rate increase.
Did you
PG&E, 53 million. This is a quarterly finance report showed PG&E earned an income of more than $2.2 billion in 2023, and the earnings are 25% increase from the reported $1.8 billion in earnings in 2022. I realize ratepayers have to have some, or the stockholders have to make some profit, but you guys are justifying it by all of this. That should have been done. It's deferred maintenance is what it is. That should have been done over the last 25, 30 years. And I'm sorry to be beating on you. I would like to beat on your CEO, but can't get to her. So that's my comments. Your message needs to go back. You're breaking the backs of people who can't afford solar and they can't afford the PG&E bill anymore.
Very good. Eric, did you want to transition beyond veg management, or did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I do a little bit.
Great.
My question is, I can understand if you're cutting a dead tree on somebody's property that's threatening your power line. But you go out and you are reducing your risk by saying, we want to cut that green tree. We think it might fall, or an arborist, which some arborists are as good as what you pay them, and some are not. So you're saying, we're going to cut your green tree, sir, or ma'am, and we're going to dump it and leave it on your ground. Well, the problem there is these people they've got a fire problem. And there's a lot of retired people up here, and you're going in there cutting trees, sometimes 3, 4, 5 foot diameter, and saying, hey, we're taking the limbs, goodbye. The people can't handle it, and you're cutting green trees. I saw all these trees. Hey, I grew up in the woods. I did logging for 40 years. A lot of these trees you're cutting, they're sound, strong trees. Now, is there maybe a small chance that there could maybe drop a limb or something on your line? Sure. But you got to cut every tree in the forest to take away any type of, propensity for damaging your lines. And you're dumping on people, they can't afford it. You see people, they've got piles of logs. You can fill this room in some place darn near on a small lot, and you got a retired lady with no equipment and limited income. What are they going to do? What do you suggest?
What do I suggest?
Yeah.
That she does?
How are they supposed to solve that problem?
She could certainly contact us. We could send somebody out, take a look at it, make sure that the wood is in a safe place, for sure. And if she qualifies for any wood management or wood removal.
I've seen how PG&E leaves wood in a safe place. Hey, I did logging for years, and it's helter-skelter. Occasionally you'll see piles, but a lot of times it's just, and I can understand steep ground, unless you bring in a helicopter or some big equipment, you're not moving it. But flat lots, and it's just dumped. I think your program has gotten a little better on that, but there's still a lot of problems there. And also getting back to like how you operate, I've done that kind of work for years, and it seems like you're doing it the most backwards, least cost-effective way possible. And I thought, guys, boy, PG&E sure is stupid the way they're doing things. This doesn't make no sense at all. And I got thinking, I think you folks a lot of times get a percent of profit back on your costs. So they run your costs up, then the more profit you make. But yeah, no, I think the board's not happy with PG&E. And like what they're saying, the people are dying out there, even businesses. You guys, your rates are out of control. It's a big problem. And at some point, I think it's going to be a political problem for PG&E because you get everybody mad. Hey, it's a political world. You're in trouble at some point. So anyway, you get some more there?
Yes.
We have a piece on underground.
And before I go, Supervisor Brown and Chairman, I would like to find out more about areas where wood is left in an unsafe place. So I will follow up with you. I was taking notes as you were speaking. Pioneer Creek Road is one thing that I noted. So
As you drive down Pioneer Creek Road, well, I know you're never been there, but there is this road was pulled out umpteen 100 years ago, and they just cut the embankment. So the embankment is higher than the road, and the trees were just dropped right above there. And so, eventually if something happens, Mother Nature being Mother Nature, those logs are gonna come down and visit that road.
very good. Thank you.
And yeah, you're cutting perfectly healthy trees and leaving people a big problem. Also, hedgehog trees under the lines,
Go for it.
can you take them out? I've had people say they've begged PG&E to get rid of them, and they come through every 2 years and they cut them and cut them and cut them. Is there a mechanism you could put that in play to just, and your costs would go down. You cut it down once, you're done.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
All right. I do have a section on undergrounding. That was vegetation management. For respect of everybody's time, I'll ask the board if they don't want me to continue, or do you want to just open it up for Q&A on underground?
I would think continue.
All right.
I mean, that's what you're here for, so.
Enhanced power safety, enhanced power line safety settings. So in this section, we'll talk about another tool to reduce wildfire risk called Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, or EPSS. There we go. So for the safety of our customers and communities, we have enhanced safety settings in our power lines that automatically turn off within 1/10 of a second if a hazard is detected. These settings are known as Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, or EPSS. These settings are a proven wildfire prevention tool. In 2023, we saw more than a 72% reduction in CPUC reportable ignitions on EPSS-enabled lines in high fire threat districts compared to the 2018-2020 average. By stopping ignitions, we help prevent wildfires from starting and spreading. Launched as a pilot in 2021, these settings were first implemented on a select number of circuits in high fire risk areas. After seeing the significant wildfire prevention benefits of these settings, we expanded them to approximately 44,000 line miles, or all of the high fire risk areas we serve. These settings now protect 1.8 million customers. Simply put, EPSS helps stop potential wildfires before they start. You can see the safety settings in action on this slide. That's in Napa County here. Enhanced power line safety settings help keep people safe from wildfires, as mentioned in the previous slide. And on this slide, we're sharing an example of how enhanced power line safety settings protect communities from wildfire threats and how power is safely restored. If power is turned off due to a hazard, crews must patrol the portion of the circuit where the power outage occurred and perform any necessary repairs prior to safely restoring power. The patrols will be conducted either on the ground or in the air, ideally during daylight hours. In some cases, customers may see helicopters or drones performing area patrols. While these enhanced safety power settings help keep our customers safe and prevent wildfires, they can also result in unplanned power outages. What customers can expect. These more sensitive settings will be active during periods of increased wildfire risk, most commonly occurring from May to November. Although wildfire risk may exist year-round in some instances. Because outages on EPSS protected power lines are automatic, we are not able to provide advance notice. However, customers can expect automated calls, texts, and emails with estimated restoration time and additional outage information when available. And I also personally follow up with each of the board members here on those sorts of occasions. Following the initial notification, our crews will access power lines and equipment when safe, provide an estimated restoration, assess and repair any damage, restore the power, and send a notification confirming that power has been restored. This year, we are providing customers with a better understanding of their outages and work being done to keep their power on. We'll do this by using new call, text, and email notifications. These notifications will let customers know when available, what caused their particular outage, and what we're doing to prevent similar outages from happening in the future. Depending on community impacts and local needs, we will also engage customers in person to hear concerns, answer questions, and provide customer resources, similar to what we're doing here now. For information on the status of an outage and the restoration process, customers can visit pg&e.com/outages, right there on the bottom right. And again, this information will be provided. You don't have to scurry to write that down. Safety settings in action. This is an example. Now I'd like to talk about a real-life situation where a wildfire threat was detected and these settings came into action. On July 19th, 2023, vegetation came into contact with the power line in Butte County. This power line was protected by EPSS and power was quickly shut off. This stopped a potential wildfire before it had a chance to start. Following the EPSS enablement, our team conducted a fire spread simulation using Techno Silva's wildfire simulation data that demonstrated the potential damage that might have occurred if the safety setting had not been in place. Based on this modeling, the potential fire size could have exceeded 487 acres, impacting 49 residents and 31 buildings. This simulation serves as a great example as to why PG&E continues to rely on EPSS as one of our layers of protection. Here you can see a breakdown of outages on EPSS protected power lines that customers may have experienced last year throughout your community. As you can see, 29% of customers did not experience an outage last year, and 50% of customers experienced 2 or fewer outages. That said, we recognize some customers experience multiple outages, and we are working to improve their reliability. We will touch on these efforts in the next slide. The second pie chart provides an overview of the causes of these outages. In many instances, vegetation, such as tree branches, fall onto power lines, causing it to turn off to prevent a wildfire. Sometimes it is clear to our patrol crews who arrive on scene that vegetation caused that outage. However, in many cases, it's not so clear. The tree branch that hit the power line may fall to the ground, most likely among other branches and vegetation. When our patrol teams arrive, we may no longer be able to identify the fallen vegetation, leading to the outage cause being initially marked as undefined. Please know that we do not simply accept this as a cause, and our team works to further analyze the outage and the particular causes. As you can see, in 2023, we saw a decrease in average outage length compared to 2022. Our work in your community is helping to improve reliability, but we know we have more work to do. Last year, we saw an increase in average customers impacted per outage from 2022. We know these increases are unacceptable and that we have work to do in your community to improve reliability. On the next slide, we'll go over work we've already done and what we're continuing to do to help improve your reliability without sacrificing safety, neither the safety of our employees nor the safety of your residents. After performing a comprehensive review of outages in impacted areas, we identified ways to reduce those outages while still protecting customers. These include in Amador County, we installed fault indicators to precisely identify outage locations and speed up restoration, trim trees to reduce future outage locations and, reduce future vegetation-caused outages, and improved coordination between devices to help reduce future outages. This work is ongoing, and we're dedicated to continuing to look for ways to keep customers safe and keep the lights on. We understand that losing power is frustrating, and we want to ensure our customers feel safe, seen, and heard. So in this section, we'll discuss public safety power shutoffs, or PSPS. High winds can cause tree branches and debris to contact energized electric lines, potentially causing a wildfire. As a result, we may need to turn off power during severe weather. This is called a Public Safety Power Shutoff, or PSPS. As each weather situation is unique, we carefully review a combination of factors when deciding if power must be turned off. These factors include low humidity levels, high wind forecasts, red flag warnings declared by the National Weather Service, levels of dry material on the ground, and low moisture content of vegetation. In addition, we leverage 24/7 Centralized Intelligence Center, our 24/7 Centralized Intelligence Center, known as the Hazard Awareness and Warning Center, or HAWC, to help conduct real-time ground observations and support our crews working across the service area. PSPS has continued to be a tool that we use as a last resort to keep our customers safe. To keep customers and communities informed, PSPS notifications will be provided to agencies. Notifications will be provided to agency partners and customers during key milestones as outlined here. Our goal, whenever the forecast will allow, is to send customers notifications 2 days ahead, 1 day ahead, just before shutting power off, once power is turned off, and daily until power is restored. So multiple touch points, contact points with our customers. Agencies, critical customers, and community-based organizations will receive advance notice 3 days before the power is turned off. From there, notifications will be provided both for agency partners and customers at the same time, at the same intervals shown on this slide. We also provide updates through our website, radio, social media, and local media. So we do see Facebook comments daily. We will continue to do everything we can to ensure our customers and communities have the information they need to prepare for a PSPS and remain safe. On August 30th, 2023, PG&E de-energized approximately 3,900 customers spanning 2 tribal areas and 7 counties for safety. After the severe weather passed, our patrols identified a broken tie wire on one of our poles that left the power line unsupported and susceptible to slapping. Following the event, our team conducted a fire spread simulation using TechnoSilva's wildfire simulation data to see what the potential impact would have been had PSPS not been in place. Based on this modeling, a potential fire could have affected more than 4,600 acres, 65 residents, and 86 buildings. This simulation serves as another great example of why PSPS, public safety power shutoffs, continue to be a necessary tool of last resort. Community resource centers. During a PSPS, our top priority is ensuring our customer safety and our safety of our employees. Part of that involves establishing local community resource centers, or CRCs. These centers help meet basic power needs like charging medical equipment and electronic devices, and provide water, snacks, and other essential items. Community resource centers also provide customers with up-to-date information about the PSPS and estimated times of restoration. Customers can find community resource centers near them during a PSPS by visiting pgne.com/CRC. It's there on the corner, CRC. PG&E data portals. So PG&E has created these 3 secure online data portals for agency partners to access the electrical grid and outage information, as well as planning information to support customers and minimize impact. These include a PSPS portal designed for public safety partners and some community-based organizations, featuring planning and event-specific maps and reports. A microgrid portal that includes maps, current resiliency project locations, and historical PSPS outage data for local residents, agencies to support local community resiliency efforts, and an outage portal providing data on circuits currently enabled with EPSS and active power outages on EPSS protected power lines. Information on additional outages may be added in the future. To access the portals or request an account, visit pgne.dataportals.pgne.com. That link's there on the bottom. Difference between safety settings and PSPSs. I'd like to take a moment to discuss how public power safety shutoffs differ from enhanced power line safety settings. Enhanced power line safety settings are enabled when there is a combination of dry fuels and low humidity. Public safety power shutoffs become a necessary tool of last resort during periods of high winds, though multiple factors are taken into account when deciding to enact a PSPS. EPSS enablement is not part of our larger PSPS decision-making. In other words, we do not rely on enhanced safety settings instead of initiating a public safety power shutoff. When conditions call for one, these tools work in tandem to prevent wildfires during different weather events. We can inform customers in advance of a public safety power shutoff because we base it on weather forecasts. Notifications will be sent by calls, texts, and emails, both day and night, and at multiple intervals as needed. Advance notice can be provided for unplanned outages on power lines enabled with EPSS because they are reactive and automatic settings. For any outage, we will inform customers as soon as possible and provide regular updates on restoration. We encourage you to review the contact information we have on file for you by visiting pgne.com/mywildfirealerts. That link's, repeat that link, pgne.com/mywildfirealerts. And here are some customer resources I'd like to talk about before I wrap up. So wildfire risk continues to grow in California, and we want our customers to be prepared. One resource for customers that we want to highlight is our video learning series, 7 Saturdays to a More Fire-Resistant Home. This series can help customers prepare their family, home, and community for wildfire season. The 7 Saturdays series and other resources to help customers and their families stay safe can be found on the Safety Action Center at safetyactioncenter.pgne.com. So this wildfire safety progress map is an interactive PG&E wildfire safety work, interactive map of PG&E wildfire safety work, outages and progress, and shares information on PSPS impacts. This map includes the latest data for public safety power shutoffs, enhanced power line safety settings, system hardening, including overhead hardening, undergrounding, and line removal, sectionalizing devices, and temporary microgrids. This resource can be found or can be accessed by visiting pgne.com/progress map. In the event of a wildfire safety outage, we offer several support programs to customers in need of backup power resources. Those programs are detailed here. Lastly, we enhanced program qualifications to ensure more customers, especially those who are frequently impacted by safety outages, have access to these resources. In particular, we expanded access for our portable battery program to include customers who self-identify or opt in as vulnerable and have assistive technology or durable medical equipment, as well as those affected by outages on the EPSS protected power lines. For the generator and battery rebate program, we eliminated the requirement that a customer must have been impacted by a PSPS outage, making this support accessible to a broader range of customers. More information about these programs and their qualifications can be found by visiting the links provided on the slide. And again, this PowerPoint will be shared with the public and the board. Wrapping up here, customers can stay connected through our online resources such as Wildfire Safety Page, our partnership with the California Network of 211, information about how to sign up for our Report It app and emergency planning tools through our Safety Action Center. All these resources are easy to access and allow customers to find the support they need quickly. Please let us know if you're interested in any additional information. We're happy to provide you with materials to make sure your community's residents are aware of these important resources. And now, again, I'd like to open it up for a little Q&A on what I just discussed. I know we shared a lot of information with you today, and I want to just thank the board for their patience at the beginning of this presentation.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I think I chastised him enough.
You're done then? Okay. Any members of the public?
I do have our Director of Undergrounding present as well. Any particular undergrounding questions?
Richard, did you have a question?
Yes. Richard Beal, the Public Works Director. A couple of things on commenting on the vegetation management. I know we experienced issues where we had the left debris from the tree trimming end up in our ditches. And that was a problem. And we reached out to appropriate people to try to get that taken care of. But that was an issue, whether it was left in the ditch, on roadside ditches from the get-go, or they rolled down from the top of a slope down. So that was an issue that we've been dealing with. And also, as far as your undergrounding efforts, I want to make sure that they're reaching out to us agencies in a timely manner to coordinate those efforts. Because I think sometimes the cart's a little bit ahead of the horse sometimes, and we've got some plans for doing some road improvements, and we'd hate to have, do those road improvements, and you come in and underground the lines underneath it, because once we do the road improvement, we're not going to let you touch the road for at least 3 years. So we want to, work with you guys to coordinate those plans so that we're not on top of each other and it's done in a systematic fashion.
I think that'd be really, real important. Just give us a roadmap going in the future where you're planning on putting lines in would probably be helpful.
I think we have that available, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably in the process somewhere, but, personally, I haven't seen that. Maybe I haven't reached out in the right locations or whatever, but I just wanted to emphasize that that's certainly something we need to take care of.
I know like up on Shake Ridge Road, not blaming PG&E, you're doing, I hear they're doing the best they can, but it's roughing that road up really bad. I have heard your outreach to people up there in the surrounding area has been really good, which was good to hear. So yeah, I'd hate to go in and fix a road and have you come through and do what Richard's talking about. That'd really be bad.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other
I
questions?
believe we have a hand raised. Catherine Evett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please go ahead and unmute when you're ready. Go ahead, Ms. Evett.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Anetto and members of the board. This has been an interesting presentation, and I have a matter I'd like to just raise with the gentleman from PG&E. One thing I have noticed with the online PG&E outage map is that when I enter my street address, it actually shows up on the map 4 miles east of where I live. And this has been true since the maps first came online. So I think it's an underlying problem with your Esri base map. But, when I enter my address, it definitely doesn't take it to my house. It takes me way up above Lockwood Station 151, which is 4 miles from my house. So if there's anybody else who's relying on that map for anything, it's a problem. And it's just a problem anyway if somebody isn't, very cognizant of how to find their home on a Google map or on a computer map like that. I mean, they could be misled about what's going on in their area by that error in the base map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, noted.
Let's see. I guess Pat's doing good. Somebody had a Jen?
Hi, thank you very much. Yes, I have a comment. One of the PG&E gentlemen indicated to call their line in regards to what to do with this excess wood. Well, I've done so, and they told me, they came out, which was really great, but what they told me was that just put it on Facebook Marketplace and offers up and blah, 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 Craigslist. Well, but, that's all fine and great. However, these pieces of logs are gigantic, and in order to even lift them, you've got to get somebody who's got saws and tractors to lift them up and put them into somebody's trucks, huge trucks, in order to, and then for those trucks to go onto your land, then you've got your land being compromised, and then you've got potential insurance issues because you've got somebody else coming onto your property, and they may get hurt because these logs are gigantic.
And most of them are probably green trees they cut down.
Yes, and that was one of mine, was that it was far enough away from the lines. However, they thought, oh, that tree, it looks like it's diseased, but we don't know for sure, but we're going to cut it down. And the other thing I want to let you know is I've told them, because I've picked up also, I don't want you people on my land. And I've told them, do not come on my land, but yet they do. So I just want to tell you that that's been my experience.
You need to take a page out of, he's deceased now, God bless his soul, but Eldon Waite. I don't know what Eldon did, but PG&E I think they had signs up saying don't go on his property without getting permission from him. So whatever Eldon did, it worked.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
My name's Mark Gamache. I'm in Shenandoah Valley. I just thought since we have PG&E guys here, I'd take advantage. They may or may not be able to answer my question, but I'm curious, as we all know, our insurance rates have gone through the roof, and most of us can't get insurance other than the FAIR plan. So I'm wondering, what role does PG&E have working with the insurance companies and the database companies that designate the hazard zones that are acing us out of our insurance coverage and forcing a lot of businesses to leave the state, that type of thing? Because I can see where it would be an advantage for PG&E to designate a higher hazard area, and then that all flows down to us in the rate of insurance cancellations and rates. And so I'm wondering if you can address that.
I have a couple of my colleagues in the back may be able to address that. If not, we can follow up at a later time with that answer.
Yeah, you have to come to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Alicia Lamelli, and the CPUC is the one that designates the fire hazards. It's not PG&E. We have just built off of it, and that's all the input we've had in it.
Thank you.
My name's Alex Halaga, and I'm the director for the undergrounding program. As far as the insurance companies, we do communicate with the insurance companies about the progress of our work. But other than that, we don't have the authority or to get the rates or them to come back to the state. But they are very well aware of our program, and we keep them up to date with all of our progress.
Now, you're the director of undergrounding?
I am, yes, for this region. So we have two directors, one's North Valley and Sierra, and I'm the director for the rest of the state.
Okay.
You can't do much about this, but we had some money for undergrounding, and frankly, we could have got like a 1/16 of a mile done, so we just sold our credits to another municipality who needed the undergrounding capability. So I don't know what you can do about that. It's so expensive to underground. Wasn't going to work for us, but we did put that money back into a road project at least.
Yeah, so we have a different undergrounding programs. I believe the one you're talking about is for beautification. It's like a Rule 20A.
Okay.
And in that one, we underground mostly for beautification purposes. And in that one, we underground all of the lines, including the telecommunication lines and all that. Our program is really focused on wildfire safety. And that one is fully funded by the PG&E funds that we get through the California Public Utilities Commission and our customers.
Question about the undergrounding work you're doing. If you're in the center of the roadway, probably not as big a deal, but if you're off in like the shoulder, and you're digging trenches, are you have taken in consideration how that's gonna weaken the root systems of trees next to people's homes and stuff?
The root system of the trees. So I don't believe that that's anything that we write into our estimates, rather our design criteria. We do try to stay, a lot of our design is based on the amount of damage that we're gonna create, the restoration, and the cost. So, have you seen a lot of trees that have, had any impact due to our undergrounding program?
Well, you've done 1 mile so far in our county, so I mean.
Yeah, we've done over
but-
600, almost 700 miles, and I have not been aware of any claims coming in due to trees that were struggling as a result of our work, not yet. So
Okay.
if we do start seeing that, that would be something we consider. Out of the, I think we're over 630 miles so far, program-wide. I have not heard of any claims coming in to that effect.
Okay. You know, what's it cost to underground, I know it's probably depends what the soil is or rocks, but
Absolutely, it varies widely. So last year, our goal was $3.3 million a mile, and we came in at just under $3 million a mile.
wow. Okay. Is the maintenance cost cheaper underground?
Absolutely. So this is cheaper because we no longer have vegetation costs forever, right? So, and vegetation costs can be annual. It's also cheaper because there's no storm impacts. So when there's massive windstorms coming through, the underground power lines are not impacted. Furthermore, when there is storms, we do not have to survey the damage to those areas, so we can reduce the number of crews that are out doing surveys of the damage after a storm. And then also undergrounding systems take much less maintenance overall than overhead systems. So that then reduces your maintenance cost over the life of the power lines.
That enhanced, what is it, power setting?
EPSS, yes.
Yeah, EPSS. Can birds set that off?
No. You'd have to have face-to-face contact. So, I mean, if it was like a pterodactyl, now it'd have to be a very large bird that can hit 2 phases, which isn't impossible. But we've done a lot to spread the lines so that any birds found in this area are very unlikely to be able to make face-to-face contact.
Well, thank you. Let's see. Pat looks good up there. Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue?
Hi there, Bonnie Landis. Supervisor Axe is my supervisor. I have a question for you. We live on Timber Ridge off of Taboo, and they are doing our road as part of the undergrounding. My property is 4.77 acres, but it has, as I find out, the misfortune of having a flat gravel road that we received a map of what they wanted to do on our road and an easement agreement. Now, right now, I have 0 exposure to PG&E. The only lines I have is from the pole to my house. And initially they came and they wanted to put a box by the pole. It's a little behind our house, and we said, fine. And then they said they wanted to put a concrete box there. And we've been trying to find out exactly how much power is coming into that box, and are we a end of the line thing, because there's a lot of power coming into that box. And that's, the problem is, the original map they sent us that they were going to do came down at the top of the road we own, by our house and property we own. We have easements around there. And they wanted to put the electrical line all the way down, and my house is kind of like where Mr. Oneto is sitting, and all my utilities and a shop and septic, the well, are here, and the line would be here. And in the easement papers, you see a sample was sent that you can't drill a well, you can't build on it. Well, all my things are right here. And they were literally almost encircling my house. And the road only comes to my house. So they've been working on other plans to go from the box to the turn in the road. But the thing that bothers me is they will give me an easement at the top of the road, which is our property and is our only ingress and egress. And I'm a little uncomfortable with that because now I have a home that I don't really have say on that area, and I don't have any other way to get in and out at any point. And I just wondered how much leeway do we have to say, make another plan?
I would think it's your property. And that's something you might want to talk to a lawyer about, but, once you make an agreement, a lot of times it's an agreement.
I haven't signed a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me tell you, so something that's different on the underground power system than the overhead system is the overhead system can go pretty much anywhere. We can scale mountains, we can go over valleys. The underground system is not nimble that way. We have to follow the roadway because the pieces of equipment that we use to underground power lines are very limited due to their size and their weight distribution. So we are forced to get new easements for the vast majority of we have to get new easements for 100% of the undergrounding that we're doing to follow the roadways. In some instances, we can use driveways and things like that. And we do repair everything that we damage along the way. But when you get an easement for your underground system, you are not limited to put in a new roadway or anything like that. You are limited in some ways, like to put a swimming pool, like if you're going to put a swimming pool right over that area, because the depths of our lines are between 24 and 48 inches usually. They can go much deeper depending on the terrain and other utilities in the way. But so can you not sign the easement? You can, but our routes are very limited due to the roadways, and there's very limited roads in these rural areas for us to pick. So what happens is if we get stalled out, sometimes we are forced to just go overhead in that area, which then your exposure is much greater. Not only is your exposure greater, we may go up to your neighbor, then overhead your line, and then go back underneath at your neighbor's house. So by you overheading, keeping your piece overhead because you don't want to sign that easement, you're exposing a lot of folks to additional risk where we had the opportunity to reduce that risk by over 98% by undergrounding. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of options for us for the undergrounding program as far as where to put the lines. So,
do you have a map of where the lines are going?
The overhead and underground?
Online. Yeah.
The underground ones? So not for all the projects. We don't have the full roadway maps until after design, and our jobs can take 2 to 3 years for us to get all the way through the process, right? So depending on where we are for your road in particular, we are likely to have the maps. So we actually have KMZ maps that we create. They're on the portal that we talked about. They're KMZ, they're interactive. You can zoom in and take a look, and it follows the roadway, and it shows you where it's going to go. And as we get designs on updates on our designs, we do update the KMZ files.
You know what you may want to do is maybe give her a business card and you
Sure, yeah,
can just.
I'll give that to you. And someone spoke earlier about roadways. Thank you. Spoke about like roadways. We have met with many counties to provide overlays of KMZ files. So if you have roadway plans for the next 2, 3, 10 years, whatever you have, we'd be happy to create an overlay for you of saying, here's the known projects we have for undergrounding, here's an overlay of what you told us your known projects are, and then we can talk about a plan on how we want to move forward with the ones where we overlap with each other. And we've been able to do that successfully with several counties. We'd be happy to do it with you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
Thank
I want to thank the board, and I want to thank the members of the public for their patience and thoughtful questions and comments. Thank you.
Stealing the pen, I saw that.
Next item is 4F, Administrative Agency Sales Tax for Roads. I don't think that'll take too long.
So as a follow-up to the meeting on the 26th of March, Supervisor Axe requested that I put together a memo, just sort of providing some examples of types of tax measures that have been used recently. It also includes the history of what the tax currently is, sales tax in the county. Some of the main issues that the board will have to decide on for a tax measure. I don't know how much you want me to go into it, or does the board just want to start discussing, or?
I'd go into it a little bit.
Okay. So the current sales tax rate in Amador County is 7.75%. However, Amador City did pass a quarter-cent sales tax measure that has not gone into effect yet. That sales tax measure is made up of the state base, which is 7.25% plus Measure M, 5.5%. And so the cap countywide is 2% of all the sales tax, so you do have a fair amount of leeway left to consider. The types of taxes, basically you have a general tax, which is used for any county purposes. It requires a majority vote to pass, or a special tax where you designate exactly what the tax revenue will be spent on, and that requires a 2/3 vote to pass. You'll also have to decide the area of the tax to apply in, which is either throughout the entire county, including the cities, or you can adopt or propose a unincorporated area tax only, which is voted on only by unincorporated area voters. Then the amount of the increase, which can be in increments of 0.125% up to the max. And whether the board wants sort of a sunset clause on the tax or not. And any accountability or oversight, like a citizen's oversight where they look at a report about whether the funds have been spent in the way that the tax measure is sort of directed. I provided some examples. The first example is a general tax. It's similar to proposed taxes that I've researched from March of 2024. It has language that's compliant with the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act, which is the initiative that's proposed to be it did qualify for the ballot. That's something I think the board needs to take into consideration. If it So there was a court here, so it's an initiative that has qualified for the ballot. It is similar to a Prop 218, Prop 26 type measure. Although it makes it, it limits the ability of local and state entities to pass tax measures. Basically, more things are considered taxes. It does away with one of the options that you have, which is a general tax with an advisory tax measure incorporated. So if the initiative passed, the risk is that the tax, if the local tax, if it was passed, would be void after a year of the initiative passing. Some of the things that are also in the initiative, a general tax measure has to use language that says that the revenue can be spent on general government uses, which is language that's in that example number 1. It also has to say how much revenue approximately will be generated each year. And that initiative is retroactive to January 1st, 2022. So any tax passed after January 1st, 2022 would be void after a year. There is already a legal challenge that was filed by the governor and the legislature against the against the initiative, trying to keep it off the ballot. That was heard in the California Supreme Court. It was argued on May 8th. I think the deadline for finalizing the ballot is coming up, so that decision will have to be made before that deadline. The problem is there's a lot of things that the court could do. Generally, courts don't like pre-election challenges. They will wait until after. And so the court could say, yeah, well, there's problematic elements of this initiative, but we're not going to stop it in advance. They may look at it and determine that some elements of the measure are invalid and some are not. So there's a lot of uncertainty with that. It's not in the memo that I prepared, but I did do some additional research on tax measures. In March of 2024, there were 9 general tax measures that I've located or found, 8 of which passed. Those sort of example 1 type general tax measures. There were 4 special tax measures, 3 of which passed. And there were 2 of the citizens-initiated special tax measures, which only require a 50%. So unlike a regular special tax, a citizens-initiated special tax only requires a 50% vote. Those also would be precluded if the initiative passed. In terms of
Greg, at CSAC, one of the legislative meetings, policy meetings, the 3 consultants who were not necessarily for that initiative felt it is somewhat likely to pass because there's going to be a lot of money behind it.
And that may be why when I looked for examples of a general tax with an advisory tax measure, the most recent ones that I could find were from 2020, one in November and one in March of 2020. One passed and one failed. And then prior to that, there were several in 2018, 6 that I found, 3 passed, 3 failed of that type. The general tax with an advisory that sort of suggests that it's saying how to spend the tax, how to spend the revenue. So that in a nutshell is where we are. If the board wants to give direction on what it would like to see, I could work on a measure language to bring back, or not, whatever the board's direction is.
Yeah, just to kind of summarize what we had already discussed in the past, and in the terms of a memo, a half-cent sales tax would, by our best estimates for the unincorporated area only, would generate about 2.7 million annually. Over 10 years, that's about 27 million. We're considering a general tax, whether it was an AB type situation where there was an advisory measure along with the actual measure, that remains to be seen. I don't know if that's really constitutional to retroactively change what's already been voted in, but if a single measure works, then, and gets around any of the, issues with this new tax measure that might preclude it, then we can take that route. Some people have indicated maybe a 3/4 cent sales tax over a shorter period. I think it's important with the general tax to have a sunset. That way it does go away, and we have to ask for permission again from the community to do it. And we really can't, again, it has to be focused on the unincorporated areas. We don't have permission in the cities. There were negotiations or discussions, and some of the cities have decided to go in their own direction, which is, Amador City, for example, has run a special tax and passed it in Amador City. It was kind of a unique situation. And Sutter Creek I think is going to run their own general tax. So we would be running our own general tax. Question is, do we want to do a half cent over 10 years or 3/4 cent over a shorter period? Over 7 years, it would generate roughly the same amount of money as a half cent over 10 years. So those are some of the parameters I think that we need to consider. As far as language, maybe, might be better to say local roads, abandoned vehicles, animal control, road crew staff, that kind of stuff. And, there's quite a few real benefits to having this, which I think maybe the chamber could, share that with the community. Certainly having better roads, will provide a greater ease of use. We rely on our roads for emergency services, also delivery of a lot of our goods. That's how a lot of us now shop. Maintaining our roads at an appropriate level will keep them from deteriorating beyond the ability to repair, which I think we have to concern ourselves. It's certainly better roads supports tourism. A tax, whether it's special or general, is paid for by visiting tourists. And of course, less wear and tear on our cars if the roads are in better condition. So.
We're unavailable at this time. Please leave a message. We'll get back to you and have a great day.
Okay.
I got a few thoughts. I'm somewhat conflicted, and how we should put this together. Greg, thank you for the analysis. Anytime you say a general county purpose, I would have a hard time voting for that because most people don't trust government to use it, even if you have an advisory to say use it for roads. I'm not sure people are going to trust government and vote for that. On the other hand, a special tax, would it ever get 2/3? That's quite a threshold. To me, it's more honest, though. You go forward and educate people, and if they want their roads fixed, I would vote for something like that.
Yeah, it's a flip of a coin to see where we go on this. I think we should stick with the general, tax, but, put a baseline of what we're looking for, of everything that deals with roads and,
Well, you can't say it's just for roads.
No, I mean baseline as far as all these different items that the money could be used for.
Right.
But, we know we want to put the roads on, but we don't know what the next supervisors want.
Well, I think it probably stands a better chance to passing if it's a general. That's just my feeling.
I agree.
I think a 2/3 threshold is too high of a bar to clear. And we ran didn't we run a special tax recently for AVA?
You did the $1 license plate for abandoned vehicles.
Yeah.
Which passed once and then failed the second time.
Pat, any comments?
Just to go back one
Yeah,
thing. Oh,
please.
sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Greg. I didn't know you were finished.
No, I was just gonna say, if you pick a general tax, the initiative has language that requires that the statement must say that you must use the phrase for general government use. So somewhere in the tax measure, that has to be there. So that's why you list some of those, I don't know, more popular types of uses. But you would have to include that for general government uses language to be compliant in the event the initiative was successful.
You can't say for general road repair county purposes.
Greg, a quick question here is that, you on your example, you have 5 things sitting here. But if we use most of the money for roads, do we have to do $1 for dispatch? Do we have to do $1 for the sheriff?
No.
Okay.
The list was just an example of some of the things that I saw in those other March primary ballot measures that were successful. And, it's all dependent on the jurisdiction, which ones are, but these are sort of the more common ones.
But the enumerated list of examples cannot just include road repair, ditching, snow removal.
Could. It could. But you'd have to then have that magic and other general government uses language.
I'd like that idea.
Yeah, you don't have to include those
Frank
other
said.
things.
Oh, okay. I'd feel.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, could we put on the measure that it does not include anything for salaries and benefits? Or the things to narrow the field for the taxpayer to know that at least they're not going for that?
I know if I was looking at the ballot, Pat, and I saw that verbiage, I would like that.
Me too.
Well, probably not if you wanted to make it a general tax. If you want language like that, it's a special tax. Anything that specifically bind your hands or future boards' hands on how it's gonna be spent would be a special tax. But then you trigger the 2/3 requirement.
Gosh, I think a special tax should have a lower threshold rather than higher, but I guess that's Sacramento for you. Like
But
Frank's,
all in all, I think we should go for 3/4 of a cent for 7 years. So it's not as a burden them for as long, and it would raise the same amount of money.
and if people don't like it, it's a shorter time span to get rid of it.
If they don't like 3/4, they're not gonna like half either, Brian.
And I did like what Frank was saying about as far as saying it's general tax for ditching, blacktop, paving. I mean, I'd be a lot more comfortable than the laundry list of stuff that,
Yeah, I think you
we put
want to
forth.
dominate, as much as you can, dominate the verbiage with things for roads, and then list a couple other things.
and that kind of put future boards on notice saying, hey, this is kind of what people wanted. Otherwise, you're come in there and say, you know, you sold this as yada, 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 and you're doing just road work. This way, here you say, hey, this is how it was laid out. You can go, and I think that would probably, hopefully keep future supervisors, in line, for lack of a better term. Are we good with comments here? Any members of the public like to address this issue? Man, Sherry was ready to go.
Get to see me again. Sherry Curtis, Pioneer. I think it would be wise, before you spend a lot of time and money and effort, is to wait and see what happens with the court issue or the tax issue, if it's even going to be on the ballot or not. I just think, I believe, if you keep it narrow to what you want, taxpayers, according to what he's discovered, will pay for knowing what they're going to get. And so it's up to you guys, but I just think you do a lot of time and estimating and whatever, and we don't know what's going to happen yet. So again, it would be the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Sherry, you're a little more conservative than most people, right?
I would consider myself working hard for my tax dollars to go to where I think they should go.
So what would you prefer, a general tax or a,
I would vote for a special tax because I know where the money would be going. Okay.
I agree with you.
Any other members of the public?
I think they're ready to get to the heritage.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a comment on Zoom.
Okay.
Ms. Evett, please go ahead when ready.
Hi, again, gentlemen, this is Catherine Evett. I worked for the State Board of Equalization for 19 years, so I'm pretty well versed with how sales taxes work and district taxes work. I think that trying to get a 2/3 majority in this county for any tax is probably going to be impossible, even if it's for roads. So I would strongly recommend you look harder at that A+B approach, where you have the advisory measure plus the general tax measure. And then it's going to be up to whoever carries the water for this measure, whether that's a chamber or a coalition of people, which was first proposed years ago when this first came up, to really make clear and build confidence in the measure, and that the oversight provided by an advisory board would get the money spent on the things that the public wants it spent on. And I know it's probably too late to do this, but it's unfortunate that there isn't funding to do a public opinion survey about how people would vote in various ways on a measure like this, so you could make a more informed decision based on your own electorate. So those are just my comments, but I do encourage you to go forward one way or the other, because our roads have been in need of this for decades now, and it's time to move with it. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I just think a special tax puts it in concrete, and I'm basing that on the 4% increase we did in TOT, and at the time we made the pitch to the public, it was that this 4% is going to go for tourism. Well, a couple of years pass, and I'm getting comments from people within county government that 4% can go to the general fund. It can go to anything, any place. People forget over time.
You know, Richard, I agree with you in a way. I mean, I would like a special tax, much better. I just think the chance of it passing, you're gonna get that certain segments that's gonna say, we don't care if we're saving the children, we're not gonna go do that. That's a fight you're gonna have. I'd like it a lot better, but I think you've been here longer than I have. I've been here probably second longest, and I don't like taxes. I think we pay more than enough taxes, but I can't help what the feds are doing, and I can't help what the state's doing. It's kind of the loony bin, but, you know, they're blowing our tax dollars in a lot of places that should not be going. We can't help that. And we got roads, I've come to the conclusion, we got roads that are really falling apart. We don't have the money. Even if this board and previous boards before us had done everything perfect, we'd still have a road problem. Big road problem, maybe not quite as big. There's probably been a mistake here. There's nothing I'd say that's life-changing. It's just a matter of there's not enough road money, and I don't care. You can't squeeze about the only sponge out there is public safety that really has much money. That's maybe a little might be available. So it's either we're going to pass the self-help sales tax, because I don't see the help coming from the feds. I don't see the help coming from the state. And God has better things to do right now than fix our roads, so it's kind of up to us. So that's why I like the idea of 3/4 cent. I'd probably go for 10 years, but it's a long time. I mean, I'm happy. I'll go for 7, but we need to do that or have some really, really, really rough roads throughout the county.
Well, I think even though it's a special, it's just, we're proposing or leaning toward a general tax, because it has a sunset, I think that, you know, that says to the electorate that this will go away, and if we're not doing a good job, and applying it for the uses that, you know, we kind of intimated, then, you know, it won't be there in the future. You know, won't get reapproved.
I agree with you, Frank, and I wouldn't vote for it as a supervisor or as a citizen if it didn't have a sunset.
You know, and if you did a special tax that way, that's almost like, you know, slashing both wrists at the same time. You know, it's like, you know, you have to, you know, achieve a pretty high threshold from the voters, and then you have to ask for it again in 10 years or 7 years. So, you know, the fact of the matter is we need about 6 or 7 million annually for roads, and we're only getting maybe 2.5 with SB1.
And I think SB1's going away somewhere down the road too, not too far.
Well, there's going to be something to replace it.
Yeah. Pat, did you have a comment up there?
Well, I can see the advantages that Supervisor Forster talks about a special tax. I think that's a really heavy lift. I agree with Catherine Evatt about that. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we hamstring ourselves with a general tax that we have to verify where we're spending it, we're not going to be as efficient if we get 2.8 million because of the special tax. So I'm leaning towards work on the education, get, the chamber has mixers every month. Most of them are in the unincorporated area, so we're reaching the people we want to reach. I would support going for the special tax with a 7-year sunset.
Special or general? Special's 66%.
I know that.
Okay.
But it defines how we're going to spend it, and the people will know. To Sherry's point, correct?
Yeah. Sherry, well, you know, give me 1 second. Anybody else hasn't commented, like to comment? Okay, Sherry.
Sherry Curtis again. I don't know how to say this, but I spent over 10 years working with Paul Gann and Howard Jarvis on fraud, waste, and abuse in government. And I can tell you, I can take a special tax and really annihilate it in a lot of the counties we worked in. But a special tax is very difficult when the people believe you. You're right, they don't trust government. And they've seen too many people say one thing and do another. So whether you have it 7 years, 10 years, or whatever, if you state what it's for and the people see the need, they'll vote for it. And I would help them. But it's easy to get rid of a special tax because so many governments have changed on what they've said they would do, and the people don't trust you anymore. So I just want to say, I work on the other side of where Catherine does, but I work for the taxpayers because we're ultimately the ones paying for everything. So.
You said it's easy to get rid of a special tax. Did you mean a general tax?
No, I mean a general tax.
That's what I thought.
about that too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to confuse it. This whole stuff is confusing anyway for a lot of people. But if there is a need, and I can see there is a need for the areas, I know in the winery areas, roads are rough out there. But more people going there is going to make them rougher. I happen to belong to a private road association because the county wouldn't take care of our roads. So we had to pay part of our own roads to be taken care of. So if there's a need, they need to get together. They can do something like that too. But a special tax is harder for people like me to fight against. And a general tax is easy. So that's all.
Well, probably looking for a motion.
Is this on just for discussion or motion too?
It's just, I think we probably need to get this thing going at some point if we're going to go.
And Mr. Chairman, another point, it takes out the ambiguity of that initiative that would kill the general tax. If I heard Greg right, we'd only get it for a year.
Well, I think that only applies if you did an AB type initiative.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're not questioning the legality of a general tax. That's perfectly legal.
It's trying to slip where you're going to spend it.
Yeah, they don't like the advisory measure on the ballot, although the courts have upheld that in the past, right?
Yeah, those have been upheld by court decisions. But the initiative would, if it passed and was upheld, would change that, which is an uncertainty. And there's not a lot of time. The deadline for the ballot is June 27th, at least what I read, for the state Supreme Court to decide for the state ballot, whether it's on or off. Our deadline was July 9th.
Yeah, if that made the ballot, though, that wouldn't necessarily, it passed, that wouldn't kill a general tax, though, would it?
Not a general tax as long as it had so there's language in the initiative that says you have to use this phrase for a general tax, and you can't use an advisory ballot measure. So so as long as that was the general tax was consistent with that. So yeah, so you either ignore the initiative and just say, well, we think it's either gonna fail or be successfully challenged. You comply with it now, or you just move forward knowing that you'll have to, within a year, have this readopted.
And there's not really any poison pill if you comply with it now. I don't recall seeing any of
No.
these stuck out.
So a special tax or a general tax consistent, similar to the example number one, would be consistent with the initiative if it passed.
Okay.
You ready for a motion?
Yeah.
I'll move that, this board.
Hold on, I think we should hold this over until next time. You know, there's a lot of moving parts here. And we're just making a decision on the fly, so to speak, whatever.
We talked it out pretty well. Why do you want to hold it off?
Well, because I think there's a real, go ahead and make your motion, but I don't know if I can support it.
That's what I'm looking for. I can't support your motion probably.
Yeah.
What's going to change? So I would move this board authorize placing in transaction and use 3/4 cents special tax with a 10-year sunset on the November ballot.
Supervisor Forster, I don't know that we're ready for that full motion yet. We'll have to bring back a resolution, we'll have to bring back an ordinance. But if you want to give me direction on sort of finalizing language along the lines that you're proposing, but the formal sort of consolidating the election.
Okay, then my motion would be under those parameters I just stated, have county council work on the language.
As a special tax or a general tax?
Special.
Okay. I'll second that.
Okay. It's a motion by Forster and a second by Crew. Roll call?
Thank you, Chairman
This is a
Oneto.
Direction to staff?
Oh,
yes.
true. Thank you.
Well, do you have 3 people that support it?
Yep, so.
And how many people do you need to put this on the ballot?
That's a good point. You need 4/5
Yeah.
of the board.
So only one defector.
Or you're not going to get it either way.
You might
Maybe.
be right.
We'll see.
So,
I'm just not sure about the three, I mean, I was more in favor of the half cent. That's where I was.
Well, I could go for half cent.
Because, people are already in trouble enough, in cost and everything else, and that's my opinion.
Then I'll change my motion to half cent.
And then I'll agree.
We need a second to agree to it.
Well, I'll second it. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Pat, are you okay if we go from 3/4 to half?
I think it takes just as much work to get it past half or 3/4, but
I would agree with
that's
Pat.
what it takes. We need to do something.
I think if
Instead of
somebody,
stonewalling it, I would second it.
I would say if somebody's gonna vote for a half, they'd vote for a 3/4, and if they're not, they're not. It wouldn't make no difference. It's gonna be philosophical more than anything.
That's kind of why I went with 3/4 instead of half initially.
I would agree with 3/4, but I think, I like a special tax, I just think you're gonna have a hell of a hard time passing it.
I think you're going to have a hard time special or passing the general, even at 50% plus one.
For just general purposes, yeah.
That's, I just don't want to do a mute point, if we're sitting there, we're doing a special tax already, so then we're raising the bar by going 3/4 over a half cent. That's the only thing I'm looking at.
Well, we have time to, even if we adopt that today, we have time to change that.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at, let's change it to half then, as the motion and second. We're okay with that, I believe. Supervisor Crew?
Yes, yeah, I'm fine.
You're talking a half cent for 10 years,
10-year sunset.
and you're talking a special tax.
Yes.
What about oversight? any oversight.
Well, if we're doing a special tax, it would be under the road department then, during their,
Well, which is ultimately approved by the Board of Supervisors.
Or supervisors, yeah.
That's your oversight. I mean,
Yeah.
I get people that tell me what they think about all-time this, that. So I get direction all the time. Not necessarily they take it all, but you try to filter it and say, what are the needs, what's the issue, and try to make the best decision. So half cent, 10 years, special tax. Gosh, I think a general would have a lot better chance of making it, but I do like special, I will say. I'll go ahead with that. I guess we can change it later. But yeah, let's go forward that direction.
Okay. So I'll draft that. I'll draft a resolution, the ordinance, everything you'll need. And you can, we'll bring it back and then you can make more changes. We have time. You have till July 9th, that meeting.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Greg. Next up, we have item 4G, is Amador County Wine Heritage District. Discuss and possible action relative to adoption of an ordinance regarding the potential formation of the Amador County Winery Historic District, Heritage District, excuse me, and levy assessments on wineries.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto, Supervisors. I'm John DeStasio. I'm the owner of DeStasio Vineyards, but I'm here today as the president of the Amador Vintners Association. Now, I prepared a presentation which set up, but I'm happy to forego it and just get to the chase. It's up to you, given the length of your agenda and the fact that others may want to speak.
Yes.
You had to endure.
I would say some that you could blow through pretty quick.
I can blow through it, yeah.
And some you might want to spend a little bit of time on.
Yeah.
Like,
okay.
you know the areas in.
Refresh our memories, yeah.
Okay, good. So if you can advance it for me, that would be great. A little bit of history. You know, the AVA's been around since '84, originally set up to enhance quality and help support the wineries and get the region some awareness and recognition. And certainly over time, they've been successful in that, but a lot of things have occurred, namely increases in competition from other regions, the fact that there's other competition of beverages or demographic changes, and our industry is changing, and we need to have more sustainable funding just to keep the footing we had. I know a lot of people are concerned that, well, if we invest in marketing the region, we're going to have unfettered growth, but actually investing in the region probably will just keep us to where we can hope for some incremental growth given these type of factors. You can advance. So here's the things we've been doing. We've been working on this, as you know, for well over 2 years, and actually that's just since the adoption of a strategic plan. There was a year before that the strategic plan was discussed, and the top item was trying to secure sustainable funding for the future. All of these issues listed here, I'm not going to go through them all, really speak to what's been done. There's been extensive outreach. There's been extensive study. We looked at a variety of different alternatives besides the Heritage District. That was a vehicle that was ultimately selected because it's probably the most durable. It has a fixed term, a fixed boundary, and it's something that if you're going to do something, just like the conversation you just had, you want to have certainty that if it's not working, it doesn't stay forever. Go one more, please. So this is the boundary. It's the entire county. And you can see these little dots there kind of represent the concentration of where the wineries are. Another one. This is looking at it a different way. You've got basically 82 O2 licensed wineries. As a practical matter, we only were ever engaged and got feedback from 55, meaning that some of those 82 wineries that have an O2 license may actually either have no interest in engaging and/or may no longer be active. They could be hobby wineries or other things. We had 55 wineries that consistently interacted throughout this process. And you can see the Shenandoah Valley and Sutter Creek has about 65% of the wineries as it stands now, and the rest are in the outlying areas. Could advance it. Here are the management plan elements. Amador County, I mentioned. The assessment is 1%, and there's been a lot of confusion about sales tax versus assessment. This assessment is not derived off of sales tax. It's derived off of transactions on wine and merchandise sold within Amador County in the tasting room. Sales tax was only part of developing what the potential estimate was when we did feasibility. So we used sales tax as a way to guesstimate what the revenues would be, and this was done a couple years ago. But going forward, should the ordinance be approved, each winery will basically add a 1% assessment to those two transactions, either merchandise or wine that's sold within Amador County.
You know, question on that, John. There's a number that's been thrown around, like 342,000 was approximate funds to be raised. Would that number be with out-of-county sales taken away?
No.
Would that include them?
No, and that was an estimate based on sales tax that was done, as I said, at the outset of this thing. And at that time, the management district plan included sales tax on sales within California. We've since shrunk the management district.
You're going to be down probably a couple $100,000 then.
No, I don't think we'll be down that much. And then there's one other thing that's never really been discussed about. It's not part of this, but once the Heritage District's in place, we'll still continue to do events. And those events generate revenues also for the Heritage District that can be used for marketing, just like the events revenue today. So those estimates of revenue were always a guesstimate, and the fact of the matter is, through feedback from the wineries and being responsive to them, they wanted to keep it just on transactions within Amador County. So that's what
when you say they, I mean, I wonder why they'd want to start piecing that out, because I think it'd be a little bit hard just doing the administration on that.
Actually, the administration's not that difficult. In fact, I had conversations with HDL, the proposed contractor, as recent as last night. And basically, within the point of sale system of each winery, you would just identify which transactions are subject to the 1% assessment. And that would show up on the receipt for those types of transactions with the consumers. And by the way, the intent would be, although it's not required, the intent would be that the 1% assessment would be passed through to the consumers on the invoice. But
and you know, the other thing I'd look at is, what's the purpose of this assessment? It's to bring people into the county to find out about wineries and wine in Amador County, and we're only charging, I guess, people that are already coming here are paying, or people that reside within the county. I think so people that are shipping out of the county are going to be getting the benefit, and they're not paying it. At least their customers
the original figure certainly didn't include taxes for out of state, because we don't charge sales tax for out of state. That's
fine.
Paid at the destination. But sales taxes within California will probably included in that original estimate. And so you're right, it will be somewhat less than what we had, but I think the intent was, after feedback with the wineries, that they wanted to start with it within Amador County.
Good.
Okay.
The permissible expenditures, those are the 5 that are listed. We have to report on those to the county every year, and we have to stay within those categories. We cannot move money around, and right now, the bulk of it is marketing. 66% of whatever our ultimate budget is from this assessment has to be spent on marketing. And we can't move it into education, we can't move it into quality or administration. You have to stay and live within the categories that we have. The term is 5 years, and that is an automatic sunset with 1 year reporting, as I said. So along the way, there's an opportunity to ensure there's conformance with this. And then the assessment collection, we've worked through a contract arrangement with HDL. I believe they're the county's current sales tax, but they collector by contract. And the intent would be we would contract with them if the ordinance is approved, and they would be the ones that would collect the assessment on behalf of the county, and we would pay the actual cost of that collection, so it would be cost neutral to the county. Next slide. This is the permissible expenditures, just seeing it in a pie graph. I've kind of already covered it, but next slide. These are things we would do upon adoption. At the April 9th meeting, there was a lot of discussion about bylaws and how would it be governed, and we developed all of those since April 9th. We've socialized it with all the wineries, the 55 that have been engaged. We did have 5 wineries that engaged on, once they got the proposed bylaws. I would say 2 were opposed, 1 was in favor, and 2 had questions, and we responded in every case. Next slide. Here's the...
So John, did you eliminate the can remove a board member by a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the bylaws now are I would say much more appropriate. I think the early drafts that were brought forward, that when we were trying to refine it into something, had some clauses that really didn't make sense and weren't applicable to the type of organization we have. But the board will govern the organization, but they don't make decisions independent on the members of anything that's of significance. Okay. Here's a kind of the tail of the tape where we ended up. So of the 55% of the wineries that responded, or 55 wineries that responded, we had 74.5% support. So to your earlier point about super majorities, we have a significant number of wineries, many of them are here today, that supported it. We had 14 that didn't. And on a weighted basis, in terms of the value of the assessment, 65%, so we almost got a supermajority there, supported on a weighted basis. So next slide. Here's kind of where the votes are concentrated. Through the course of this, over 2 years, as I mentioned, we consistently had 55 wineries that were engaged and active. We had 27 that for no response for a variety of reasons. And we actually ended up with 17 that are no longer in business that were at the outset. Next slide. This is the type of outreach we conducted. We hired MMS Strategy to make sure we had a good record of the outreach. We had 471 total outreach attempts, 146 successful interactions. 23 wineries in their attempts were non-responsive. 450 hours that they just spent on outreach. That does not include the AVA board members or others. I know myself, I spoke to many of the wineries personally, as well as went to the Rotary Club and spoke to some of the other local governments. So there was a lot of outreach done over the last 2 years, and particularly the last year on this measure. Next slide. These are local governments that we've talked to, all of whom, you know, had unanimous passage of resolutions allowing the assessment collection within their districts. Next slide. April 9th, this was the feedback we got from the meeting. And we did go back and engage with the members that had significant issues. I think some of it's even in your package, exchanges that I had with certainly one winery member. We did engage with the membership. I tried to answer every question. Obviously, in some cases, you still couldn't get agreement, but at least we tried to stay engaged and make sure people felt like they were heard. We did look at, were there alternative boundaries that we could consider to shrink the Heritage District around where the wineries are concentrated and maybe eliminate the burden from some of those wineries that didn't want it and they were in outlying areas. But the issue with it is that there was support peppered in there too, so you would end up getting rid of wineries that supported it as well as those that were concerned. And so I included a lot of that in today's report, but I just want you to know we heard the things you asked us to do. We tried to do those in good faith. Next slide. We made changes to the management district plan, which is really the charter. We narrowed the assessment just to the Amador County sales. We pushed the district start date, which was originally in October, to June. We developed the governance and bylaws that are kind of included by reference. We clarified the definition of an assessed winery. We had at least one winery that came forward, not a winery per se, but an individual that made other types of fermented products, and we wanted to be clear that that was not intended to be included. We combined the administration and collections budget following our discussions with HDL, and we updated the business list that was included in your package to remove duplicate wineries or wineries no longer in business. The governance and election process, I won't go through it other than to say we did the best job we could to try to address the law's interest in ensuring that there's proportionality while at the same time reserving a seat at the table for everybody. And the winery members who will run for the board of the Heritage District will run at large. So they're not designated by any particular size or any other dimension. And once they're seated, it'll be one member, one vote. So we feel like we struck the best balance we could. And there was a lot more energy around this than there really was whether or not we should do a Heritage District. Next slide. The transition plan, if the ordinance is approved, the AVA will work, first of all, to conduct the election to seat the board for the new organization, and then collectively will transfer the AVA assets, liabilities, contracts, and will coordinate with the completion of previously scheduled events to ensure that they occur and there's kind of no disruption in the hospitality or anything that has already been marketed in the region. We'll work with each winery to do the technical setup of their point of sale system to collect the assessment on only those transactions that are outlined in the MDP, and then of course any other activities necessary to support the membership. Next slide. So the requested action today is that the county, given all the information and the time we've spent on this, is to allow the wineries to go forward and attempt to contribute to the economic health of the wineries. I would also say there's a lot of ag and the growers that depend on the wineries being healthy that are also affected by this, as well as the county at large. So our requested action would be to have you adopt the ordinance and allow us to proceed with the establishment of the Heritage District for the next 5 years. Happy to answer any questions.
So, John, on the 27 non-responsive wineries,
Yeah.
what's the disposition of them?
Well, they'll still be included in the Heritage District to the extent we can find them.
Do they know that this is going to happen?
Yes, I mean.
Or could happen?
We sent registered mail to everybody. We emailed everybody. We called everybody. We made physical visits.
Okay.
In some cases, we couldn't even find some of the wineries. When I say winery, it's an O2 license holder. So an O2 license holder may not be an active winery. They may not have a storefront. But we made an effort to contact everybody multiple times.
Couple questions, Sean. Going back to the one slide, so to elect the board, it's a proportional vote based on the 3-2-1,
Right,
correct? But once they're seated, it's
Once
one
they're
vote per person,
that's right,
per entity.
right. Or one vote per board member. I mean, it's one board member, one vote. There's no more proportionality after they're seated. And they can run from any sized winery. It's not as if we're saying only large wineries or medium wineries or small wineries can hold this many seats. We looked at that as one potential outcome, and we ended up rejecting it and just tried to find a way to have the proportionality reflected in the initial election, and then they can go forward from there.
Second question, I don't want the county to have to administer this. So if you have your entity administer it, then if someone says, I'm not paying, then what do you do to collect that?
Well, HDL would do the collection. We talked, I think last time, the county has no interest in doing enforcement. But the way that it would be done through HDL would be more like a traditional collections activity. And whether or not that, it's not going to have the ability to maybe have the same level of enforcement. I think, as Greg pointed out the last time, a property-based improvement, you can actually impact somebody's property, but this is an assessment on transaction, so it's more of a commercial collections activity if somebody opts not to pay.
But Greg, in the resolution 3.18.8080, it still says the county or third party. Are we gonna be able to take the county out of this resolution?
Well, I went back and I listened to the minutes, to the audio of that prior meeting, and there was no clear direction from the board, so I left it in.
Okay.
And the agreement with HDL, I think, is between the county
That's right.
and HDL. It's not with the owners association. There will be a separate agreement between the county and the owners association in which the owners association agrees to perform the services, the services that are being funded by the assessment. That draft agreement was discussed between HDL and myself, and it does, so it has them collecting the assessment, has them doing the notice, has them doing the billing, if someone doesn't pay, it has them doing the collection. The way they're paid for collection activities is they get a portion of any amount they collect. And then there's the service fee for doing the billing, which they will deduct from the assessment that they provide. And the way the agreement's written, the county can either have HDL send that directly to the owners association or have it sent to the county, which then will turn around and send it to the owners association. That's up to the parties to sort of work out. So that is potentially an action item as part of the whole process. I do think that the auditor has comments about the agreement, but it's there. So it does have a 5-year term, so it lasts the life of this, the initial term of the district. So hopefully there is no issue that the county would have to step in. Whether the county has some obligation, I mean, obviously this creates a county district. Thank you. It is a county entity, a county instrument that really is run by the owners. So the county can't absolve itself completely. There will be some responsibility for the county. There will be an annual report that gets prepared, that gets submitted to the board. I think in the other type of district, there's 2 statutes that govern districts. One requires an annual hearing. I don't think we have to have an annual hearing, but certainly we can put it on when that report comes in, and the board can have a hearing just to review the report. And of course, I think every year, if there's a sort of an opportunity for the entities, the wineries, to do this 50% protest. So it can be ended during that 5-year lifetime if they get that 50% opposition threshold.
So this is in no way like a special district or anything? Like,
Doesn't create
doesn't create like a
public
government
entity, special district,
Okay.
no.
And so at the end of 5 years, it would just vaporize?
It could be renewed.
It
but
can be renewed, but
it gets renewed through the same
there-
process
but
as
there's
this.
nothing that needs to be done at the end of 5 years if the people don't want it anymore? It just goes
No,
away?
it would just go away.
Yeah, okay.
What was the percentage vote then?
Of those that voted, 75% of the wineries voted in favor, 14 wineries, 25% voted against. And of those that voted for it, that represents about 65% of the assessed value. So it was 65 on a weighted basis and 75 in actual one winery, one vote.
And just to jump in there, I wasn't, at the public hearing, there were people who got up and said, well, I'm not sure I'm for this or against it. And then there was more discussion. So I didn't count any of those people. But since that public meeting date, I'm only aware of 4 written oppositions, which don't get anywhere near that number. People can orally today also voice their opposition, and that would count as well, or they could do a written. But right now, we haven't received any official oppositions that get to that number. It's much less than that.
That's consistent with what I've received.
Yeah, I'm at least, you said what, 4?
Yeah, 4.
I got more than that. I got at least 5, and there's at least 6. And then there's people I talked to too, so.
Yeah.
But you had a vote, and that's what I'd kind of go off of, not so much. Sometimes people say, they vote, but they're not gonna send a letter.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask John a question, please?
Go for it.
John, Supervisor Crew, you said it was 65% of the volume of sales?
Yeah.
Was it the corrected volume, taking out the parameters where you say it's gonna drop from 320, probably 250 or something?
It's hard to know exactly what it would be, because that original snapshot of the 340 that was done for feasibility was inclusive of the in-state sales outside of the county. So it will shrink by some, and the 65% is based on that number. So the weighted vote maybe is important, but I think the one winery, one vote might be just as important.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, some of the issues I have, one of them is, I wish your support was stronger, because it's something you're imposing basically a cost or action on people. Do I think Shenandoah Valley, or just a general grape growing wineries, tasting rooms need some help? Yeah, absolutely. It's a firestorm out there. I get it. But I also look at it, well, why can't, if people want to do it, why not they go do it on their own? Because I think, I could be wrong, I don't think I am, but I remember talking to Jerry Wright a while back, and this was kind of floating around, and he's like, I'm like, well, why don't you support it, Jerry? Just kind of curious. Well, because, he says, well, I wanted to do that years ago, and they should have done it, and they didn't do it, and now they want to force it on me. And I thought, well, geez, I didn't have a very good answer to him for that one. So you see people are saying they don't want to participate, and I have a hard time forcing them to participate. Do I think that something needs to be done? Absolutely. Can they do it on their own? I think Jerry went and did it years ago. I think he spent a lot of money doing it, and probably to a certain degree put Villa Toscano and maybe to a lesser degree Bella Piazza on the map. But
thing, if I can respond to those two things. The one thing I will say is you definitely can do this voluntarily, and it has been done in other places. Unfortunately, it's not quite as durable in terms of the certainty about people sticking with it and doing the collections. There's been hundreds of these have been put in place, either property improvement or business improvement districts. I asked Civitas, and there's only been one in the history of that time that didn't get renewed. So part of it is getting people comfortable with it and starting to take responsibility for the governance. The other thing I would argue, although they're not obligated to, the vast majority of wineries, this will be a pass-through to the consumers. So they're not, while they're obligated to participate, they're not necessarily impacted from a bottom line standpoint.
Okay. Oh, good. Nobody on Zoom, looks like. Pat, are you good?
I'm good.
At this time, is there any members of the public that'd like to address the board in this item?
Sherry Curtis again from Pioneer. Part of the things I would like to share with you are questions that I'm still not firm on. According to the assessment law that you say you were working under, the county was supposed to have mailed to every business owner with a mail back to be sealed that would show today whether they approved of it or not. And that would be in a protest method. So off the start, you had a private organization do some kind of mailing for their organization, but it's not what the law says. The other part is what is the law section that allows you to do an assessment? And I'm asking this before we get all involved in, and it's all thrown out because it was done possibly wrong. What is the law that allows an assessment to be charged against a sales transaction? Because I don't know of any.
So the, so it's the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994.
It doesn't say anything about a sales transaction.
Yes, but the assessment can be on businesses, and so it's.
Right,
yeah.
that's fine, but it doesn't say.
It's not a sales tax. It's an assessment on the business, and they pay it how they want to pay it.
Okay, then the question comes, how do you audit that? If the county is the one setting up the district, the county will have to do the contracting with the different organizations. One's against the new management district. One will be with HDL. then who's doing the auditing to see that each winery actually paid what they're supposed to be paying? And I understood last meeting that that information was private information. So how and what's the responsibility of the county then to make sure that the proper monies are being spent or collected by a private agency? To me, I think by the changing of their bylaws, that's going to help them an awful lot to get the support of the rest of the wineries to do their own marketing. You're mixing government responsibilities, and I don't see the legal thing. There is a bill coming on saying that you can charge a fee, but it doesn't even become operative until July. So you can't do it under that one either.
You asked a question. Can council answer that?
You want me to answer?
Is that okay? Sure.
So
Give me the code section.
I'm answering your other question, which was who's responsible. HDL
Okay.
will verify the amounts and discern whether people are paying what they're supposed to be paying or not paying.
And
They're
the
our
county,
contractor.
And the county will just accept that, right?
They're our contractor.
Okay.
They work for us. They're working for us, so.
That's an extra cost that the county doesn't need.
It's paid for out of the assessment.
I know, but it's extra time, energy that the county's getting involved with private business.
Well, can I go to our
Yeah.
CAO and elaborate on your question? Would that, do you think, the way it's couched here, that this will cost us to,
That portion?
that this will require us to employ another employee to deal with this?
That portion, no, but Tacey is concerned that there are going to be impacts to her department that would require an additional employee.
Is she here? Can we hear what that is? So you guys have all had maybe 2-3 years looking at this, but us as taxpayers have just heard about it this last month. So anyway, we're trying to understand it too.
She's right over here.
Yep.
Hi, Tacey Oneto Ruin, County Auditor. So the last few weeks, Liz and I have been going over questions with Greg and Chuck specifically regarding the contract with HDL. I have a lot of questions about the verbiage that's in there. Whose responsibility are whose? We're still not sure how much responsibility the county has to assume, because this district is our county district. Are these monies first county revenues and then go out? Do we at some point have to collect them, whether it's from HDL or directly, and hold them as a liability and pay them out? We have a lot of questions logistically. And it makes me concerned. I'm concerned about money coming in, if that's actually, how am I supposed to know if that's accurate and then to be paying it out to someone else? There's a lot of logistics questions that haven't been answered.
Isn't there an audit process? Can it be held until it's audited?
I do not think there's anything currently in that agreement about that.
I don't know what we're auditing. What are we auditing?
Well, the payments that every winery makes, is it the correct payment? Is there an invoice sent to them?
Please leave a message, we'll get back to you, and have a great day.
Well, that'd be the Board of Equalization, I think, that'd be providing those numbers, wouldn't they? Well, I guess maybe not, because they're.
We don't know how much they owe, because
Yeah, we have no idea.
that's based on their revenue.
It's not that much different than TOT. We don't know. TOT is self-reported. There could be enforcement, there could be auditing, there's not. You get what you get in terms of the assessment.
I do have to
And
say.
if there's an enforcement, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, in terms of TOT, the treasurer's office in the past has been active. I have been told that they actively look for businesses that seem like they might not be complying. As part of
Yeah,
their,
and that's what HDL will do under the agreement. They do have that obligation under the agreement.
I don't know, there's just some language in that contract that Liz and I both have questions about.
Well, that,
And because I don't know where it's going to put me into. I think, Greg, do you not think it's county money, or do you think it's county money, or are we just not sure? How it needs to, if and how it needs to run through the treasury and what that means.
or do you think you and our treasurer, tax collector, and our county council can resolve this before it goes live? Or
I
do
don't
we-
know whether it has to go through the treasury or not, but the agreement is written in the alternative. So if we decide by the time it goes, we can make that happen. Although that would require you to have some role, which would be to then bring it in and then send it out to pursuant to our agreement with the owners association.
We had tried to get some of this hammered out beforehand, but it just didn't get finished. Again, it's kind of it's part of this whole thing, but it's aside from what they're trying to do as well. It's more the administrative and what are the checks and balances, whose responsibilities are, who's responsible for what, and making sure everybody's on the same page.
Take some public comment
Yeah.
before we start losing everybody.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this issue? Sherry? No.
I haven't finished. That was just to start.
Yeah, there's
Hi there, Lorenzo Muslia, Andis Wines, partner at Andis Wines. The county is not anticipating the money. I mean, her question was like, what are we gonna do with this money? Is the money's gonna come, and when it get deposited on there from the wineries, it's gonna be transferred to our owners association. So I don't see it's not that, it's an easy equation. It comes out, comes to there, you take the proper fees that are involved in that transition, and then it got transferred to our bank, to our association. So I don't understand what are all these complications. So, and the assessment, the auditing, it doesn't need to, the HDL is gonna be handling everything of that. So the county and the person involved in the treasury, it's just one transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rich Rose. I'm a grape grower in Shenandoah Valley, 4th generation. And I don't know if I asked John or I asked you folks, is this assessment going to be on grape growers or just wineries?
Just wineries.
Just wineries.
At this point, yeah.
I just found out about this heritage in the last few days, and I'm thinking back to Chamber of Commerce for Amador County. Were they ever involved in being an assistant or a guiding light for the foundation or the heritage assessment? And I did some questioning of grape growers in the Shenandoah Valley, and the ones I talked to all agreed the best way to advertise your product is by word of mouth. If you grow good grapes and you make good wine, you'll get customers. And my property borders Shenandoah School Road and Shenandoah Valley Road, and I see an awful lot of traffic 7 days a week on that road, or those roads. So I don't know if the purpose is to promote more sales or to keep it a heritage preservation, keep the county as a viable place to go. Napa Valley's too far away. Shenandoah Valley's closer. And somewhere I read the numbers 3 to 1. Large wineries would have 3 board members, smaller wineries 2, and the smaller ones 1. Has that been resolved or changed?
No, it'd be the same.
Same.
Large wineries have 3 votes.
What determines a large winery? How many gallons you sell or what? Sales?
Yeah, by their,
Dollar sales, not volume, just dollars? Thank you.
Dollars.
Thank you.
This is my 8th grade teacher.
You know, he's a retired teacher.
Yeah.
He's got the first place out there on the way.
Good afternoon, Chairman Oneto and Supervisors. Tracy Berkner, business owner in Plymouth and associate member of the Amador Vintners Association and vice president of Amador Council of Tourism. As you've heard me speak before, this is a pass-through to the people that are visiting, similar to what I've been paying in Amador County for 27 years in a form of transient occupancy tax. It goes to promote and sustain the businesses that are collecting this and charging the assessment. It's a way that we can ensure that we have good business for all of our people in our community. A lot of people do come here to try the wines and to visit this area and support my business. So it's not just about the businesses that are collecting the assessment. It's about all of us that whose businesses are directly affected by the business of wineries. So it sounds like there's some questions that still need to be answered, and I do believe that they can be answered. And if people have objections, that they need to go directly to the AVA and ask those questions so they can get those answers. Nobody's hiding anything. Nobody wants any malice. It's all for the good of our community. So please see your way to pass this assessment and move things forward so we can improve our economy in our community and really drive that. Amador County is an amazing place for people to come and enjoy wine, and it's world class, and it's a much better place to come than those other places we won't mention. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Jane O'Riordan, Terre Rouge and Easton Wines. My husband and I are celebrating our 30th harvest this fall. We've been in the wine business for a long time. And the wine business itself is in one of the worst places that it has been in 30 years. All businesses go in cycles. We've seen a lot of different ups and downs in the wine business, but right now, the wine business in general, everywhere, is not in a good place. So whatever we can do to help promote our wine region, marketing something like this is really needed. I do still have a couple questions, though, regard to the assessment itself and how it's configured. I'm glad that we cleared up today that this $342,000 was estimated based on the original plan a year and a half ago that was all of California taxable sales. And now we've changed it to be taxable sales within Amador County. So there is kind of the problem there because I assumed, and maybe I'm wrong, John, that the assessment would be configured based on our taxable sales that are shown on our sales tax returns. That's how the figure would be determined. That's a little bit difficult because since 5 years ago, the way sales tax works in the state of California, with the Wayfair versus South Dakota ruling, businesses that have more than $500,000 in taxable sales have to report on their sales tax return. They have to collect, report, and pay sales tax to every single little district in the state of California. So if I sell wine to Los Angeles or to Pasadena, I have to collect and pay that tax. So on my report, this is for anybody who has more than $500,000 in taxable sales. It's the Nexus rules. I have a line that says Amador County, and that's strictly Amador County sales. But all the smaller wineries in this county only pay one tax rate. They pay Amador County tax rate. All of their sales in California are on their sales tax return on one line that includes everything. So I don't know how we are going to separate for those smaller wineries what their actual Amador County sales are. Is that making sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So is this going to be some kind of an honor system to report what your taxable sales are in Amador County? Or how do they back that out? And this is why, for the last 2 weeks, I've been trying to get an answer. What the total assessment budget would be if it's not this $342,000. So we know kind of what we're working with. And I haven't really, they say it's difficult to back those sales out. HDL can't get that information. They don't know each winery how much of that Amador County line includes sales to the rest of the state. So is there a way that we're going to do that, John?
This was part of my conversation last night with HDL,
Yeah.
because we're still, I actually was really struggling with, well, how do you segregate out those sales that are Amador County from, because frankly, when we bill club shipments as a small winery within the state, it's all charged out at one rate, and there's no way for me to really segregate that. What I finally, the light bulb went on, is the way this assessment will work, it's going to be assessed on the transaction at the winery. So in other words, if you sell wine in the county, then that transaction in your POS system will have a 1% assessment. Your club shipments will not. So the assessment is on revenue and not derived from sales tax. They're kind of separate.
It's true, but we are not, it's the winery that's being assessed, not the customer.
The winery's
And the
being
winery can
assessed.
pass it on to the customer.
correct.
So I personally am not going to put anything on my POS system which actually adds the 1% onto the sale. I can, however, I have the way my system is set up, it's Wine Direct, a lot of us use it. I have website sales. I can separate, they are separated, all the POS sales. Those are just the sales that are in the tasting room. So maybe that's exactly what you're talking about, but not, so it's not anything that HDL would have access to. It would have to be me showing a report that of my total sales for the quarter, this is how much were POS sales. Is that making sense? Okay.
Each winery, I mean, at the end of the day, just like when you report your sales tax, each winery is gonna have the obligation to report the assessment accurately. I mean, that's.
And report to whom, and then
Well,
are we
HDL on behalf
invoiced
of the, HDL on behalf of the county will get the reports from each winery of, this is what my, transactions were that were subject to the assessment and what that assessed revenue looks like. But it is not derived from sales tax, and that's.
It's
we
derived
finally
from taxable sales, but not from sales
That's
tax.
right. That's right.
So it's kind of an honor system, it sounds like. Does it make sense? Kind of an honor system. You're going to be reporting. There's not going to be an official thing like taxable sales on the sales tax report that says 1%. It's going to be up to the winery to report what their POS sales are. I think that was all my questions.
I mean, we have to trust you.
I guess so. Anyway, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other member of the public like to comment? It's gotta be one out there somewhere. Okay, here we go. Gotta be scared for a minute.
I think there's a few more. I'm Mark Gamache, Sloated 20. Got up and talked last time. I also submitted a letter to you guys last time. I am not submitting a letter this time, but if you need me to, I will. Bottom line is I was against it at the last meeting. I'm still against it as much, if not more so than last time. Part of the problem I have is the fact that it's not voluntary. We're using the government to make this a mandatory tax on everybody. And you can call it assessment, but it's a tax. And the reason I know this is my son owns a big vineyard management company in Santa Barbara, and I've been talking to him about this. He said, Dad, this has been going on for 6 years down here in Santa Barbara, and it's been continuously rejected. And it's because of a overwhelming rejection by the smaller wineries. Big wineries are for it, the small guys are not. And finally, what settled it on the official rejection by the county down there was Howard Jarvis weighed in and said, look, you're doing an assessment based on sales. That's a sales tax. You cannot do a sales tax without a vote of the county voters. So, you know, I don't think there's a better expert around than Howard Jarvis, our Prop 13 guy. But just listening to the previous agenda item before this, there were a lot of issues that came up on tax. Mr. Forrester here said that at one time there was a 4% Amador tourism tax, I think you called it, that was shoveled around and used on other things besides tourism. So that was very interesting to me. If the wineries had benefited from that 4% tax, that didn't change, we might not have this problem.
I think it's as high as 10% now, and I think the wineries do benefit from it.
Okay, well, if we're benefiting for it, why do we need more? I mean, and that's part of the whole discussion is what are we getting?
Majority of you are saying you want it.
I'm not saying I want it, but.
Well, the majority, it seems like, of the wineries.
Yeah, I question those numbers on the vote too. And the other thing is the vote was last summer. Since last summer, at least a couple dozen details of what we voted on have changed. So if you retook the vote now, I don't think it would be the same as it was last summer. When this was first presented last summer by MMS and HDL, and we were given a chance to email back and forth on discussions, and of course, MMS gets paid if this gets passed. They're getting paid already, but I think they get paid more if it gets passed. And so they have no incentive to present anything that's an unbiased view. They want to just tell you why this should pass, give you the positive side of why these business districts are good. But you can go online and look up business district attempts in many other counties all over the state that have failed and been, you know, postponed or put off or not voted in. And it's for a lot of the same reasons we're talking about here. But back on taxes, the other thing, when Mr. Galat was talking about this vote that's coming up in June or July, that's going to change the way assessments are looked at and actually invalidate some taxes in a year if it passes. I'm wondering if this assessment falls into that category.
Does not.
Does not, okay. The other thing is, I think it's all in the numbers. This $342,000 number has been floated around for a year, and that's what everybody voted on. But now they're saying, oh, that's not the number. The number's lower, but we can't tell you what it is. Well, if it's a lower number, but you still take out all of the costs for the executive director, the facility, the building in Plymouth, the utilities, the insurance, the legal fees, you know, what if that number's 200 instead of 324? You take out all those costs, there's nothing left to provide benefits. So the numbers are important, and you need to see those ahead of time to really know if you want to do this. So it kind of reminds me of my least favorite politician, Nancy Pelosi, saying, well, you can't read the bill till it passes. It's the same kind of thing. You can't know what the number is till we, you know, vote this proposal in.
Oh, now, Mark, that's just details, you know?
Yeah.
I agree with you, though.
So, anyway, I'm still against it, and, you know, I think there's a lot of precedent out there that shows other areas all around the state have ruled against these things. They're not always great. I'm really against the fact that we would be stuck with it for 5 years. But overall, the main thing I'm against is that we're using the government, in this case, county government, to put in a mandatory assessment, when I think if the wineries that want to do all this advertising want to do it, go ahead and do it on your own. Make it voluntary. Just assess yourself 1% and have the 1%ers club and go off and market the hell out of your wineries. But don't force everybody to do it. You know, it's wrong to use government as a hammer to make this a mandatory tax on everybody.
Well, just in response to, you know, your question, why do we want more of it? Why should the hospitality carry the water for tourism marketing in this county?
Well, Tracy
You've been getting
got up here
free
and
marketing
right.
for years now.
But Tracy got up here and said that, you know, this benefits her hotel and her restaurant. Is she willing to put this 1% assessment on her hotel and restaurant?
She has 10% on her hotel.
I'm just saying.
And in Sutter
I'm not
Creek,
saying I would agree.
Sutter Creek, it's 12%.
Okay, but I'm not saying I would agree with the 10%.
And it's not for 5 years, it's in perpetuity.
Yeah. So, but like you said, if that's already being used to promote wineries, why do we need to collect more money to promote the wineries?
Okay, well,
So, that's it.
thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
I think there's a little confusion about calling it a tax, and it's because the way so it's an assessment. It's an assessment on the business. It could be almost anything, but the way they've sort of determined how to calculate the amount of the assessment is tied to sales. And so makes people think it's a sales tax. Well, it's just the way to determine the amount of assessment and make it proportional to the businesses. So it's not a sales tax, it's not a tax, it's an assessment on the businesses supported by the majority of the businesses. Paid by however the businesses determined to pay the assessment.
Hi, my name is Allison Caruso. I work for Turley. I've been working for them for 11 years now. I'm also a former board member at the Amador Vintners Association and a former chairperson of the board. I come to you today to strongly advise your consideration in advancing this proposal. As we all know, there's a lot of friction in government, even in small little organizations. During my tenure at the Vintners Association, it was incredibly challenging to advance the smallest of proposals, to get buy-in from 50% of membership. To hear the overwhelming support, 75% of responding members are in advance of this, that speaks volumes. That is the overwhelming support. That is your community, that is your business owners, all saying, we want this, And we know that this would help elevate the region. It would expand exposure, it would increase tourism revenue, it would allow for more TOT taxes coming in, more opportunities to generate revenue for this county that all day long we have been hearing we don't have money for.
I think that 75% was of the people that did respond.
Yes, correct.
And
And 60+%, nearly 2/3 of total wineries, if you wait, including the non-responsive. I'm going to keep it very, very short and sweet here and just urge your consideration and advancement of this proposal. It's been a lot of time and effort and thorough detail going into creating something that we think would create a lot of viability and support for our region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Elisheva Gurarieh, and I am the owner, together with my husband Chaim, of the Ari Winery, and we're located on Shenandoah School Road. A long time ago, in the Enlightenment, there was a philosopher, a very wise one, that coined this. There are things that are known, there are things that are not known, and in between is the door of perception. And that moves anywhere on the bar between the knowable and the unknowable. I would like to say that my husband, Chaim, and I are for adopting the Amador Heritage Wine District. We feel that if we choose here not to approve and adopt this project out of fear that this growth will make us lose our way, then this decision will be a great mistake. Change and growth does not have to mean that we shed who we are, what we believe in, and what we have built. It doesn't have to mean that we lose our legacy, our history, and our heritage. On the contrary, to adopt the Wine Heritage District will give us the financial opportunity to develop, invigorate, and strengthen these qualities so that we are recognized and appreciated for who we are. Right now, there are 50% or plus of Sacramento citizens that don't even know that we exist. Amador is all about heritage, specifically as it relates to our land, its agricultural activity of growing grapes, the production and the culture of wine. We strongly believe that our natural path is to approve this project in order to be able to build and improve the qualities we possess and believe in. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you my thoughts and my feelings. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jan Deonda Vineyards. Thank you for this time. I oppose this district. I encourage all interested, you to encourage interested parties.
Let me pull up mic over to you a little bit.
Board and members to collaborate and explore other alternatives and options that may result in similar benefits, but at much less cost, more known costs, and without imposing special assessments and utilizing county resources. After 2 years in the making, the wine district should have explicit bylaws, management plan, comparative data. At least we should have something from Temecula and Livermore, since the company had established those districts. And I don't feel that we've been actually shared upon that information, of what the costs were, what the positives, the negatives, the risk factors, the any other challenges, what the action plan to resolve the challenges, and what the results are. There's nothing that I've seen in the information on the our website to express that. And to me, not knowing what your actual risk factors are puts you in a disadvantage. And then being imposed, mandated a percentage is also, it's like, well, how is this actually going to fall out in place? The assessment is being mandated for special benefits regarding services, marketing, branding, and such. But with the AVA members, and we are willing to pay, we're currently receiving those services now that don't appear to be anything different than what's placed on the management plan. Per the March 26th AVA board meeting minutes on page 2, I'll give those to you, the AVA Marketing Committee announced an increase in visitor traffic found on AmadorWines.com. It says that based on a year ago, the average visitation was 5,000 per month. And then in March, it stated that it went up to 156,000 unique visitors. And they disclosed the specific social media platforms that they used, whereas in the wine district, we don't know what they're going to use. It's all ambiguous. The enforcing the 1% to 2% fee resembles a tax. It does resemble a tax, and it marginally qualifies as a special assessment. With mandating this fee upon all OTU license holders in anticipating of securing additional funding of like-kind benefits and service is questionable. Of course, we've dealt with the budget. What are those comparative costs and results from the established districts versus the resources currently used and utilized by the AV Marketing Committee? We don't know. I am kind of confused about the 3-tiered system. I understand for the voting rights to somebody as a board member, it's 1 vote per winery, but the 3-tier system, I'm really kind of confused on that one. It sounds like it's, and maybe John, you can clarify it for me, because it sounds like if you make so much money in sales, you get 3 votes, and if you
You know, maybe,
there you go.
maybe somebody speak in the mic here.
The governance is based on proportionality, that the law suggests that those that pay the bigger percentage of the assessment should get something that represents proportional benefit. And although it's not exact, the way we landed on it, we had people on both sides of this issue, was the top 15 wineries in terms of assessment would get 3 votes each in terms of towards the board candidates they wanted. And that could be from candidates from small wineries or anything. The candidates run at large. So the largest 15 assessed wineries would get 3 votes each. The next 10 would get 2 votes each, and everybody else would get 1. And so then you end up taking the aggregate of all that voting, and the candidate or candidates who get the most votes get seated on the board, once they're on the board, it's one board member, one vote. So that's, the proportionality just comes in how the board members would be elected. But then after that, it's one board member, one vote. And again, the candidates can be from any size winery.
Thank you, John.
It just seems a little disproportionate on that area. Because, I mean, the view has always been that every member within AVA receives the same benefits. So whether you're paying, whether you're earning a lot of money versus you're a small vineyard winery and you're earning a lot less, you're still getting the same benefit. So I don't find that three-tier system is really a fair process. It also allows for the ruling class to have their way, and that is, it doesn't protect the rest of the organization. Let's see what else I have. There doesn't seem to be a valid oversight to validate votes or actions of board members. And to me, if you're going to set something up, you really need to have an oversight, code of ethics, of something in place to protect the organization and its members. And anyway, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Marianne Rittenhouse. I'm from Ruby Dew Ridge Vineyard, Fiddletown. That kind of tells it all. I have four reasons that I'm protesting this vote. Probably because I'm up in the woods. Number one, though, when I read things over the past couple of years, the bylaws change, everything changes, misinformation goes around the county, goes around the organization. You don't know what to believe and not to believe. The first thing that bothers me most is lack of reliable documentation on specific benefits. If I allow the county to assess my property business for 5 years, what specific benefits can I expect to get in return? Now, there's a list on page 30 of April of 27th of 23. And some of those things, I'm already doing, and it still doesn't bring any benefit. The things that the AVA has already done doesn't bring any benefits up to our property. One of the essential things I have requested for over 3 years is a signage right in the Shenandoah Road to say that there are 5 wineries up in Fiddletown, and to direct them out of the Shenandoah Valley. The only sign that I have is on Ostrom, where people will be at the end of the day, they come down the road and they say, oh, well, are they going to seek out Ruby Dew Ridge Vineyard? No. They've had too much to drink and they're gone. Second, lack of specific cost have not been analyzed. Cost analysis is important with any kind of business, whether it's going to be a success. I should have done that for myself years ago, maybe 10 years ago when we started growing. What are the specific costs and expenditures of this assessment going to do for my business in the next 5 years? We have no proposed budget financial plan setting forth the cost of establishing, operating, managing, and auditing the district functions. Based on the limited information we received so far, it appears that there are 3 categories of costs paid by the assessment. Amador County assessment levy and tax of cost. Second, what are the salaries going to be for the directors of the district and their staff, and are they going to have benefits? And then the retainer fee, annual fee for the marketing and management firm to facilitate and oversee the marketing, brand awareness, related contract services. After all this is said and done, how much of the assessment will be left over to deliver the benefits of joining this district to market our brand? Or will the cost increase in 5 years? Will the assessment need to be increased by the board if there's a shortfall? The third thing makes me oppose it is I don't believe there's been a risk evaluation to reward. Elishiva says you've got to take risk. Well, I've taken a risk so far, and maybe the worst history of the wine district, they say, for 30 years. Because we came on board 3 years ago, started growing 10 years ago. Everything involves risk. They need to be identified ahead of time and hopefully mitigate them. What if anticipated benefits do not materialize? We've already had recessions, fires, pandemics, drought, a glut of grapes on the market, a lack of affordable insurance, fire insurance. All we need is another pandemic. Other concerns are the bylaws. None of the bylaws that I've written seem very clear. They seem to be the voting rights of the members, and some members that may be materially affected by the actions of the changing bylaws. Government codes prescribe many meeting procedures, and these are not accurately reflected in the current bylaws. The corporate code requires that nonprofit boards to follow certain record-keeping procedures and proposed bylaws that do not include these. The corporation code requires certain election processes to be set forth by the bylaws, and proposed bylaws do not fully and clearly implement these statutes. The assessment, payment, collection, and delinquency dates, penalties, procedures must be clearly stated by the bylaws. We don't know all that's going to happen. My other consideration is, rather than going for this assessment district, why can't we work with local organizations like Tracy was talking about, the Amador Chamber, the Amador Council of Tourism, the AVA, the grape growers, and city councils to develop plans to increase tourism and boost sales. Or we can go out externally to other areas like Lodi Marketing Collective, California Downtown Association, to get their expertise on how to make Amador a destination. Until we can have more flexible zoning laws for the county, wineries, and land usage for restaurants, hotels, and lodging, when will Amador become a destination? Not for one day, not for one behind the cellar door event, but for a week, for people to come up here and say, I want to stay here. Currently, we have an Airbnb on our property, and I do support a lot of other wineries besides myself when people come up here. We can also collaborate with El Dorado County. I don't know why we haven't minimized the cost of marketing. Instead, we do it on our own. Supervisors could also consider establishing a Wine Heritage Advisory Council or task force composed of one or more supervisors, business representatives, and various stakeholders. A lot of things still upset me. If we were to do events on our property, are we going to be taxed for that, like weddings? The administration, point of sales, 1% assessment, shipping out of state doesn't get affected out of Amador County. So thank you for your time. It's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you.
Okay. You know, I think I'm going to take about a couple-minute break here, and we'll come back. So just, sorry about that. A few minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, yeah. I think, young lady, you're next.
Hello, Chairman, fellow supervisors. My name is Kathleen Mahan. I'm with Hellwig Winery. I've been with them for 13 years now. I'm also president of the Amador Council of Tourism and a past president of the Amador Vintners Association. And being involved in this process on both sides of the house from the very beginning, I wanted to kind of, in a nutshell, since we've spent all afternoon with you guys, kind of sum up why I feel this is important and hopefully maybe throw some perspective into those that might be on the fence or had some of the questions that they had. So in regards to funding, so as we've sat and enjoyed all day as sample into your daily lives, funding is a huge issue. And I know there's a lot of people that are asking, why haven't you tried to do something on your own? This is the Vintners Association trying to do something on their own to have a secured funding source that isn't something that you need to put a task force into, that you need to oversee, that you need to pull from your budget, that if we have a wildfire, if we have something like COVID, if we have some unknown, or if we decide we don't want to do events, because a lot of people are spread across the issue on events, we can self-sustain and still be able to provide membership with the means to bring people to their winery and grow the region. I don't see a risk in this. And the reason I say that is the risk would be not doing this and moving forward, because then you don't have a secured source of funding that's, doing different realms of social media. A lot of what's been going around is, well, what's this going to be? What's that's going to be? Some of, the organization isn't going to be run by the Board of Supervisors. So this is something that needs to be created by the Heritage District. So, you're going to really nail down all of those, and that's why it's so important, no matter how you're feeling, to be involved and have your seat and be able to select how that's going. But the main purpose of this whole entity is marketing. And if you look across the board, we partner with, I work with Megan constantly with Visit Amador, and we do cooperative advertising. We've worked with El Dorado, we've gone to Lodi, we've done all the things that have been suggested. And at the end of the day, there's only so many people that want to volunteer their time or give you the time it takes to put together your whole marketing plan. And we've done that. We know what it takes. We just need the funding to secure that. And as far as, Visit Amador, we're going to be doing the same exact thing. It's a very viable way to self-sustain your entity and be able to have funding move to your business. So I really, really, really encourage those that are on the fence to, again, speak to somebody at the Vintners office and have those questions asked and not read something that was put out 2 years ago, that's something current, because things do evolve. And we have been listening every time we come to a Board of Supervisors meeting or have a board meeting within the Vintners Association. We're addressing those concerns, which is why so many of the wineries, both large and small, are in favor of this, as Hellwig is as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name is Paul Sobon, and I think the last time I stood in front of the Board of Supervisors, it was 18, 20 years ago, and ag tourism came up. How can ag bring more people to Amador County? The Vintners Association started out as a joint association back in the late 70s with El Dorado and Calaveras County. In the early 80s, it became an Amador Vintners Association. My family's been involved with it ever since late 70s. I think this is maybe not perfect, but it's a sustained source of funding to maintain the market share and hopefully grow our market share for tourism coming, for basically ag tourism. Most of us operate under that permit. We're in ag land, offering a tourism, offering wine tasting, offering visits, offering whatever we offer. The Vintners Association, the way it's funded and the dues that we have now are not going to work for very much longer, or don't really work very well now to bring more people up here. So I think we have to look at this as an opportunity to, like I said, have sustained funding. Obviously, there's details that need to be worked out. Be great if we had 100% consensus in this. It would be great if I was 100% sure of this. I'm not 100% sure of this, but it's a really, the thoughtfulness that has gone into this to make this a possibility is to be commended from John and the rest of the Vintners board. So that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. It's bright in here.
Hi, I'm Meredith Wilkins. I'm the tasting room manager over at Turley Wine Cellars. I've been there 11
Which
years.
one?
Turley Wine Cellars. Did not start out as a tasting room manager, but I've been there 11 years now, and I did go to some of those Vintners Association meetings when I first started out, and they were very contentious, and I just wanted to echo what Paul said, that it should be applauded that they got 75% of, the vote for this. That's amazing, having been here this long. And another thing that keeps me here for 11 years is knowing that Amador just needs that cohesiveness. We're on the precipice of bringing a lot more revenue into this county. And so listening to everything this morning, I just kept thinking, everyone's asking for money. We're trying to bring money and fund money, and for those smaller wineries, Turley's a bigger name in the valley, and we're here to support those small wineries. We want to raise everyone up in the region. So I just think, if there's questions, as Kathleen was saying, like, these people have all been here the 11 years I've been here. I'm one of the people they tracked down to get here because we are hurting. We are, working overtime and with less staff, and we're still recovering from that, if we ever will. Like fires, as they said, and these events, they take a lot out of the wineries. A lot of times that's what funds the Vintners Association right now, is that event revenue. It actually, sometimes we make less money. We'd rather just, pay the Vintners Association, but that hasn't really worked. So what we've seen is what hasn't worked, and I know that with the passion behind all these folks that have been here this long, like, if we just could give this a go, I mean, we're not losing anything, we're not putting it on to anybody else. We're gonna take the money from the visitors and put it into our businesses to help elevate the region. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you.
I was hoping to say good morning, but it's good afternoon now. So I'm Steve Havel. I've lived here since 2006. My family bought a property in 2006. It's now a winery. We've been operating inside Sutter Creek and in Plymouth, both locations, Sutter Creek since 2011. We've had a tasting room, historic building there, and our tasting tent and cave out in Plymouth. I've been on the board for the Vintners Association. This is my second term, so I'm coming to the end of my second term. When I came on board, this is right after COVID. It was actually during COVID, 2020. It's when Kathleen is leaving. There was so much stress from wineries. There are small wineries that I know we call hobby wineries, but there's also small wineries that are small businesses that are trying to support families, trying to support second generation into third generation, and some wineries in even here who are trying to support fourth and fifth generations. This opportunity that we had when we had the strategic plan, we wanted to be able to rise all boats. We want everyone to benefit from what this is. Doing a volunteer assessment, which I know has been brought up by multiple people, there's new California laws that are coming in place that are gonna probably get rid of things that you can't do voluntary assessments or voluntary charges onto receipts. This allows us the opportunity to grow with the sales that happen in the county through the support of the Board of Supervisors, the Chamber, Visit Amador. We grow our sales, the funding to the county grows. Through that 5 years, we can actually grow our funding. This is a sustainable model. And that's why they call it that. There's 200, on the Civitas site, it says there's 211 business improvement districts. I don't know how many of those are tourist business improvement district. That's where this kind of falls in line with. It's successful. I mean, this is what is going to bring sustainable funding. I know there are vocal, there's a lot of vocal opposition to this, but there's also a lot of vocal approval of this. We want this as an opportunity to grow the wine region, to grow visitation, to grow revenue in Amador. We don't want to see the wine industry fail in Amador. It would be a detriment to everyone in the county. So that's our 2 cents. This is supported by my family. It's supported by myself as a citizen of Amador County. So thank you guys for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Raise the mic up.
Okay.
There you go.
So I'm Jennifer Hausler. I'm from Cooper Vineyards, and I'm here in support of the Heritage District. And I wanted to just touch on 2 things. First of all, it's a really, really hard time for the grape growing industry and the winery industry right now. For the grape growing industry, fuels skyrocketed, fertilizer, labor costs have all gotten really high. At the same time, there's a glut in the worldwide market for grapes and grape juice, so there's a downward pressure on prices. So it's a difficult time, and I just want you all to be aware of that. The second thing I want you to be aware of is that there are a lot of people with money out there to spend just looking for a place like Amador County. It was so surprising when I first started working at Cooper, because we're from humble means, and some people, and a lot of people have a lot of excess money to spend. Right now, just waiting for our marketing push in Reno and different places, I think it's gonna, I know there are many people who would love Amador County who just don't know we're here. And this is a way for us to get more people into Amador to taste our wines. So we'll help all of the tasting rooms in Amador County, and it will help Amador County. There has been a lot of work that's gone into this plan, and I think it's time to, I just hope you support this plan. I think it will be a big help. So thank you.
Thank you. Zoomers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have Rich Richardson on the line. Go ahead and unmute yourself when ready. You need to unmute yourself on your end. Thank you.
There we go. Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak. I've been online pretty much since 9 a.m. this morning, and it's been fascinating and interesting regarding the challenges in Amador County, particularly financially. But the reason I wanted to jump in, I'm Rich Richardson with Turley Winery. I'm the CEO, General Manager for Turley Winery. I've been in the industry pretty much my entire life, and I've enjoyed other people's opinions and thoughts on the industry. And I think one area that hasn't been touched upon is I think there's a huge generational change going on within the industry. And as has been mentioned, there's always been cycles. There's recessionary, there's other issues, weather, fires, what have you. But I think the downturn now isn't so much economically driven as it is generationally driven. And what's interesting is the wine industry for the whole tends to be a little more on the conservative side. And I think with this generational change, if we don't start getting ahead of it, we're going to be left behind. The largest decline in wine consumption is people 60 years old and older. The baby boomer generation, which for the last 40 years has driven this industry, is getting older. They're retiring, they're drinking less, there's health issues. That's 60 to 79 years old. What we need to bring on board is Generation X more so, the millennials and Generation Z to continue to support our industry. The industry has a different approach to baby boomers than it does to the younger generation. And that's only going to come about by marketing. And this heritage wine district, I have great hopes for being much more creative, much more dynamic, and have a vision to bring in young people. I was at an event at Turley a couple weeks ago. It was a tour and tasting of vineyards, and it was really nice to see some millennials, a few Generation X, and Gen Zs there. And for those of you that visit tasting rooms, you'll see there generally tends to be an older crowd, which has been great for the last 40 years. But to be sustainable, we need to attract a younger generation. And one of the reasons why in the industry we're seeing so many wineries sell is because of the next generation hasn't really been brought on board yet, and we need to do that. So just wanted to say I appreciate the time. I appreciate what you're all doing in Amador. I love coming out there as well, and I do support the Heritage Wine District. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Turley. Richardson with Turley. No more Zoomers, looks like.
No, not at this time.
Jeff, I guess you're up next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've been very cautious about my position regarding the Heritage District because it seems like every day there's a new revelation. There's a new perspective, there's a new idea. I'm no longer on the fence. I'm in favor of it. I've signed the petition just a few minutes ago.
You're hanging pretty tough.
Yeah, I was. I was. But it's true. The market is difficult. And I think the objective of the district to help cultivate and grow the direct-to-consumer sales channel is important, incredibly important. You look at the competition and finding attention and shelf space through the three-tier distribution system, and it's gotten only worse in the 40 years I've been in the business. More competitive, more cutthroat, less margins, more difficult. Yet there are folks that love to make a discovery and to taste new wines and to enjoy the fruits of our labors. And it's so much easier to do that when they're on your doorstep and you're not fighting for that shelf.
I remember when I was a kid, Jeff, you went go in the store, there's what, Gallo? And maybe that was it for wine. There wasn't much on that store shelf, and now it's scary you walk down a wine aisle.
Yeah. It is. But I think this is This is the best idea I've seen come since I've been here. And all the talk about risks, I really think there's much more of a risk in not pursuing it than it is pursuing it. Thank you.
Is that the last one? Oh, no, darn.
Keep it short. Thank you for spending the day with us, listening to all of us. I'm Bob Andre with Driven Sellers. I'm one of the newest to the Valley, but have been brought in by everyone. Been really nice, great. Not as competition as somebody at part of the team. And I feel like this is a continuation of the team, of everybody working together for the greater of all. So I think not only the winery is going to benefit, everybody's going to benefit. And so I am in favor, and I hope you support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for your time. My name is Beth Goodland-Jones, and my husband and I own and operate Iron Hub Winery, formerly Amador Foothill Winery. And our son is our partner with us at the winery. Both my husband and son have masters from UC Davis in viticulture and enology, so this is a lifelong career of ours. We've been in the wine industry going on 41 years. And prior to the past 11 years in Amador, we were up in El Dorado, Appalachian, and had a successful venture there. When we came to Amador, we were really excited to focus on the direct-to-consumer route and business plan, and built a lovely venue on Steiner Road. We're just across the road from Deaver, excuse me, and next door to Shenandoah Vineyard. With our other enterprise that we had for over 3 decades, that winery, we did a lot of wholesale in different states. And every time we were out there and spending thousands and thousands of dollars on that market and those marketing activities, we were talking nonstop about the appellation which we were coming from and really marketing that region. And so as we came into Amador, we chose not to go that route, but for every winery and every entity in the wine industry in Amador that is outside working out of state sales and even international sales, they're talking about Amador and the story of Amador, and they're contributing a huge amount to the industry's knowledge about Amador. And still, that is not enough. They have done a lot for us, and the Amador Vintner Association has done a lot for direct-to-consumer. But as event fatigue is reaching the population, people are starting to get a little tired at times of the passport events, or a little tired of the mass crowd they might feel in a big event, some single location. We're starting to see order sales drop occasionally. Over the span of the past 5 years, you start to see less activity. What the Zoomer was saying is really true. It's a generational shift. And I think we really need to get caught up and maybe a little ahead of the curve and really develop our expertise in the direct-to-consumer world. And it's not just bringing people to Amador. It's talking a lot in that internet sphere about Amador and doing a lot of outreach. We all know that the 20 and 30-somethings are always on their phones or their devices, and that's a world that we aren't well represented in yet. And if we can develop this heritage district as we propose to do, we'll have the ability to develop a whole presence that we don't have right now. So as we get to be better known, hopefully we'll increase the business activity in our retail sites, and that'll drive demand for more restaurants, which will support restaurant development, and that hopefully will drive the demand for places to stay other than just another Airbnb. Hopefully we can get some additional lovely boutique hotels. So there's a whole synergy around this plan, and we're very collaborative. I've been on the board for 4 years, and I've been on the finance committee for 6 years, and we rise and fall on activity level as an association, all on events, and it's absolutely exhausting. We don't know, we can't predict what we'll have next year because it all is event dependent. And that's a really neurotic way to live. It's absolutely challenging month after month to try to predict what we can spend monies on when that's our life. And back in the 80s when this started, 1980s and so on, as Paul was saying, it was a very successful enterprise. It was, you could do events, everyone I think was flipping burgers and pouring wine. It was a whole different scene, but the world's different now, and we really need to mature while we're telling our story. I think Amador is one of the really unique areas where you can come to some place like Iron Hub and talk to my husband and son who are growing the grapes and crushing the grapes and fermenting and making the wine and bottling the wine and then bringing it up by forklift to be sold in our venue. And you can have an opportunity to hear a really unique experience and a unique life here. And people love sharing that. So I think we're doing a disservice if we don't embrace our uniqueness and our authenticity. And I think this constant, more supportive income revenue stream will allow us to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any others? One in the back.
Hello, I'm Megan Foley. I am a two-termer for the Amador Vintners Association and the Director of Retail Operations for Rombauer Vineyards. So what I just want to say is that Rombauer Vineyards is in favor of the Heritage District. And as a, quote, larger winery out here, I just want to say that our perspective is from a very local and granular and community-based perspective of how we're going to utilize this. I run tasting room operations, and our visitation has been flat for 3 years. So I need new visitors out here. I need more, and they don't come to one tasting room. And in fact, I don't want them just to come to Rombauer Vineyards. I want them to come to your tasting rooms as well. So our whole mentality coming out to the Sierra foothills was a rising tide is going to lift all boats, but you actually have to jump off the dock in order to catch that. So I really hope that you guys pass this. I hope you can hear all of our perspectives from an array of sizes of business. But thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Well, Sherry, you want another bite at the apple? Makes this your time.
Well, I am understanding you're all enthused. You all want to do this. But if you're going to create a wine district, I would suggest you do it legally by the law. The way it has been done so far today, as a citizen, it's my responsibility to bring it to your attention, because if later legal things happen, they'll say, well, nobody, if you knew that and you didn't bring it up to the board, you may not have standing. But the problem is you're not implementing it by the law that you say you're running under. And so I'm just making you aware of that. The other thing I would like you to understand is, yes, it's generational. Yes, as pot is growing throughout the United States and the use of it, many are not using wine anymore. They have another drug of choice at this point. And so I don't know how you're going to, market yourself there. But as far as marketing goes, I just looked in the phone book trying to find a list of wineries in Amador County, and there were 2 listed. There used to be a map in the phone book under the yellow pages that had all the wineries in Amador County. Now, I live here, and I wanted to call some wineries and take my family up, but I couldn't find any names. So I would suggest your marketing that you include your own county, because there's a lot here that may want to do it. But it is economics, period, 101. Everybody is hurting. Every business is hurting. Every taxpayer is hurting. Now, there's some wealthy people that can afford to do this, fine. But you have to understand the risk comes to everybody trying to manage the little monies they have, whether it's to produce a business or to pay their tax bill. So I'm urging you not to do it yet until all the unknowns are known. It is unwise as a business person to go and buy stuff. You don't have the answers yet. You won't get them all answered, but you'll have some.
I'm not saying I'm necessarily in favor of it, Sherry, but hey, when Columbus sailed, they didn't know all the answers.
I know, but this is something you're getting warned about, and not to take heed.
And also, anymore, I mean, I'm an old-fashioned guy. I love phone books.
Okay.
They're kind of gone.
And
I like them.
They used to laugh because only the senior adults had the money to go around wineries or the time. But nowadays, they're even having trouble. So I think you're not ready to do it yet. You haven't done it right so far. Having a private association do the balloting is not legal under the assessment business law. And I'm just warning you. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, hey, public, next.
Sign my name?
I think you already did once.
Okay, good. I don't want to sign it again. I'll just a quick response. The money that's coming in from this is people who are already supporting wineries and are going to be supporting wineries. This isn't an additional assessment on everyday tax payers. I mean, this is something that we're garnering this money from people who are coming up to Amador, that we're hopefully going to take that money that they're already giving us, remarket to them and to their friends to come buy more wine. I do know on the ballot issue, I know John can answer this, is something that we talked about. The particular district that this is under, it does not require a ballot. We had a ballot because it's something that you guys asked to see where the approval was, which we showed you guys is around 75% for those who voted. So hopefully you guys can support us. So thank you guys.
Thank you. You know, one thing I'd like to put out just out for everybody is as far as it's a 5-year sunset and then like 50% renewal clause, I think that should definitely be higher, because if it's really a blowing and going proposition and it's succeeding, you should be getting 80, 90%. So I mean, you wouldn't see a problem, Greg, if we raise that threshold for renewal, like to, say, 70%?
I don't think you can change the state law, but ultimately, the renewal has to be done in the same way this was created. So the board doesn't have to renew it. So they would submit a.
So it's not an automatic, if they reach
Not
the
automatic.
50%? Okay.
I don't believe so.
Maybe. And you know, had one other thing I thought would probably maybe simplify things. Some people may like it, some may not. I would like to see it statewide. So taxable sales in California would pay that percent. I think also if you're looking to make this thing fly, you're probably gonna need a little more money than a little less. I mean, time you hire somebody to kind of manage it, and your operational cost, then what you have above and beyond is what you're really gonna be out there hitting the consumer with. So, I mean, that's just a couple thoughts I have. I would say it's probably leaning more towards it, supporting it now than I was. I kind of wasn't. I have a real problem with, I don't like taxes, and I don't like imposing anything on anybody. But your numbers are getting higher. I talked to John a long time ago about that, and I said, John, if you don't get good numbers, I'm not gonna support it, but if you make it, you're barely there, in my mind, so. Richard?
Don, I have a question for you. Of the small, medium, and large wineries that would be in the district, what's an average on cost for each?
An average in revenue or an average?
Small, for the cost, what they'll pay?
Oh,
Just real rough. I know,
Yeah,
I'm not asking for perfection.
back of the envelope, it'd be probably a small winery be a couple thousand a year, and a large, medium winery could be, 10 to 20,000, and a real large winery could be, starting to get north of 50,000. So. I would like to comment on the ballot point. And I don't know if our counsel from Civitas, but we did have this discussion because we were intending to have it balloted by the county, and the law does require property-based improvement districts to do a ballot of all the property owners, but business improvement districts do not. So that was how we resolved that.
Yeah, that's right. It's a notice. Statute requires mailed notice, and then an opportunity to protest, plus the 2 hearings that we've had.
Okay, so you meet the requirements then? Yeah, they met the requirements. Yeah. If that addresses the question, Sherry.
No, it does not address it. The business people have to be mailed by the county or city if they are creating a district within a city or a county. The county did not mail. It doesn't have to be certified. It has to be mailed to every business owner you're proposing to put in the assessment district. That wasn't done. And so I don't know what law they're talking about that they don't have to, because I read that you do have to. And that's my question is, I'll make my public records request right now. I would like to see the list by the county that you mailed to every business owner who you mailed to. And not AVA, they mailed to their own people. That's fine. That's what it should be doing. But the
Greg,
county was supposed to mail it.
So the statute says, if a city council proposes, which means county as well, proposes to levy a new or increased business assessment, the notice and protest hearing procedure shall comply with, refers to a government code section, except that notice shall be mailed to the owners of the business proposed to be assessed. So it doesn't say notice shall be mailed by the county. Does not say that.
It says the county who's proposing it, it should be made.
No, it does not.
Well,
does not.
Okay, that's an interpretation, I think.
It says,
not-
I'll read it again if you want.
Because
Well, he just read the code. I think
I
that's.
know, but that's not what it meant. It's the county creating the district. They're the ones responsible to create the district,
Well, it looks
not the AVA.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and
I
so,
think we're probably the impasse, Sherry. Greg
Well,
is saying he
okay.
he believes it's done legal. You're saying it's not. I mean,
yeah, that's okay. But I would like.
he is an attorney.
okay,
Not
if
saying you
the
not saying you
public-
can't read and all that, but
Yeah.
that's his profession. So
Okay, I'm making a request to see the list of all the wineries and the proposed votes that they said yes.
can you please just send us one in writing so we have it? I mean, it'd be nice.
Okay, I will do that. But I would like to know who voted for it and how they did the weighted assessment and who actually mailed it. Because
Okay.
I think the county should have done it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I really don't want to belabor this, but I will say that there were two mailings. One that was done by the county that provided notice to all the potential assessees, and then the ballots were all sent by a mailing agency through, and they were all sent certified. So we have all the records of how people were notified of this.
Okay.
So, you looking for a motion?
I think any more members of the public like to comment on this? Yep. No more board. Okay. No, I think we're good. I just want to make sure nobody wants to say something. So, yeah, I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to waive the reading and adopt an ordinance adding chapter 3.18 to the Amador County Code, establishing the Amador County Wine Heritage District and assessment and approval of the professional services agreement between the County of Amador and Hinder Litter Delamas, I had to say that carefully, and Associates.
You know, one question.
Did you get the resolution in there too?
Oh, and approve the resolution. Yeah, waive the reading and adopt an ordinance through
I think
resolution.
there's a resolution, there's an ordinance.
Okay,
and the
I
agreement.
just read the recommendation, so
Yeah.
we'll add the ordinance too.
Question, Greg, as far as his motion, if they're going to put in that, the 70% requirement, if it's legal, you have to have that, you think?
Wait, say that again?
As far as, I want to have something in there to where, when they come up for renewal, that in order to renewal, that, I guess you're saying it has to come back before the board anyway, but,
I don't think you can impose different standards than
Okay.
what's in state law, but there's always that, the board may, right? I don't think there's any obligation
okay.
to continue it.
And one more thing, I don't know how the board feels about this, but I'd like to see this assessment pertain to all sales made, direct sales from that winery, even if they're shipped outside the county.
So I did look at that, so the board is allowed to make certain changes, but you can only revise the assessment by reducing it from what's proposed. So I think what you're doing is increasing it.
It's not increasing the amount of assessment, it's just increasing the breadth.
But
I
wouldn't
could
it,
be a lawyer.
I think the result of that increases the amount of the assessment. No?
Originally, the 342,000, I think, did include that.
Right, but I thought it was revised down, so what was presented.
No? That number's not been revised down.
Yes, it has.
Was it? I didn't see it.
The number wasn't revised down because the original basis was based on sales tax. However, the management district plan was narrowed, and that was reflected, that now says that the assessment is based on only sales within Amador County. The original assessment, that the $300,000 number that was thrown around, was based on sales tax revenue from over 2 years ago, and that has not been updated, because that was really only used to see if it was even feasible to go forward with this.
Yes, so the assessment in the district plan that's potentially being approved is changed.
Well, it could. We don't know, because that original assessment was based on the assumption of what
okay.
revenues would be, so.
But it's 1% of
The assessment itself has not changed, it's still 1%.
direct gross direct-to-consumer sales on winery sale.
In Amador County.
I think it says it in the management district plan.
Section D assessment, the annual assessment rate is 1% of gross direct-to-consumer sales revenue on winery sales. Based on the benefit received, assessments will not be collected on purchases made outside of the county of Amador.
Right.
Do you have a Zoom comment?
Mr. Chair, could I butt in?
Sure.
Do you have a second yet?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say that I was on the fence at 1 o'clock. I was more on the fence at 1:30. But after I had a lot of questions about Amador County wine direct shipment, and I have to commend John and his staff, they answered most of my questions. That being in business for 40 years, you got to take calculated risks. So with that, I would second the motion that Frank had.
Okay.
Discussion. Can we still take out in 31880 the county?
We're going to put Jeff Brown
I think we talked about that last time.
No, but everybody ignored me, so I'm just putting it out there again.
If I think I agreed with you conceptually, but I think it's just, we don't want to go into that. I mean, I don't intend to go into that, but just, it might make it hard trying to
I just don't
navigate.
I don't want us in the collections department.
Well, I agree with you.
If we amend the ordinance now, we'd have to continue it.
Okay. What about, okay, so that's probably a no on that then, Jeff, I think.
Okay.
What about going back to the, as far as the sales only in county? Can that be expanded like it was originally, to?
It's in the.
I think it makes.
In the ordinance, you can't do it. If I can't take out the county.
Hey.
So well, maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but if it's 1% on county sales and you want to change it to 1% of statewide sales, my expectation is that it would increase. And I don't think the board can increase the assessment.
I want it, sales made within, they're county sales. It's, when they're shipping it out of the county, I think it's still a county sale.
It says it in.
And there's another wrinkle in that. So a small winery, if I sell something and I ship it in the state, I charge it out at Amador County sales tax rate. But a winery, once they get large enough, as Jane mentioned, and I think others perhaps, once they get more than $500,000, then they have the obligation to charge it at the rate of the county of receipt or the municipality of receipt. And so it's actually may complicate things a little bit.
Okay, all right. I'm good then.
Greg, question on Supervisor Brown's question. I would rather not have the county in there, but it also says, or a third-party collections agency. So isn't that good enough where the county says, we're not going to do it? It'll be a third party.
Yes, and that was the intent of having the HDL agreement here to be approved today. I think the agreement is okay. We could probably change it if we need to. I think there's some internal sort of, what do we do? What does the county need to do with the money? Does it have to come through the county,
Can't we just?
sort of treasury and then go back out to them? But I think the agreement probably will work. And if we did need to change it, we can certainly change it.
Yeah, can't we just adopt a change to the?
We could do an
ordinance?
amendment if there was some
Amendment.
change that needed, but and to your issue, Supervisor Brown, it was drafted as a 5-year agreement. And so the only way that they can get out of it is if the district goes away under any of those, under any of the rules that allow a district to go away. So they should be locked in for the duration of this first term of the district.
If we're going to approve something, shouldn't we approve it in correct form rather than saying if we need to change it?
Well, I don't know that we need to change it. I think it will work, because the things that the auditor and I have been talking about, I don't think require changes to the agreement, but I don't know. It's more how we process it.
So do you need 2 more weeks to look at it?
I don't, and I don't know
you need that 2 weeks, or you good? Sorry.
I know. So again, Tacey Onedaruin, County Auditor. So we have been looking for a few weeks to find examples from other counties, actually, not even necessarily with wine heritage districts, because there really aren't any in counties, but just the business improvement districts. I have not been getting responses from the counties that someone thought they had one, it's like, no, that's not what that is. But yeah, and they cannot tell me. I need to know. I know it seems like it's easy with collecting the money and putting it out, but do I collect that? Do I record that and report that to the state, to the feds as revenue? And then if the money comes in and if it goes out, is it an expense of the county? Or when I get the money, do I collect it and hold it and report it to all agencies as a liability? And then when I pay it out, I'm released? I mean, there's just certain things that I want to make sure I'm doing right. But we haven't had the answers. I'm not sure that 2 weeks.
So I mean, 2 things. One is you can approve everything but the agreement. HDL has, we've negotiated this agreement. This can come back at a future meeting if you want. I'm just not sure that the questions that the auditor is raising would necessitate changes to the agreement, because it seems more like processing on our end about what we do with the money, how we have to treat the money.
And just
Not
the
what-
flow, like even the process with them though too, but I'm not sure that the contract needs to be changed, the agreement, just as long as we understand the flow of the money.
So that's why I was saying, I don't think the agreement will need to be changed. But if there's concerns, we can hold the agreement over and approve the district. Up. Do you have a preference?
No, I think I've made my,
I think probably okay. I don't think it's going to change the agreement if you're just trying to figure out how to navigate money in, money out, if it even comes in.
there's gonna have to be, I'm gonna have to have information for if the money comes in from HDL, I'm gonna need to know how much was originally given to them. I need to understand how they took their net share out, what I'm giving out, and exactly where it's going.
What was the start date? What is this?
We'll get back to you. Have a great day.
Yeah, I think we have time, I think.
And if worst comes to worst, we can bring it back and redo it.
Okay.
We don't want to do that, but I mean.
I know.
I don't think everybody have to come back for the next round.
Okay,
Okay,
we'll leave it here.
thank you.
So we know what we're doing?
I think it should be fine the way it is.
So you made a motion.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also approve the professional services agreement too?
Yes.
Okay, and Pat, you made a second, so roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew,
Aye.
Supervisor Axe,
Aye.
Supervisor Forster,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Abstain.
Motion carries 4-0 with one abstention. Well,
Moving on.
I think you mean us.
I cleared the room.
okay.
I didn't take it.
What's that?
Find it sooner or later, I guess.
You can come in and look, we don't mind.
Well, it's just, I have my other knife that I misplaced.
Uh-oh. Did it fall on the floor?
It might be in my car. I thought I brought it in.
Okay. Bye now.
Moving on, item 4H, Amador Community College Foundation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the members of the Community College Board had to leave. They had an appointment at 2:30. They were here at 11, so they were going to give a presentation, but I guess they'll have to reschedule that part. But CAO Eiley thinks that we can go ahead and discuss the bridge loan.
Right, so they have a bridge loan, or they have a grant that they need, that's $24,000.
Oh,
And
no,
they're
it's more than that. Well, oh, they need a bridge loan of 24.
They need the
but
bridge loan for
the grant
$24,000.
is for $500,000.
Okay, so they anticipate that it would be short-term disbursements like we've been doing with JVID to bridge the span between the time they spend the money and the time they get the reimbursement on the grant. We could do this out of contingencies easily enough. It really wouldn't take that much. They've asked for a 1-year repayment period, but I assume that it would not be that long, because certainly we wouldn't be able to front the whole $500,000.
Oh, no, they just want the 24,000. That's 2 months operating expenses for the college. And if you want to charge interest, that's fine. I'll pay the interest out of my discretionary fund.
You mean we're going to charge a lot of interest?
Okay, well.
No, I think let's keep it simple. I see the auditor back there looking really pained.
But, they'd like to make $2,000 a month payments for over a year.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, and I guess the terms will be 24,000 to, repayment over 1 year of $2,000 per month, starting, I guess,
How long's the grant for?
how soon can we loan them the money?
Well, we'd need to,
June or?
probably need to do a budget increase, to take it out of the boards, and we need to have the agreement. So, yeah, it's gonna at least be the next meeting.
Okay, so this should just be direction.
Yeah, just direction to bring back just give me the
actual
terms and
agreement?
we'll do it.
Are we gonna have this as zero interest or?
12%.
Okay. 12%.
Zero. It's small enough, it's not worth.
Okay.
Can HDL collect? Sorry, that was too easy.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion, or any members of the public like to comment?
No invoices. We'll just tell them, we'll just have it in the agreement when they start making payments.
Motion by Forrester,
No.
by Axe, second by Forrester. Roll call?
When would
When do they
the
start
repayment
repayment?
start? Not until the end of the grant, correct?
No, I think they would start, maybe as early as July or August.
We'll be in touch with them and make sure that's,
Yeah, I think we should just try to pin down that detail, and when they want the actual funds by, I think they need it like June 1st or by July 1st.
we can, as long as we can get the agreement done by the next meeting, I think, yeah,
Okay,
June
Great.
1st would be fine.
thank you. So we
Roll call?
don't need a vote?
Or no vote?
No, because we'll bring back the actual
Okay.
agreement and the budget transfer.
Then moving on, 4I, this is for fiscal year 2024, 2025, Senate Bill 1, SB 1, resolution and project list adoption. Mr. Vila. You almost got to work overtime today.
I think Supervisor Crew picked a good meeting to sit in the comfort of her home.
He looks pretty happy, too.
Yeah, he has like a
Guilty as charged.
special drink down there at his knee.
No, just water.
So, this is our annual SB1 project list adoption and resolution for the upcoming funds that we anticipate getting through the SB1 disbursement. We're looking at approximately $2,459,473. That's the estimate. The latest estimate we have is of projected revenue through this program. The expenditure list breakdown is similar to other years, but again, there's a big change that I'm proposing, and it's not one that I'm necessarily comfortable in doing, but there's some issues that we need to be facing. The first item, you see there's a set aside for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, and that basically is taking the place of typically work like dig outs or something like that that we typically has there as a placeholder. The reason for that is there is upcoming regulations that we're going to be faced with regards to our medium and heavy-duty vehicles in our fleet, whereas beginning in 2027, any purchases that we make are required to be zero-emission vehicles, which means right now, the majority of that is either electric, I guess there maybe hydrogen fuel. I don't know what that.
I think really we should, I don't like the hydrogen or the electric. Could we get maybe a mouse-powered vehicle or something? They just run around in circles and.
Maybe get back to the horse-drawn vehicles.
But that has emissions too.
Well, yeah, that's
You
exactly.
step in them. That wouldn't be emissions, never mind.
So there's a couple things there in facing that. One, are there going to be applicable vehicles for us to use? And two, what kind of fueling / charging infrastructure is going to be available to support that. And,
That's $1 million baby, Richard.
well, I understand, but I didn't make it up, so.
I don't blame you at all.
And so the thing is, there's questions on, people have different thoughts on whether or not that timeline is going to stay or whether it's going to be pushed back. I don't know that. It's just, that's what the regulations are. If we're a low population county, so our deadline, that thing starts in 2027. If we were down in the valley or whatever, it started this year. I'm not sure how they're handling that.
Could you maybe reach out to him and ask him?
Well, you know, one of the things, regardless of moving forward, we can continue to use the vehicles that we have. And we can continue to use those past the deadline. But that benchmark date is that if we purchase anything after that point, it needs to meet the zero emissions requirement. And there's some exceptions, and there's certain vehicles that are there's exceptions to that, and what have you. But so I'm kind of speaking in general. The fear that I have and the county should have is our medium and heavy duty vehicle fleet is old. And some of these vehicles are 30+ years old. And I think, I would hate to see the county having to be faced to replace a vehicle and A, have to go this route, and B, even if we went this route, is there infrastructure in place to be able to operate the vehicle? I mean, yeah, we could go and buy an electric truck, but we're going to park it because if we can't charge it, it's not going to be of any use. So.
I think we had a trolley like that at ACTC years ago. Was it CNG? And it cost a lot of money, and I think he sold it for about nothing. There's two of them.
Means machine.
Okay, the means machine?
So what I'm suggesting for consideration is, if we go, one way to look at this is if we start replacing our vehicles now, they would be in place, and we can continue to use them as long as we can. It would buy the county some time in having to go forward if that new technology. It would buy us time to see, how the technology is going to evolve. Because maybe in 10 years, these type of vehicles will be commonplace. The infrastructure will be in place, and this would be we'd say, well, why'd you guys even worry about this? I don't know. I mean, I believe, in my personal opinion, I don't have confidence that everything will be in place for us to implement, and possibly the benchmarks may be pushed back. That's up to the state.
Just one question. Doesn't it sound reminiscent of, what's that thing called?
The Ripper?
The choo-choo train, or the zipper, or?
The Ripper.
Wasn't that
Is it a zipper or
high-speed
ripper?
rail supposed to cost nothing and be done in no time? And
Yeah.
yeah, I think it might be the same thing with these mandates.
Are you talking doing this for 1 year or doing it next year too? Because as we're doing this, the roads are falling apart.
I know, and that's why, we talk about this in Public Works, and this is not a popular way to go either. But
We should have some public law enforcement here for this conversation, so they could hear your message.
So this is
Public safety, I mean.
something I'm throwing out because I don't have another pool of money to pull from to suggest how to start replacing vehicles. This is the only one I'm aware of that we have.
So how many vehicles would you be able to replace with this? What are we talking about here? Like, are these going to be small dump trucks, or are they going to be
they could,
Like one dump truck?
well, it depends. I would say we're probably, these would be our larger equipment. A medium size, just for a medium duty vehicle is defined as having a gross vehicle weight rating of 8,500 pounds, which, if you want to equate that to an everyday vehicle, is an Ford F-250. So anything
Yeah.
larger than that falls into this category.
So basically, what you're looking at replacing here, you're probably looking realistically 80 to 200,000 pretty easily.
Per vehicle?
If you're looking to buy a transfer trailer rig or something like that, you're talking probably maybe 250,000.
Yes, yes. The one
Probably 3 vehicles you can replace.
for 800, yeah, I would say 3. If we get lucky, it's more, but I would say maybe 3 to begin with.
Okay. And how many do we have to replace?
Let's see. And also, let's see, where am I here with this? The one caveat on this that buys us a little more time, snow removal vehicles have an exemption. If they're permanent or dedicated snow removal vehicles, they're exempt from this. If we have intermittent snow removal vehicles, which is a lot of our one-ton trucks, dumps and whatever, intermittent being they're used for snow removal, but we use them for something else the rest of the year, which is, I don't know how many fleets have those just dedicated. That date for that is in 2030.
You know, one thing, Richard, even leaving aside the dates to the 2027 to 2030, we do have a lot of real old vehicles up there.
Yes.
I mean, there is that too. And I think maybe, and you're saying it's already starting down the cities where they're having that. I'd be real curious to hear what they're running into or what they're doing down there, how that's working. But yeah, I think we got to replace some vehicles, just period. And I agree with Richard. I don't like taking the money away from the roads, but.
Oh, you're talking about taking money away from roads for multi-years. I think we ought to flip, at least on your list, on your memo, flip number 5 with number 1. Put 500,000 to vehicles and the larger amount, at least in the roads, to get something done. You're going to have 5 to 6 years to put money away. If you put 500,000 away a year out of this money.
No, 2027 is when some of this is going to hit us. Now, maybe they'll back off.
So we got 3 years, but that's the other thing. We don't know yet. What are they going to do? They're going to shut us down?
Well, that's
true.
That's
Well, at least for this season, construction season, we have a $2 million road project on Upper Ridge Road, which might tie us up quite a bit. And, if in the future a road tax does pass, you're going to probably have a lot more to deal with. And you're going to have to be able to handle probably, $2 to $4 million worth of projects per season.
All we're talking about is doing a few dig outs. I mean, I got a road, Martin Lane is just falling apart, and I'm getting people really complaining about it now.
No,
Then you're gonna put a bunch of money into striping it. Why stripe it? People are crossing over in the other lane to avoid the potholes.
Yeah, I mean, that.
They're not potholes anymore. They're big
Yeah,
bad
they're
areas.
dig outs, and that's something that, on that particular road, that'll be.
How much are the
That'll be taken care of
dig outs?
yet
Would
this
that,
year.
how much would that cost? Could we take 250,000 for dig outs?
It'll put a little dent in it, but the whole road is pretty much in bad shape.
We're
I'm just saying, I think, we don't know what the exact rules are yet. Why not take that 500,000, just flip those amounts?
Yeah.
About 450 or 5 and 8.
Yeah, I mean, we know what the rules are. It's just a matter of whether they will remain as they are now. I've got 11 vehicles that this would come into effect if we had to replace it after January 1, 2027. And then another 16 that would fall into the 2030 because they're intermittent snow vehicles. We put a plow in the front of them.
Well, 24, 25, 26, you said January 1st?
Of 27.
How about this, Richard? How about maybe we take 150,000 away from the vehicles and put that towards dig out some potholes? So that'd leave 650 for vehicles.
At least we got something, a little more to put in the roads.
No, I mean, you're right, because there's some flat, nasty-ass
Well, if you
areas
think
out there in different roads.
it's about 250,000 per vehicle, how about 2 vehicles? That's 500,000. And then the other 300,000 would go toward, dig outs.
But, yeah, and then you'll have a better idea in the future, are they gonna stick to that date? I can't see how they are.
Yeah.
Well, another
I
thing
would tend
is,
to agree, but obviously it's not my decision.
it might be cheaper to buy the gas power now before they're banned, because the electric might be a lot more expensive, and they might be harder to get a hold of too, driving the price up.
I mean, I'm just looking at this, I'm just throwing a suggestion out. for the
Is
board
that
to
right?
consider.
If we have the vehicles, they'll allow us to keep it, or do we have to
Yes.
phase them out?
As I understand it, as long as they are of a Tier 4 final, in other words, that's the engine emission requirement. If they're a Tier 4 final, we can run them as long as we want to. But when we go to replace them, they'd have to be,
Then I agree with Frank, buy them now. That would save us a whole bunch of money, rather than buy those electric or whatever it's gonna be.
Well, that's kind of what he's trying to do,
yeah.
doing this.
Well, but Frank said, if we buy the electric or gas right now, we can keep those and run them.
Yeah, and
That's why he's putting the money towards, is to do that.
the gas ones will probably be cheaper because they're gonna be less, I think they're gonna be phasing them out all around.
Can't cost $250,000 for a vehicle.
Well,
dump truck.
that's for, if you're talking transfer truck and trailer, they're 250 grand,
Yeah, we have
250.
two of those. We've got 2 or 3 10-wheeler dump trucks.
And those will probably be, what, 180?
Yeah, I mean, it'll add up. I mean, we've got some specialty trucks. We got a vac truck that's gonna be involved. We have a water truck.
Well, you gotta buy a vac truck, that's big money.
Yeah. Our vac truck is a 2008 model, which, again,
Vacuum snow with it, run as long as you can.
You ought to be talking to the other agencies, whether it's the city, Public Works, or AT. AT's been looking at where they're going to go in the future. Are they gonna go, probably not electric, probably hydrogen or something.
yeah,
But if you talk to them, because those stations cost money,
yep.
everybody can utilize a common station, kind of like what they have up there in between, past Walmart there. What is that charging station, or the gas station there
Oh,
that everybody
the
uses?
Oh,
Emerson's.
yeah.
Emerson's, so something like that. It's gonna have to be some kind of common station to save everybody money.
Yeah, I would agree. But, I don't know, there's no plans for that, and that's in 3 years. I mean,
How about if we go,
the other issue too is not knowing how well these vehicles will perform upcountry with terrain and in cold weather. It was kind of an interesting conversation. I talked to a gentleman at CARB with regards to the dedicated snow removal vehicles. And I go, why is the intermittent, why are they different? The challenges are still the same. You're working in the same environment. It's long hours. It's cold weather. It's remote areas. Why are the challenges different that the intermittent ones aren't permanently exempted? And the answer I got, which, I guess you would expect, is, well, we figure by 2030, we'll have all these things figured out.
I won't.
And I go, well, in that case, will you then remove the dedicated vehicles from exemption And he goes, no, we wouldn't do that. So I'm thinking, well, none of that makes any sense to me.
Well, Richard, you're confusing them with logic.
Well, yeah, I guess. So, because I'm just trying to figure out where we're going with this and, you know, trying to find ways to not have to, and I'm not saying that I'm against the alternative power or whatever. I just don't think as a, not just as a county, but just as a group, I don't think the infrastructure will be in place to be able to serve us in that time frame. But
No, it's not gonna
that's
be.
my personal opinion. I don't know if the state cares.
They don't care.
No, and what he said about, there's a lot of places around the county where, yeah, the roads are just flat. They're just disappearing in areas, and I'm not blaming you, it's just
Yep.
old.
I understand.
How about if we put 650 towards vehicles and roughly 600,000 towards, probably be 500 and, 1,000 or something like that towards, or 599,000 towards
It's not gonna do much.
repairs.
Won't do much. They'll probably use it on guardrails, that's in the list too. Gotta go in the roads.
Yeah.
I
I mean, this is, that number 5 item, that helps us in our everyday activities. When the SB1 disappears, we're gonna have some issues. If there's not something else that replaces this funding source.
It'll be pay-as-you-drive.
So you're looking to
So that.
you're stuck on swapping it then, Richard?
I guess, it's still not much, but
I know when the committee looked at this, they reduced the striping from 400 to 200 and put the extra 200 into the 800 for the vehicles. They made that
Right.
adjustment.
I just look at the striping and some of these roads that are gonna be striped, I think people would rather see maybe some dig outs or something.
Yeah.
Fix the real bad spots rather than they at least have some kind of line there. I don't think there's much liability.
I know, you know,
That's true.
well, then again, we
I mean,
have
some of the low-speed roads, the striping not is critical, but they start getting like, you know, Comanche Road, Latrobe Road, striping's really important.
yeah. And like, for example, you're talking about roads and road condition and striping, Fiddletown Road, which needs a lot of work. But also gotten complaints that with the striping, it says we can't see the striping and people are.
And that's a good example where striping's real important.
Yeah, so we'll probably stripe the road and we may redo the road in a couple of years.
I can tell you Fiddletown Road's just like Sutter Island Road. I know where the bad spots are and where I have to cross to the other side of the road if nobody's coming.
I used to, but now Fiddletown's probably one bad spot in a lot of areas. There ain't no ducking.
So, I mean, so this was, again, a suggestion, you don't want to get caught when 2027 rolls around and it's go, oh shoot, now what happens? And
I mean,
then we got vehicles that are breaking down to the point where they need to be replaced.
What Richard's saying about Martin Lane, as far as the striping there, is kind of, I mean, there's quite a few bad areas.
Yeah, we'll be doing the dig outs in Martin Lane this year, later this year.
Well, let's put take 150 out of vehicles and put it in the dig outs and so we can at least use it on a couple of other roads too, hopefully.
I can go for that.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Crew.
I agree that I think if you bought, even if you made it 500,000 for vehicles, you could buy 3 F350s or 450s gas engines and know you could fuel them up with cost of 2 electrics.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, no, electrics are really
So
pricey.
dedicating the money, being proactive, I think it looks like we're splurging, but we're actually going to save money.
Would you be okay with reducing the vehicles to 650, Pat?
And where's it going to go? Where's that money going to go to?
Like dig outs and stuff like that? Repairs on,
Okay.
Your guys aren't going to.
Well, I agree that it's crazy to stripe a road you can't drive on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I could agree with that.
So,
Your guys aren't gonna buy a Tesla pickup, are they? They don't want that, huh? Hope not.
well, it'd be fine if we had a way to charge it up.
Go right over there in the parking lot at Mel's.
The mills, go there for lunch and charge up. The vehicles that we would need to replace, if I had to prioritize them, the F-350s, the 250s and such, those are the ones that are intermittent snow vehicles. So we have to 2030 to deal with those. Unfortunately, the ones that I would say that are staring at us in the face are our larger vehicles, our heavy-duty vehicles, and they're gonna be more costly.
Probably like the big snow plow, sander, dump truck combos.
Yes, yeah, or transfer trucks.
Are we even thinking about going used or anything else like that?
They can be used, but they'd have to be fairly recent. You can't get too old, because then the emission requirements won't be up to snuff.
Right.
And they'll get
Well, I was
out.
just looking on the internet just now, but of course, it's showing all over the United States, but there's a lot of I don't know why Fontana has so many dump trucks available, but that's where they are right now.
Yeah. So, yeah, we would need to have that, they would need to have the tier, for final, emissions on the engine.
Well, I'm assuming anything over 2020 would have that.
You know,
20 or 21, yeah.
Yeah.
something Richard brought up, I kind of agree with him, like Martin Lane and Irish Hill Road, would we be better off taking them off striping and maybe saying, put that money towards patching them?
Well,
Yeah,
so Irish Hill Road and Martin Lane will have dig outs done this year.
Irish Hill is not a real extensively used road. Yeah, I agree, it does need some work, but it's sure not as traveled as much as Martin Lane or some of these other roads on here.
So I was wondering about maybe like Irish Hill, maybe don't stripe it and put that money towards some patching there, or dig outs.
For this year.
Yeah. I know, again, this wasn't a popular thing to come to you with, but, to ignore it and just say, well, I'll worry about it next year or the year after, that would be a disservice.
Do what you gotta do.
I think we're clear, on the vehicles, so we'll do 650,000 rather than 800 on the vehicles. That seems to be a consensus. And put 150,000 more towards like, repairs, dig outs and such.
For
I can support that.
item number 5 then, increase that by 150,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'd be 599, 473. Then I would adjust the, corresponding, lines. These numbers are replicated in the budget, so
Okay.
I would make the corresponding changes. The total doesn't change, but the allocation.
Would it be would it be a problem maybe to reduce a little bit of striping and put that money towards patching too and dig outs?
Yeah, I mean, to me, you can sacrifice a year of striping, but then again, you never know when someone, like Fiddletown Road, that was going to be next year's. That was going to be in this list right here. We've got enough complaints, we moved it, so we're going to include it in this year's.
And I agree with that, but you're talking there, it's a real curvy, real high speed,
Right.
pretty high traffic road.
I guess what I'm saying is,
Traffic, yeah.
you don't know what's going to pop up, and all of us, oh, now we got a lot of complaints, and we may have to throw something out there that we weren't expecting.
I don't think you get 50 cars, well, maybe, probably 50, 75 cars a day in Irish Hill Road.
Oh, I understand.
I know a lot of people up there too, and I hear a lot of complaints about Fiddletown Road. A lot of complaints.
Oh, it's bad.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I just want to put into the note here is that because of snow and everything else up in the upcountry, we wear down our stripe. So I don't want to push any of the upcountry striping down the road because we just flat out wear it off the road with the plows.
We didn't push none of it.
I'm just,
Okay.
just want to put it out there for
Put a
another.
marker out.
Yeah, just putting it out there. Because we did that before I came on the board, and man, it was getting nasty. You didn't know where anything was.
Yeah, everything's on this list. Well, almost everything is down country. The only thing that's up country would be, well, you got Hale, the upper part of Shenandoah and Ramshorn.
Well, I think the next year. I just didn't want to get, when we get pushed, I didn't want to get pushed down the road. But, boom.
I mean, the other thing you do, if you didn't want to do any striping.
Don't go there.
Well,
No.
as long as down the road, we up it to compensate for it.
Okay, you can only stripe good roads.
I mean, there's probably
Right, we're
some
done.
there's probably some roads that could probably be, you could probably take off the list when the end of the world.
Exactly.
Like Willow Creek Road is important. That's a high-speed road. Jackson Valley Road, Michigan Bar Road, Carbondale, you could probably push that. Shenandoah School Road is one, you could probably push that one too.
The,
They get a lot of,
right at the start of Carbondale Road off of Ione Road, about up to the railroad tracks, there's some pretty bad spots out there. Really
well, as
bad.
far as the potholes and stuff.
Really bad. And, well, it's one pothole that's grown to 3 potholes, and then you got a whole.
There is.
Gonna get this big.
It looks about like Lawrence Road, or Tyler Road's about the same way.
Yeah, but it's just that one stretch up to there's probably 5 spots that need to be worked on.
Yep.
That clear enough direction?
Yes.
Clear.
Well, what I have is a swapping of this 150,000 from item 1 to item 5.
And then pull some money out of striping for Willow Creek, and what was the other road? Put it in the potholes.
From Willow Creek? No, I wouldn't take Willow Creek.
Not Willow Creek, Martin Lane, and what was the other one you said?
Irish Hill?
Yeah, Irish Hill. I think,
Yeah.
appreciate getting the potholes fixed more than they would getting striping on it.
Right.
You okay with that, Pat?
Yes.
Okay. Any members of the public like to comment on this? No.
So you'll adjust that Exhibit A then based on what we said for the reporting purposes?
Yes.
Okay, do we need a vote on this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because this is a
Okay.
resolution that needs to be adopted.
I would move with the modifications to adopt resolution fiscal year 2024-24 SB1 and Exhibit A project list, and direct staff to submit the 24-25 project list and supporting documentation to the California Transportation Commission by July 1, 2024.
Second.
Motion by Forster, second by Axe. Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Carries unanimous. Thank you, Richard.
Hopefully you'll be home for dinner.
Moving down to item 4J.
Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion possible action relative to a letter of opposition from the board relative to SB 1057.
The Chief Probation Officer Benini had to leave to go to a meeting in Sacramento, which has transpired, and now he's on the way back. So he's now pulled off to the side of the road and can join us. He's there. Okay, he's unmuted. Mark, can you hear us?
Good afternoon, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes. Afternoon, Mark.
It's fitting that I guess I'm here at the end of the board meeting when so much was discussed regarding budgets and monies here and there. And the issue that I have, Senate Bill 1057 is looking to redirect and redefine JJCPA funds and YOBG funds. JJCPA being the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act of 2000, and YOBG being the Youthful Offender Block Grant funding of 2007. Someone down there has got a good idea that despite record lows in juvenile crime, record lows in juveniles in detention, to the point that it has allowed the state to close the Division of Juvenile Justice and realign those juvenile offenders to counties. They're still seeking to make tweaks to that and potentially jeopardize our funding. Just to give all of you an idea of what we utilize those funds for, we utilize JJCPA funds to pay for a deputy probation officer that handles all of our juvenile cases from the time they touch the system until the time they exit the system. And we use YOBG funds to cover costs with regard to our case management system, a juvenile hall bed, and we also use those funds for evidence-based programming in contracts that we have with Nexus Youth and Family Services. So what they're trying to do basically is recast and redefine the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council in a way that it waters down that council in and of itself. It increases what's required in plans. We already submit plans to the state with regard to both of those funding sources and how we're spending them locally. We have on our council a vast array of different stakeholders in the community, and ultimately it adds new elements to reporting and requirements that basically takes probation departments, even though this is a locals and county issue, it takes probation departments out of the lead role when it comes to developing and dealing with juvenile offenders in our community. So the Chief Probation Officers of California, I believe, I did supply a letter from them to CAO Eiley for your review. I'm in the process of writing a letter to the legislature in oppose of SB 1057. And I'm hoping by my presentation here with you and answering any questions you might have that you, the board, would also take that same stance.
Mark, this is Supervisor Forster. I'm looking at the support and opposition. It looks like a pretty healthy list in opposition, a pretty weak list in support, but where does this bill stand right now with the governor, the administration?
Well, I mean, I can't speak for the governor's office. It seems like this is something that should fail. But again, if it gets to his desk, will he veto it? I'm not sure. This bill has been a reincarnation from AB 107, which was in 2020 that failed, SB 493 in 2021 that failed, and now then there was AB 702 that failed in 2023. So again, it seems like bad ideas come back to fruition out of Sacramento, and those were iterations of the same idea of recasting and repurposing some of the things that we've had in place since 2000. Since 2000, not like yesterday, since 2000, and have been working, and really has been something that we can point to as a way that we have changed the way we deal with juvenile offenders. We funded evidence-based programming. We use a transparent process in order to expend these funds, and we've submit plans and data to the state yearly since then. So it isn't like we've done anything in secret.
I move then that the Board of Supervisors take a position in opposition, write a letter under the chairman's signature to SB 1057 and notify our state legislators and the governor's office of the same.
I'll second.
Second.
I think Frank beat you out in that second there, Pat. We have a motion by motion by Forster, second by Axe. Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Carries unanimous. Moving on, item 4K. This is a review and approval of the minutes.
With minutes.
Second. I didn't see.
Motion by Forster, second by Axe. Roll call.
Thank you, Chairman Oneto.
Aye.
Vice Chairman Crew.
Aye.
Supervisor Axe.
Aye.
Supervisor Forster.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Carries unanimous. This meeting is adjourned till
Hey, Pat, there's a sandwich here with your name on it.
Tuesday, I think it's May
Thank you.
24th. at
You
9
can
o'clock.
have it, Brent.
We'll save it next,
Should
next
say,
time.
Our next meeting is Tuesday, May
Bye-bye.
24th, excuse me.
Bye.